Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, and we are in Riyadh here, and it is an exciting time. It is a Friday. We have two Group 3 races to look forward to. We've got plenty of action both on and off the track, and I'm looking forward to bringing you 12 exciting races. However, I will not be doing it on my own. I'm joined once again by the man to my right, Mr. Rory Delaghi. How are you doing on this fine Friday afternoon?
Very well, Callum. We had a nice little quiet introduction to the weekend. One terrific two-year-old race on yesterday's card, but really exploding into action today with a star-studded card. There are no low points really on the card at 3. We've got a not a 65 Arabian handicap. It's got a massive field, those. That could be one of the most entertaining races of the day.
Absolutely.
And some real quality through the card as well, so looking forward to it.
It just feels like quality from the top all the way down. And let's look at 3 horses we're all looking forward to seeing on the racecourse today. The first horse is Scotland Yard. He's a Group 1 winner who was last seen finishing stone last in the Saudi Cup, but he's back again today. He's a big, strong horse, still criminally unexposed here in Saudi Arabia, and he's got every chance in race 2. We move swiftly on to race 11, though, where Kaflahom, a horse with the apple of Camillo Ospina's eye, will look to make it 3 wins from 3. He did the business last time out from an unpromising position, and this time he'll look to make it 3 wins from 3. And finally, we see Layla Doro, who is also a Group 1 winner from last season, who returned this season with a win in meeting 56, and is back once again to try and hold his crown in the Group 3 Ministry of Justice Cup. Rory, 2 group races to look forward to, a Group 1 winner scattered in between as well. It's just exciting stuff all the way through.
Yeah, it is. It's really, really good. There's no sort of gradually getting your way into the card as it is on some occasions when we start off with sort of low-key maidens. We're into really good stuff straight away. Seeing Scotland Yard in our second race is going to be a massive plus for us as well. He's got was he rated 114, something like that? Yeah, he's got a big rating. Obviously disappointing in the Saudi Cup last year, but he looked a top-class horse, and the times he's produced in his previous wins show that he really is top class and didn't give us running when we last saw him, but expect him to star there.
And the way he's been doing his winning as well has been mightily impressive. We'll show you plenty of video footage of that. But there is another member of our team we must introduce you to. It is our commentator. He's here for his 2nd day in a row. He was a star yesterday. Hopefully he can be just as good, if not better, today. Darren Owen, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm good, Callum. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Let's have a look at today's really competitive card. First race coming up shortly for the thoroughbreds over 1,200 metres. The boys were mentioning Scotland Yard running in that second race. Really looking forward to that. That is over the mile, over 1,600. Third race of the day, we see the Arabian breds stepping foot on it onto the track. It's a handicap 0 to 65, the rating band. Race number 4, going the mile, handicap 0 to 75 handicap for the Saudi bred thoroughbreds. 5th race is a mile, 2-year-olds here, 2-year-old maiden for race number 5. On to our 6th race of the day, 2,000 metres. It's a handicap, a 0 to 70 handicap for the 4-year-olds and over. Race 7. 1,400 metres. Again, it's a 2-year-old maiden. That's the 7th race on the card. The Arabian breds for a really competitive handicap. The 8th race, 2,000 metres. Wow, that is competitive. That's race 8. The 9th contest, 3-year-olds, the Jcsa Challenge for 3-year-olds over 1,400 metres, and it's really bubbling up nicely then to the Saeed Al Majid Cup for 3-year-olds and over. This is race number 10 over the 2,000 metres. Group action to look forward to at the end of the programme. We've got the Group 3 Ministry of National Guard Cup. That's for 2-year-olds. And our final race of the day, the Ministry of Justice Cup, a Group 3 for the 3-year-olds there, going 1,800 metres. Plenty of quality to look forward to. Let's have a look at the first race of the day. 1,200 metres, the trip. Number 2 is Rovanimi, and Ricardo Ferreira takes the ride. 3, Main Target, and Tariq Al Hassan. 4, Violent Star, Fawas Wanas. 5 is Manasalu and Abdullah Al Rashad. 6, Life's a Beach, and Ali Al Mimoni. 7, Dignity Joy, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 8 is La Barossa and Jimmy Carrion. 9, Commissioner Way and Tariq Al-Mansour. 10 is Mahalik and Alexis Moreno. 11, Najm Al-Wasil and Adel Al-Faredi. 12 is Ya Na and Luis Morales. 13, King's Guard. 14 is Skittle Bombs, Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. 15, Emblem Game and Noaf Al Mudiani. 16, Bakil, Mohammed Al Hubail. 17, Princeville and Victor Gutierrez. 18 is Eshkal and Khalid Al Mimoni. And just to confirm, number one is a non-runner. First race coming up shortly, and Shamila is trackside.
Thank you very much, Darren. Happy Friday, as Callum said. And I am very much team Caflahom in the 11th contest of today, and Camila Ospina. I think White Stables are going to have a tremendous day and plenty of winners. Now, let's talk about the horses in the parade ring for the first race. My paddock selection, it has to be Mahalik, horse number 10. I'm totally on Alex Moreno watch today. He had a hat trick yesterday. I think he might end up with 9 winners this weekend, yet again, recreating last weekend, or maybe even 10 winners. Mahalik was second last time out, and the time before that. So really, really super consistent this season, as many of the Almondale horses have been this season. I think it would be silly not to mention horse number 16, Bakil, as well, for Thamar Al-Dehane, a champion trainer, and Life's a Beach is my underdog of the card as well, looking really good in the parade ring. As for paddock negatives, horse number 5 giving his handlers a very tough time leading round here in the parade ring, and I wasn't so happy with horse number 12. Could put a little bit more condition on, to be totally honest with you, but I have my fingers crossed for Mahalik.
Thank you, Shamila. Here is Mahalik in the paddock, and Camille Ospina may love Caflahom, but I absolutely adore this horse. He is a bit of a cheeky monkey. He doesn't always get it all together, but Rory, when he does put it all together, he is a superstar, isn't he? He does win quite nicely.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of seconds on his card. I disagree with you that he's a cheeky monkey. I think he ties up late in his races. Because he's got no problem going clear, and we've seen him get himself into winning positions plenty often enough. Here we see him. There's no excuses needed on this occasion. This is a good second. Last time out, again, he gives his running, but he's just always weak in the finish. Now, if he was a bit of a dodgepot, he'd stay close to the winner there. He wouldn't be weakening as he is into second late in the day. It's always the last 100 metres of his race. He's always weak at whatever trip he's at, but he won well a couple of starts back, and I expect him to be a big player here. This
is Bakil, another gorgeous individual horse who we know plenty about. We saw this horse in Taif quite often. He won back in meeting 27. We're going to have a look at him in action here. This is him back in Riyadh, and this is a 5th place effort in a good race. You'll be noticing the horse in the purple cap that's running in 3rd at the moment. That's Afaq, who was the horse we just saw beat my absolute favourite Mahalik on the last bit of video footage.
Yeah, so Mahalik's got the beating of Bakil on this one. Bakil finished weakly here. He does hang on for 5th place. He's beaten 10 lengths behind Rebellious Stage in this race last time out. This is over the 1400 metres, drops back in trip to 12, which will help him on that regard. But I think he's got a little bit to find with Mahalik. There's not much between them. The way he's given £2 to Mahalik. The handicapper has them on the same rating, but I'd have thought Mahalik is just the better over this course and distance. His form over 6 furlongs, Mahalik, he's been tried over 10 furlongs and further.
His best runs have been over a mile. He's been exceptional over a mile, where he's managed to throw a race away in the final stride. But he's a star over all differences. Talk to me about Rovanini, horse number 2 here on your race card. I'm really intrigued by this horse, just by the fact that it's now back in class after that run in meeting 72.
Yeah, I mean, this is easier than when he ran in a pretty competitive not to 85 last time out. But he's been a little bit underwhelming in his time in Saudi Arabia thus far. His 2 wins have come abroad. As I said, he looked to be coming right back to his best, went 5th on his penultimate start, but didn't quite back it up last time out. But this is an easier task. We should at least find it easier to stay in touch with him. Whether he's whether he's good enough to hang on into the frame is another matter altogether.
Labarosa's a fascinating contender, horse number 8 on your race cards. Now, he was a Group 3 winning 2-year-old. He was second in the Craven Stakes behind a very good horse from Godolphin, and it just hasn't quite come to the fore here in Saudi Arabia yet, but he's still got time to improve.
He's absolutely gone at the game. Sorry. I think the problem with Labarosa, he was a very good 2-year-old and early 3-year-old, as you say, for Charlie Appleby, but he's run appallingly at Meydan earlier this year, even Meydan last season as well. He started to bleed. That was put forward as an excuse for one of his poor runs, that he bled after the race. Lucas Gaitan had a go with him. Lasted one run. When a horse finishes 16th for Lucas Gaitan, there's got to be a problem there somewhere.
Yeah.
This is not a case of not really acclimatising. His form in Meydan was nothing like what he'd been showing in the UK, and I just think his physical issues have caught up with him.
Najim Al Wasil, horse number 11, he's making his second start for new owners today. You go back to his penultimate effort, he was a hugely impressive course and distance winner, although that was a 0-75 company. Steps up in class, but I think the new owners will be keen for him to run a big race today.
Yeah, I don't think it matters how keen you are, but in fairness, the 7th furlong probably stretched him a little bit last time out when he was 9th. He was impressive. He won by 5.5 lengths and 2 starts back. That was in a 0-75, and this looks a little bit tougher, this non-winners of 4.
We mentioned that Assad was a non-runner, horse number 1, which means Bluff gets a run in this race. So horse number 19, Bluff, in those in those white and grey check colours, I should say, will jump out to stall 1, so it'll get the inside draw. Not really the place to be if you're a horse like Bluff, who hasn't really shown much in a couple of previous outings.
Yeah, I don't...
There he is in shot now.
Yes, indeed. I don't think it makes much of a difference where Bluff was drawn. He's got a rating of 71, struggling to run to that at the moment as well.
So as the loading process begins, let's go through some selections. I'm sure it's going to be all 3 of us aboard the Mahalik train, isn't it?
Well, we'll say I think Mahalik has got the beating of Bakil here. Again, you'll have your heart in your mouth in the last 100 metres, but for me, he doesn't do an awful lot wrong, other than the fact that he just ties up late on, and he should win this. So
Rory, myself and Shamila both like number 10, Mahalik. Now, as a reminder, we are live on YouTube. You can catch all the racing here in Saudi Arabia on both Thursday, Friday and Saturday. And like I said, if you thought today is good, we look forward to tomorrow, because the racing just gets even better. And the man to take us through all the action today is Mr. Darren Owen.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, runners that are moving up into the stalls for our first race of the day. Fillies and Colts then going 1,200 metres. Let's have a look at the loading up process then. We're probably halfway through the loading up process. They're in shot with the white colours, red braces. That's Commissioner Way. And watching Manasalu going in. Mahalik still out of line as well, as we can see. So... loading up then, well underway. Now I think number 15 is about to go in. That's Emblem Game. Emblem Game is safely in place. Najm Al Wasil, orange and white jacket, has just loaded. Yana goes alongside. Still out of line then, Commissioner Way, as I've said. Commissioner Way going forward. Also, number 2. Ravanimi about to load, Mahalik still to go in. First race of the 12 coming up. Drawn on the inside is that reserve Bluff, comes out of stall number 1. That's it, and they're off. They're racing 1,200 metres in front of them. Mahalik began nicely enough in the centre, just being ridden along to get a position is Commissioner Way, with the Ravanimi up along the inside. So too is Bluff, and racing wide Bakil. Bakil is racing about 5 or 6 deep as they go on down the back. Emblem Game is not too far off the speed, nor too principal to the wide outside. Main target would be around about 6 or 7 just in behind the leaders. They now leave the back straight behind him. Dignity Joy, one of the greys, is back in mid-division, followed by Manasalu, and they're now heading towards the turn. Life's a Beach is 3/4 of the way down the pack, and they're heading now towards the final turn, and the last 400 metres Mahalik has got the lead. Mahalik from in second place for Vanimi, and then along the outside making a big effort is Bakil. Spot the white cap for Bakil as they head down towards the final 200, and it is Mahalik in front. Mahalik now kicking away. Mahalik from Bakil Bakil in second. Ravanimi is in third. It's going to be a procession behind. They're staying on for the minor places. The first two look to be booked. It is Mahalik in front from Bakil in second place. Mahalik wins, Bakil second place. Race on for third, tight third. We'll wait on third to be confirmed. So, victory there goes to Mahalik. Mahalik number 10 and Alexis Moreno aboard. Never in doubt, never in doubt. Had too many guns for the opposition there in the end. Went clear down the straight. All credit to number 16, Bakil, gave chase, but it was in vain in the stretch run. 1 minute 12.55 the winner's time. Mahalik goes in for our experts, and I won't use the word experts in inverted commas. Mahalik 1:12.55. Second, number 16, Bakil, 4 lengths adrift there in second place. Now let's get third. It was pretty tight there for third. Life's a Beach. Life's a Beach. Number 6 has got third, and number 13, King's Guard, has got fourth. 10, 16, 6, and 13. 1:12.55. 1 minute 12.55 the winner's time. 4 lengths. It was decisive, and 3.5 lengths between second and third. So the first two head and shoulders above the others. Mahalik wins race 1.
Mourinho, Alex. First one with him, and first one today. How is he, wire to wire?
Thank you. Thank you very much. مبروك to Hamdil, our team. Well, he was the favorite, you know. He braked well. He's keeping the pace. The last 400, he did it. He did it well. So he was good. He was good. Thank you, buddy.
That is 13 winners for Alex Moreno in the space of 5 days. And you know what? It's only the first race. We have 11 more races to go. So he could rack up a lot more winners as well. But well done to me and Callum and Rory, who all decided to stick with Mahalik in this race. So I don't think there was any beating him. I mean, he loves going over this distance. He was second last time out over 1,400 meters, second the time before that over 1,600 meters, and won last time over the same distance. So I think he's a sprinter through and through. He has that nice natural speed to him. And I can't wait to see what Alex made of that, because the jockey that usually rides this is Tariq Al Mansour, our star apprentice jockey, only 16 years old. But great to have Alex back in the winner's enclosure yet again. I'm sure he doesn't get tired of it, and I'm sure he doesn't get tired of speaking to us either. So will be very interesting, as he's just getting off the weighing scale there now. Congratulations, Alex. That's a lot of wins now in the last 5 days.
Well, I'm in good shape. Yes, I ride a good horses. He was the favorite. He was good. He did well.
And he's a sprinter through and through, isn't he? I mean, he came second last time out over 14, then second over 16. So he loves 1,200 meters.
Yeah, he loves 200 meters. I think Bakir was the strong one, but he's coming second far away, so my horse is in good shape.
And you don't get to ride this horse usually. Tariq Al Mansour has been riding him a lot. So how's he felt today during the whole race?
Well, you know, I just asked him if I had a chance to ride this horse. I said, yes, no problem, why not? So they gave me the chance, so I just did it.
You were confident from the beginning. You thought you were going to win. You were definitely on the favourite.
Yeah, I was confident I'm going to win the race. You know, just a little afraid from Bakir, but he's just behind me. Yeah.
Do you think right now you're at the top of your career? Have you ridden better at any stage of your career otherwise than right now?
Well, yeah. I think 2 years ago I was very good. And, you know, now it's my time.
And are you looking forward to anything else today?
Yeah, how about the Harris Cup? So I think I can do it.
Best of luck, Alexei.
Thank you.
Yes, a very excited Alex Moreno there after a good success with Mahalik. I think this race was won in the first few strides. He showed blazing early speed and was able to then build that up, take a breath before the bend and then kick on off the bend when Bakil came to threaten but couldn't get anywhere near him. Alex will get all the plaudits for riding, but this horse is really smart. He's above average and sometimes he just has a habit of throwing races away, but you can see he jumps off well, and it's Rovaniemi that's challenging up on the inside to try and take him on early.
Yeah, Rovaniemi showed early pace, as did the reserve on the inside, who pushed up there and tried to put pace into the race early on. But typically, Mahalik has travelled better than anything else in the race. He's a stronger traveller than Bakil. As you said, the end product isn't always there with him, but he travels really well into the straight in all his races. It's just that over further, he's tended to stop in the last furlong of his races, and he does it even in the last 100 yards. Here you see that he begins to tie up. I'm not sure you think that's mental with him. I think that's probably a physical issue, but he's come here in very, very good shape, and his record now over the 6 furlong trip since dropping back is 2 wins in a second. So he's clearly well suited to sprinting. Shamila thinks he's a sprinter through and through. You think he's best at a mile. He's met some good horses at a mile, and he's travelled as well as them through the races, and tends to get himself into winning position, get to the front even, going best, and then not get home. He should stay a mile. He races as if a mile is absolutely fine for him, and he's got decent form at the trip. But I do think dropping back to sprinting suits him really well, because they can't go fast enough for him.
That is very true. We just saw Rovaniemi got an absolute flying break. And you mentioned Bluff trying to get the speed on the inside. Bluff had to get rousted along to just hold that inside rail. But at the end of the day, you can just see this beautiful shot. You can see that he's actually still in third on the rail, whilst Rovaniemi and Mahalik take the lead. But at this point, I was screaming at the telly, do not push him yet. Hold on for as long as you can, because he often flatters to deceive. Thank
goodness he's got you here to keep him straight, eh?
Indeed, but no, it was very, very good performance nonetheless. I do think it's mental with him. I think if you watch his ears, they start going 10 to the dozen when he gets into that final 100 yards. I don't know whether he's looking for the bend. I remember there was a few jockeys used to say when you're running at Lingfield, when you're heading away and you're actually you're about to hit that bend away from the stands, you often see horses are thinking about the bend before they get to the line, and I think maybe that might be the case as well. He is running on these round circuits.
Yeah, I mean, you do take a turn afterwards, but it's I think that bend at Lingfield, horses would specifically have to slow down to take it.
Yeah, they wouldn't have to do that.
Not really an issue here. It's a cambered bend. It's actually slightly uphill going away from the stands as well, so I wouldn't have thought that would be the problem with him. And he was the same in Taif, obviously, as well.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, it was a good performance, and it was good to get off to a winning start, Rory, because it's a cracking day of racing, and it's only made better when we can have winners. And I think everybody at home, if you are watching on YouTube, let us know who your selections are. We had quite a vibrant chat yesterday with plenty of selections coming in. I think David had a double, which was very good, because he did better than me, because I only had the one winner yesterday. So, Rory, I think you're cooking on gas. Shamila's on fire right now. She's doing as well as Alex Moreno.
Shamila's paddock analysis has been top-notch again this week, and I look forward to hearing more of that later on.
Yes, absolutely. We will be hoping that she can continue her good form, because she really is carrying myself, that is for sure. But we move swiftly on to our second race of the card. This is the open contest over a mile, which features Scotland Yard, a horse who I know you and I are very excited to see on the racetrack.
Yeah, he looks. There's real mixed quality in this race, but you're sort of looking down at some of these. You've got the ability to maybe sneak a win in an open race, and then you get down to Scotland Yard with his rating of 116, isn't it? I did an injustice earlier on saying he was rated 114. Yeah, when you've got these horses rated mid-70s, and then you see Scotland Yard, And he's done 1:37.38 for a mile here, and that is so much faster than the times we've seen so far this season. So it will be well worth watching to see what he can do.
It will be worth watching indeed, and Darren Owen can take us through the runners and riders for race 2.
So let's have a look at the second race runners. They're going to go a mile, and number 1 is Insurgents and Mohammed Al-Nevzi. Number 2 is Realm of Law, Mohammed Al-Ubail. 3, Atomic Impact, Abdullah Aziz Al-Musa. 4, All In, Abdullah Ella Al-Hussein. Number 5 is Valdini, Ricardo Ferreira. 6, Karnas and Abdullah Al-Farouz. Note the 7 is out. 8 is Ragadan and Khalid Al-Mimoni. 9, Golden Line with Berto Ramos. 10, Dashing Topper and Azuz takes the ride. 11, Power Link and Fahed Al-Faradi. 12 is Rozgar Mohammed Al-Daham. 13, Emirates Currency, Naif Al-Anazi. 14 is Scotland Yard, Alexis Moreno. 15, Carmel Road and Camilo Espina. 16 is, I'm not sure how I pronounce this, is it BRQ, Burke or whatever, Adele Al-Faradi. 17 is Rare Ninja Sultan Al-Mimoni. 18, Norton Thorpe Boy Abdullah Al-Rashid. 19 is Bake Ayed Al-Turisi. 20 is A. Houseman if you prefer, Tariq Al-Mansour. And 21 is in the field, the reserve 21 random decision is in this field. Race 2 coming up.
Thank you very much, Darren. As we can see, horse number 1, Insurgents, in the paddock, Rory.
Yeah, it's been 3 years since he made the frame in a race. He's coming back off an absence, the 8-year-old now, and not easy to make a case for him in this field.
Realm of Law, number 2.
Showed nothing at all in his return from a very long absence, over 7 furlongs at meeting 51.
Not looking keen in the paddock either.
No, and he's obviously had his issues, Realm of Law, and this looks too tough for him.
Here's one I like, Atomic Impact.
Atomic Impact, well, he's rated 72. He's up against a horse rated 116, but he is at least running pretty well at the moment. Won a mile maiden at Typhon meeting 46, and he ran okay when 4th in a non-winners of 1 over 6 furlongs here last time out. This is above his pay grade, though.
Number 4 is All In.
Did produce a good win in a course and distance open 2 starts back, and then was 7.25 lengths third to Die in a mile and a quarter, not to 90 last time out. He's going in the right direction. He might sneak a place here, even though he's only rated 75. He's certainly improving at the right time.
Valdini, number 5.
Yeah, he seems to have lost his way. Wasn't showing a great deal in Riyadh last season and finished 18th on his only start at Type, so coming back from a small break again here.
Karnas, number 6.
4th in 0 to 85, over 7 furlongs here last time out. But he's an inconsistent sort, and he's more likely to run a bad race than a good one, given his overall form.
Ragadan's in good form, number 7.
2nd in a 0 to 80.
Sorry, number 8. Sorry, I should
Indeed, yeah, because we don't have a number 7 here. 2nd in 0 to 80 and 0 to 85 handicaps over a mile and a mile and a quarter in his last 2 starts. It comes here at the top of his game. Again, he's another one who could make the frame, even though he's got absolutely tons to find with the very best of these.
The consistent Golden Line is number 9.
Yeah, rated 88, so it's the highest rated one we've seen so far, Golden Line. A 7 furlong maiden winner, and he's kept his form very well since that, finishing 5.25 lengths 4th to par in numbers in a course and distance open last time out. In most opens, he'd have a chance. Again, he's got place claims.
Dashing Trooper is 10.
Looks outclassed here, rated 62.
And Powerlink is 11.
Powerlink, now he's rated 95, so on the form he's got a chance, but he's only won once in Saudi Arabia, and that was 3 years ago. He does run consistently, he tends to give his running, but he's not going to be winning this. He might well finish in the 4.
Rozgar may be rated 100, but he's not that level, is he?
No, his best effort this term was when 6th in a non-winners of 3 over 7 furlongs last time out. He isn't the force of old, I don't think.
Emirates Currency 13 and Scotland Yard 14 in shot now.
Yeah, Emirates Currency has a rating of 88. We're seeing Scotland Yard now, so let's move on to him. Disappointing in the Saudi Cup, finishing 13 to 13 there, but he previously won the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cup and the King Faisal Cup, which is a local Group 1, over this course and distance last season. He's done 1:37.38 for this mile. We saw a horse do 1:39 and were blown away by him yesterday. To go a second and a half and more faster than that marks him out as an absolutely exceptional performer.
Yeah, Carmel Road's a fascinating runner as well. US import, first run here in Saudi.
650,000 as a foal for Carmel Road. He was a winner in the US and he finished 2nd in the Grade 2 Los Alamitos futurity as a 2-year-old. Really interesting import.
Yes, Brock is number 16.
Yeah, fourth in the Taif Derby, and it was a good fourth in a Jcsa awards contest last time out, beaten just over a length by Kairama. We'll see that race later on, I think. Yeah, normally he'd be a big player in a race like this. Again, you're looking at him having a very decent chance of hitting the frame, but he's facing a tough rival in Scotland Yard, obviously.
Rare Ninja, horse 17.
Best effort in a while when he was second in a non-winners of 3 over course and distance last time out, but his overall record suggests he's not guaranteed to back that up straight away.
And Norththorpe Boy is number 18.
Try again. Yeah. Nortonthorpe Boy.
Nortonthorpe.
UK performer Nortonthorpe Boy is and a multiple winner in time, has adapted well to racing at Riyadh, was a winner of a not to 80 handicap over course and distance in March, ran well in his next start, was a little bit below form on his return to action here, but probably still needed that, having had just one run on Taif, and at his best, again, he's one who could be finishing in the first 4 or 5.
Here's one that's been a bit difficult in the parade ring. It's Bake.
Yeah, Bake. He's a 2-time winner, but he was well beaten in 2 starts in Taif this season, and certainly hadn't seemed to be enjoying the racing in Saudi Arabia at that stage. This wouldn't be the obvious race for him to bounce back to his best form either.
Here's number 20, Hoosman.
Well held last time in meeting 59 here. He has won. He's had 3 local starts, haven't seen him close to his best, and he's going to struggle in this company, I think.
Random Decision, the reserve that sneaks in, 21.
Yeah, rating of 64. I mean, he would struggle in this race even without the classy Scotland Yard or Carmel Road in the lineup, and he's a very hard one to fancy.
Yes, he would come out of stall 7 because Azelio is a non-runner. So those are your runners and riders for our second contest on the day. Scotland Yard is the horse you're seeing in shot here, and he is a frighteningly talented individual. He's a gorgeous looker as well, big, tall, strong type. He has a massive chance today. Hopefully we'll see him in action sooner rather than later. And we've also got a couple of nice horses in here as well, but Shamila's had her eye over them and she's found a paddock eye catcher.
Thank you, Callum. My selection in race number 2 is no random decision. It's horse number 9, Golden Line. There were a lot of stunning grey horses in this lineup. However, I've decided to go with the Shala Al-Dehani trained 3-year-old by Cross Traffic Golden Line. 4th last time out under Wigberto Ramos, and Wigberto Ramos is on again. So would love to see them in the winner's enclosure. He is sporting blinkers. I was just watching him canter down to the start then. He looks really, really well. Definitely one of the stronger horses in this contest. I also really like the look of horse number 4, All In, and horse number 16, Barak for Abdullah Al Manif, who was 4th last time out. And Abdullah Al Manif has been a bit of a bridesmaid in the Riyadh season. He had a couple of winners in the Taif season, 6 winners to be exact, and he has been 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all the time in Riyadh, so I would love to see him and his connections back in the winner's enclosure again. However, I don't think they're going to get ahead of horse number 9, Golden Line.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Yes, Golden Line, a very exciting horse to look forward to, and been just a model of consistency throughout his time in both Taif and Riyadh. We're looking at Scotland Yard right about now, just heading down to Pose Rory. He's a real eye-catching type, isn't he? You can just see the class drips off him, and this performance was frightening. He did this on the snaff, basically. Yeah,
this is a remarkably good performance in a top-class local contest as well. He comes right away. This is back in January, before he disappointed in the Saudi Cup. This was his win in the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Cup. He is ridden out to the line, which is beneficial, because I want to find out exactly how good he was, and this is where he broke the clock in a time of 1:37.38. These are good horses in behind him, and he's absolutely distanced them. Really good performance. Maybe did a bit too much on that occasion, looking to go into the Saudi Cup on his next start, and that clearly left a mark on him, but given a break since then, he's going to be hard to beat.
Yes, he's also very lightly raced in Saudi Arabia. There's no getting away from it. He sort of arrived on the scene and then sort of picked up Group 1s after Group 1s. We're looking at Brock now here, who is just towards the back of shot there. He's going to come 4th on this day. This is good enough for him, but it's not good enough to win here, is it?
Well, it's not. I mean, that's the problem with this race, is that everything pales into comparison next to Scotland Yard. But Brock is one of the best of the others. He really should hit the frame here, and he'll be doing his best work late, as he does on this occasion. He's gradually getting getting closer and closer to the lead. Kairama in the black just holds on the end, and he's just short of room in the last 50 yards there. He couldn't quite be ridden out to the line, but he just would have been a little bit closer. Still would have been fourth, I think. That's a good performance. He lacked a little bit of toe when it was when he needed it there, and that might be a bit of an issue again here. But I expect him to do good late work and finish in the frame again, because he's a pretty reliable performer.
Talking of reliable, white stable imports from the USA tend to be very reliable to run big races. We saw them have a second in the big 2-year-old race with a first-time starter in Saudi Arabia who come from the USA. We also know they've got Power in Numbers later on in the card today, who won second time up here in Saudi Arabia. Looks quite a smart animal too. And they've got Carmel Road here, who I think really when he was purchased had Kentucky Derby plans, really. If you just look at the way he was sort of, his price he cost and the route he went down, going down the futurity route.
Yeah, very well bred colt by Quality Road. As I said, he cost 650,000 as a foal. Finished runner-up in that Los Alamitos Futurity, having won a maiden special weight back in August 22. Has an official rating of 102. Difficult to put your finger on exactly what he's worth at the moment, but clearly, having been bought for big money to come here, he's got aspirations to run well in cup races. And I guess the idea of bringing him here in the first place was in the hope that he might turn into a Saudi Cup horse as well.
And he's the same type of horse as Scotland Yard, who's Scotland Yard with a maiden in the USA, so probably not quite as good as Carmel Road, who changed hands for 255,000 when he was in the US, and Carmel Road changed hands for 260,000. So there's only a £5,000 difference between the two of them when they were bought out of the USA. Just look at what Scotland Yard's done. Surely connections of Carmel Road will be thinking, we can do the same thing here.
Well, it's exactly the same dream. You know what kind of horse you want to buy. They are 10 a penny almost in the States. They've got to be group class in the first place. But those who fall just below sort of Kentucky Derby standard they're buyable. You know, you don't have to go to millions to get them. But you know, $250,000 sounds a lot to you and me.
It does.
You know.
Well, not on your salary. I mean, just spare
but
change
when you think about it, what the big owners here want is they want a horse who can challenge for races like the Saudi Derby, for the local Group 1 races, and also might turn into sires here as well. And that's an important consideration. And both Scotland Yard and Carmel Road fit the bill in that ticket as well.
Yeah, so as they begin the loading process, we see horse number 4, who is All In, who's a big selection from Shamila, caught her around the parade ring. Let's talk about our selections here. We know Shamila likes Golden Line. I'm sure you and I are going to stick together here with Scotland Yard. Yeah,
he's going to be exceptionally hard to beat. He doesn't look like he's particularly lacking fitness. I'm sure he'll come on for the run to a degree, but he looks ready enough to win this. He won first time up last season as well. So Rory and I are going for horse number 14. Shamila likes horse number 9, but keep an eye out for horse number 15, Carmel Road. Could be an interesting one for Saudi Cup in the future. Darren Owen, it's over to you.
So runners, they're moving up into stalls. Let's take a look at the colours. Nice to have a look at them as they go in. Dashing Topper goes forward. There's an aerial view of the starting stalls. There's Dashing Topper safely in place. Ragadan has gone in. Also in there with a white cap, that's Emirates Currency, black and white jacket. Next one to load is Valdini. That's Valdini there, blue and white stripes, grey sleeves, blue cap. Valdini in place. There's a view of Hoosman in stall number 20, wide berth, and watching Norton Thorpe Boy, light blue and white jacket, goes in. There's Norton Thorpe Boy, safely in place. So 1600 metres, the journey here, open looking race, big field. It's interesting, Scotland Yard in this field. So they can continue with the loading up procedure. Brock is in. This is number 9, Golden Line. Golden Line, grey, goes forward. Golden Line is in. No. Number 6, Karnas goes forward. That's Karnas in. And Scotland Yard has just slotted into place. So well through the loading up process. It looks like we're ready to go. Stand by for a start. Flags up. Horse and stall 1, Insurgents rears. And they're racing. So they're going over the 1600-meter journey, and one of the first ones to step away was Golden Line, the grey in the centre, right there to the inside. Another grey, that's Realm of Law, showing up brightly with Valdini, who's trying to dash towards the fence, and All In is not too far away. Scotland Yard about 5 deep, but racing prominently as they move on down the back. Ragadan is tracking the leaders further back to Norton Thorpe Boy, who's going along the outside. On the extreme outside, A.E. Houseman, and the leading bunch being followed in mid-division by Random Decision, leaving the back straight behind them as they head towards the turn. Moving on now is Rare Ninja, and right there up along the inside running rail, holding every chance, the grey, that's Karnas, as they approach the final turn. So as they approach the closing stages, Karnas is up along the inside, trying to get on terms and trying to slip the field at the top of the home run. Carmel Road. Carmel Road's gone about 3 lengths clear. Carmel Road the leader. Scotland Yard second place. Karnas back in third. And then Ragadan in 4th position. Down the outside is Golden Line, but it's Carmel Road in front. But now Scotland Yard is kicking in the turbos. Here comes Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard down the outside, trying to claim the lead from Carmel Road. Scotland Yard is in front. Scotland Yard are going to get a conviction here. Scotland Yard the winner. Second place, that is Carmel Road, and third, Ragadan. So it is Scotland Yard who goes on to win. And number 14, Scotland Yard. And Alex Marino takes the winning ride aboard Scotland Yard. Had to work today, had to work to get to Carmel Road to try to slip the field at the top of the straight, but Scotland Yard has got there. Number 14, Scotland Yard, the winner. Second place goes to a very worthy second, a good second, Carmel Road. Big run from Carmel Road. Ragadan number 8 in third, and they pulled a few lengths clear of Rosgar, who held on for 4th place in front of Brock. So 14 Scotland Yard, 1 minute 38.69. 1 minute 38.69 the winner's time. 14 Scotland Yard, the winner. Second, number 15, Carmel Road. Third, number 8, that was Ragadan. 2 lengths and 1.5 lengths the margins. 2 lengths and 1.5 lengths the margins. There's your numbers. 14 Scotland Yard, 15 Carmel Road, 8 Ragadan, and 12 Rosgar. Scotland Yard has got his man.
Thank you, Charlie. Congratulations to the Prince Saudi Samara bin Abdulaziz, Saudi Stable, Abu Hisham, all the team. MashaAllah, he did well today. He does 100%, but he's he's a champion horse. He do it. Thank you, buddy.
Well, I feel like Alex really needs to stop winning because I'm running out of questions for him. But that is his 14th win in 5 days. Super, super impressive. I don't think anybody is doubting Alex's ability to ride these winners. And he has won on this horse before in a local Group 1 in the King Faisal Cup back in January last season. And absolutely no bother to him this race. Carmel Road nearly gave him a run for his money under Camilo Ospina. However, Scotland Yard just managed to outstay him for that. So a really good result for Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz and the team as well. I know they work really, really hard, especially aiming their horses at these big races. So it'll be interesting to see what the plan is for this horse for the rest of the season when he has shown ability like this. And Scotland Yard is a 4-year-old colt by Quality Road out of Lizelle Harmony. And he looked really good in the parade ring as well. He just wasn't a standout for me. But that doesn't often mean too much because it's all about what they leave out on the track. And Alex Moreno, double on today. Again, you have to stop winning because I'm running out of questions to ask you.
I have to win more.
Well done. I mean, you won on this horse before in the Group 1 King Faisal Cup in January, so you know he's a good horse. You were confident coming into this?
Yeah, I was afraid he's have a long time here around. But actually today I think the horse of King Abdullah, he's a nice horse. But my horse today, he didn't well. He just a little bit heavy, but good to win, you know.
So you wouldn't even say he's at 100% fitness right now?
No, he's not 100% fitness. After the race, he will be great.
And were you worried about Camilo on your tail a little bit on Carmel Road behind you?
Well, he was so easy in the front, you know. He was making a good pace. So that's why I tried to catch him early.
And what were you thinking coming out of stall 14? Did you have any specific tactics?
No, you know, it depends how I break. If the horse break well, just keep in the pace, that's all.
Well, I hope I keep getting to talk to you today and maybe you'll win a few more races this afternoon as well.
I hope.
Well done, Alexi.
Thank you.
If it's actually him. Yes, a very, very impressive win for the horse that both Rory and I liked ourselves, Scotland Yard, who's done this in probably a little bit more of a tough condition than we would have thought before the race, because Carmel Road has run an absolute stormer on Saudi debut. I think we've seen two very nice horses, Rory. What did you make of that performance from just the visual aspect?
Yeah, he wasn't 100% on the day, but again, you just need to look at the time, 1:38.69, which is slower than he did when we saw him in the VT there, but it's still a very, very good time for this course and distance. He ran into what is clearly a very good horse in Carmel Road. We knew that from his US form anyway, but he's carried it here very much at the first time of asking, and he's got the winner off the bridle briefly at the home turn. And Scotland Yard had to then dig deep to get on top. The pair of them got a little bit tired in the last furlong. You see the others beginning to close them down a little bit late on, and that's a lack of match fitness from the pair of them late in the day. Had they been fully fit, they'd have pulled a bit further clear of the others, and so stopping the clock on 1:38.69 I thought was very, very encouraging for the pair of them going forward.
Look at Karnas on the rail there, the grey horse in those famous Saudi white and green colours, was always there just pestering on the inside of Carmel Road, which I thought made that horse's performance even more impressive, because he didn't get to dictate the way Camille would have wanted to dictate. Get to the rail, get to the front, and then stretch the field. He was always just about too wide coming around the bend. And at this point here, you started to think, oh, hello, is Scotland Yard under a little bit of pressure here? But he found plenty for pressure, and it's at this point where you know it's only a matter of time before Scotland Yard's going to come past and take the lead here. Yeah,
when I had to shake the reins at Scotland Yard in the first place, you just wondered what he might find. You expected him to cruise up in the first place, to be able to move past most of these horses into a challenging position. But he did have to be asked to go. But in fairness, once Alex did shake him up and ask him to get after the leader, he did it readily enough. It wasn't smooth as silk, but it was impressive. He showed a good attitude. He did everything his jockey asked him to do, and he stretched away in the end for quite an impressive win. He will do better. He will be fitter next time out. But so will Carmel Road. So it'll be interesting to see if the pair of them run into each other again.
Yeah, I think it'll be fascinating to see if they do clash again. I think it was also fascinating for Alex to get this ride. He had lost this ride previously, didn't ride this horse in the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Cup, I don't think, and didn't ride him in the Saudi Cup. He did ride him in the King Faisal Cup, which he won. Gets back on, huge pressure ride. He's posted about 4 wide on the turn. He's already needling away. It's a pressure position for him to be in, but he gets it done in the end, and I think that would have been a huge relief for him, a man riding at the top of his game right now.
Absolutely, yeah, you couldn't be riding with any more confidence at the moment. And that has transmitted itself to Scotland Yard, who's won this in good style. I wonder whether the hood will stay on him all the way through the season.
He had it on throughout last season.
He did, yeah. But you know, you speak to a lot of horsemen, and they say, you know, a hood is a very useful thing to have with a horse who's keen in the first place. But they feel that it loses its well, once a horse learns to settle, they say that the problem with the hood is that you want to get maximum response from a horse, and the thing about the hood is it's about sort of closing off that response to some degree. So it'll be interesting to see if at some stage they decide to take off the hood, because you wouldn't say he was a tall keen there, and he should have been, given how fresh he was.
Well, that is a horse that I'm sure a lot of you at home will be watching the replay of that victory on the Frusia website with the Jcsa run. Certainly a horse for the future, and one that we might see running in the Saudi Cup again at the beginning of next year. We move on to our next contest. It's race 3. It's the first of our Arabian races, and Darren Owen can take us through the runners and the riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, it's a handicap for the Arabian Breds, 1400 metres. Number 1 is Easter de Soleil and Camilo Espina. Number 2 is Jara Al Khaladir, and Alexis Marino takes the ride. Number 3, Kayad Alard. 4 is Mutahed Al Khaladir and Iyad Al Turisi. 5, Haydar. Hamza Saad takes the mount. Jalmod is number 6 and Tariq Al Mansour. 7 is Jazam Afbar and Mohammed Al Daham. 8 is Jad Kare and Victor Guterres. 9 Bab Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 10 is Fleur Sauvage and Noaf Al Madiani. 11 Salam Al Amjad. 12, Mania and Jimmy Carrion. 14, Al Hassas and Abdullah Al Credis. 15 is Mia Tab and Khaled Al Mimoni. 16, Shaikh Al Khaladir and the jockey there is Abdullah Al Saidi. 17, Hamdi Mohammed Al Hubail. And then we skip over the page. There are more. 18, Fahal Al Khaladir. 19 is Noor Al Fadal and Mohammed Al Sharama. 20 is Samara Al Lauda, and that one partnered by Abdullah Al Credis. And 21 is also in the lineup, Zayn Zaipirian and Sultan Al Mimoni aboard. 21 a runner. So open looking handicap for the Arabian Breds.
Thank you very much, Darren, and we see Easter de Soleil in the parade ring had a big chance here.
Yeah, we'll see him in action shortly, Easter de Soleil. He ran very well when third in a 0 to 75 handicap last time out. That came over a mile. Didn't quite see it out that day, and the drop in trip and in class off to seeing her go close here, I should say.
Jara Al Khaladir, number 2.
John Al-Khaldir, probably best when able to dominate, can down tools when he isn't able to boss proceedings. Ran very well when second in meeting 59. That would give him a chance. That was over course and distance. Been disappointing since, but hasn't been able to get to the front.
Kayad Alard is number 3.
Seems to have gone the wrong way since finishing second in a 0 to 90 over 2,000 at Taif in July last year. I've written 2002. That would be quite a long time ago, wouldn't it? And that's a big worry. Obviously, was more than capable of winning at this level, but recent efforts have been very poor indeed.
Mutahed Al Khaladir, number 4.
Again, similar sort of story. Mutahed Al Khaladir has been running a much better races than this, but the 7-year-old entire has been running badly for some time now, and even though he's dropping through the grades, he hasn't shown anything in his last 8 starts.
Haydar, number 5, a nice horse.
Yeah, won a 0 to 60 over course and distance 2 starts back. Obviously a weaker race than this. Struggled up in class next time out, but is an honest enough type and should be competitive.
Horse number 6 is Jalmod, another one who I'd be interested in here.
Yeah, he's definitely got chances. Jalmod was a winner of a 0 to 65 over 6 furlongs at meeting 59. Out of his depth in an open last time out. You can ignore that run, but dropping back in class here, that gives him a chance of being competitive, and he should be on the premises.
Jazem Atbar, horse number 7.
Yeah, I'm afraid his recent efforts make pretty dire reading. Jazem Afban doesn't look in love with things at the moment.
Mohamed Al-Daham on board, good rider though. Jade de Carré, number 8.
Jade de Carrera's, listen, she placed 4 times in Taif. Never really looked like winning. She's still not from 16, but she's effective at a range of trips. And she wasn't disgraced when 6th in a better race than this last time out, so she's got place chances as well.
Mbap is horse number 9.
Mbab was tailed off on his return from an absence earlier this month, and the 6-year-old mare is not easy to fancy on that evidence.
Fleur Sauvage is horse number 10.
She was very well beaten on her return from an absence last time out, and she might come back to form, but I think it's going to take her a couple of runs to find that out.
Salam Al Majid is horse number 11.
7 furlong open winner at Taif last year, but not a great deal of promise since. Been lightly raced, as if he's had an issue or two, but he needs to step up on his reappearance 8th to be competitive here.
I thought Munir was going to be quite smart when he finished 2nd in meeting 38. It's all gone wrong since.
Yeah, struggled to make an impact since that good run in Taif, and no upturn in fortunes in 3 runs since switching to Riyadh. So she's got plenty to prove at the moment.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye in this one?
Well, Callum, this is really difficult because this is a really competitive Arabian handicap we have on our hands here, and all the horses look really, really fit and well. It was a toss-up for me between 2 horses. I landed on the side of horse number 14, Al Hassas, a Qatari-bred 6-year-old grey colt, ridden by Abdullah Al-Kredis and trained by Abdullah Nasib. Now, they tend to have good sats when it comes to Arabian racing. Abdullah Al-Kredis was also one of the jockeys who won an Arabian race on Wednesday at Al Khalidia Farms Arabian Emirates Sprint Championship races. So he's hot in form at the moment, and I really, really like the look of this horse. It just looks really fit and ready to go. The horse that I was almost on the side of was horse number 1, Esther du Soleil, ridden by Camila Ospina, 3rd last time out. So she is also really fit. She's sporting cheek pieces and a tongue tie today. And just watching her go down to the start now. And, I might eat my words. This happened to me in 2 races yesterday, but I will stick with horse number 14. As for paddock negatives, I have none. All these horses look fantastic.
Thank you, Shamila, and that's just what we want to hear. Let's talk about Al Hassas, horse number 14. Shamila's paddock selection. What do you make of this horse's on-course performances?
I quite like Al Hassas. Was runner-up in a 6 furlong 0 to 65, 3 starts back, and a good 4th in a 0 to 75 over this course and distance on his penultimate start. Below form last time out, but that was at a mile, and I think dropping back in this trip will suit.
This is Easter Soleil here, finishing 3rd last time out. It's a good enough effort, but he bobs up and down on the 1 spot here and actually gets passed by the horse flashing home in the turquoise colours on the outside.
Yeah, she ran well to the bend here and then just couldn't find any more. In fairness, she does plug on gamely enough, and she gets the better of the horse she's in a battle with there on the rail, but gets caught for 2nd place close home. The drop to this trip should help on that evidence. It's not like she's full of pace, but she would have been in a handy position over this 7 furlong trip. And she's got a little bit of class about her in this field. She should give her running, and I'd certainly have her on my shortlist.
Yeah, number 15, Meyatab. This is what I'm quite interested in, dropping back in trip.
Only just beaten in a 0 to 65 over a mile last time out behind Haydar. You'd have thought the drop to 7 furlongs shouldn't be much of an issue on that run, and Meyatab, again, although having a lower rating than most of these, comes here in good form and pretty unexposed as well. Certainly in Saudi Arabia, despite the fact he's a 7-year-old, and he should give you a fair run for your money in a competitive race. Yeah,
Sheikh Al Khaladir, horse number 16.
Yeah, I mean, he's an 11-year-old now, Sheikh Al Khaladir, and was well beaten on his return from an absence last time out. I don't see him playing much of a part here.
Hamdi is number 17.
Qatari horse Hamdi didn't make much of an impact in Taif. He might find Riyadh more to his liking, but it's difficult to make a strong case for him.
Tahel Al-Khalidi is horse number 80, comes out 7.
Yeah, third 2 starts back, but that was in a not of 55, so a pretty weak handicap over a mile. And then was 5th of 6 in a course and distance not to 75 last time out, and that suggests that he's liable to struggle again.
Noor Al-Fadel.
Noor Al-Fadel wasn't entirely disgraced last time out, but only 1 from 16 in her career, and she's easy enough to oppose as a rule in these races.
Number 20, Samara Al-Wada.
She's still a maiden as well, not from me. She's had less chances, but her 2 runs here this season have been underwhelming, and she didn't really come forward for a reappearance, so she's got a bit to prove.
You just see her in the middle of the circle getting her tack adjusted. And finally, the reserve that sneaks in, Zayn Zyperian, a British horse who did well on these shores, on our shores, sorry.
Yes, as Zayn Zyperian was a multiple winner in the UK, winning at Lingfield.
He went to Chepstow as well.
Chepstow as well, yeah.
That's where he did his winning too.
Took a while, didn't really set the world alight in Taif, but has run better here, Zayn Zyperian. So off a lowly mark of 53 and sneaking in at the bottom there, he's hard to rule out.
Gets weight from a lot of these, doesn't he? So I think he'd have a chance here. Rory, who do you like? Are you sticking with the top one?
Do you know what? I'm with Shamila with Al Hassas.
Okay.
That my very short list. Listen, you can have a short list of 10 or 12 in this race if you wanted to, but my short list of 2 was the same as Shamila's short list of 2: Al Hassas and Easter de Soleil. And yeah, I'd rather have the one who's receiving weight here.
See, I went against both of you. I've gone for Jalmod. I think dropping back into this class after 2 runs in much tougher company. One of them being a 5th place effort, which I thought was quite a strong run. And
yep.
I think back at this level, he was a dominant performer. And Tariq Al Mansour, as Shamila's mentioned, is certainly a good jockey to have in the saddle over 1,400 metres. I find these races fascinating because the 1,200 metre Arabian races, you can kind of just go for the quickest horse you know.
Yeah.
1,400 metres doesn't always pan out the way. You often see something go off very quick and fall into the laps of everything else.
Yeah, they're always interesting races to watch. This is not a particularly strong quality contest, and not a 65 handicap when you consider what we've just seen and what's coming up. But there's a particular charm about these big field purebred Arabian handicaps that means they're unmissable as a general rule.
Yeah, so Jalmod comes out of 3. I call that a massive positive. Al Hassas comes out of 9. I think you're just about okay. In these Arabian races, you don't want to be out wide. That is one thing that I have seen. If you're out wide, you can find yourself sort of flapping at air.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit harder for not many of these have got blazing early speed, it has to be said, even those who race at 6 furlongs in comparison. And while we talk about the high-class thoroughbreds being able to move across quickly from a wide draw, it's harder to do that. It's harder to find that gap in pace between runners here, so a wide draw can be harder to overcome.
It's great to see so many people watching on YouTube. As per usual, our regulars are still kicking in, and it's great to see you here watching the purebred Arabian action. Stick with us, we do get some top quality thoroughbred action later on in the card too, and we've got quite a nice Arabian race later on as well. It's a 0 to 85 contest, which looks very strong on paper with a couple of good horses in there too.
I think it might be not 100, mightn't it?
Oh, could be even higher. There you go. So it's an exciting contest to look forward to.
Yeah.
And Darren Owen will take us through this contest here.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, so this is a handicap for the purebred Arabians going into the starting stalls, 1,400 metres, the trip, 3rd race on today's card. Good open race, good wide open heat. Most of them are in now. Number 10, this is Fleur Sauvage. Fleur Sauvage going forward. Number 21 is Zayn Zyperian. Also had that UK form. And Jalmod has just loaded. One more out of line, I reckon, and that is Tahel Al-Khalidi. So all in, 1,400 flags up, ready to go, and they're off for this Arabian bred handicap. And one of the first ones away was Jcsa, showing up prominently to the outside. Up along the inside is Jalmod. And widest of all, as they go on down the far side, is Jara Al-Khalidia. And it is Jara Al-Khalidia, that's the grey and the red jacket. Green colours to the inside is Jalmod. They're the leading two. They're being followed on down the far side of the track by Mutahad Al-Khalidia. And in the mix there in the yellow and blue is Jcsa. On the wide outside, Mania is stepping forward, wants a slice of the pie. Just in behind the leaders then comes Sharik Al-Khalidia, who's on the inside running rail ahead of Kaid Alard. And they're now making the approach to the final bend, and it is Jara Al-Khalidia, the leader, chased by Jalmod in second place. They prepare to turn the corner. These are being followed by Mutahed Al-Khalidia, who's now coming through to try and take second position at the top of the straight. They are several lengths on then from Al-Hassas, who's trying to run on down the outside as they head down towards the final 200 yards. Oh, this man can walk on water. Alexis Moreno, Jara Al-Khalidia is about 5 lengths clear, and they are now going to play for places as they head towards the finish. It is the Jara Al-Khalidia in front, home and hose. Will win on second to be confirmed, but Jara Al-Khalidia has won in grand style. One of those running on down the outside was Al-Hassas, but it is Jara Al-Khalidia who's won. Alexis Moreno, 3 winners on the day. Take a bow. The man can walk on water. Jazem Al-Far may have been the one that took second place ultimately. So, Jara Al-Khalidia goes on to win. Wins in a time of 1 minute 36.17. 1 minute 36.17. The time of the winner there, Jara Al-Khalidia. Second, number 2, Jazem Athbar. Sorry, number 7, Jazem Athbar. That was in second place, the 7 horse. Third was number 4, Mutahed Al-Khalidia, who was always handy, and Al-Hassas, number 14, occupied 4th place in the end. 2, Jara Al-Khalidia. 7, Jazem Athbar. 4, Mutahed Al-Khalidia. 14, Al-Hassas. 1 minute 36.17. 1 minute 36.17. 3 lengths and 2 3/4 lengths. 3 lengths and 2 3/4 lengths. The margins. This man, he can do anything.
Alexis Moreno. Alex, hat trick so far. How is it today?
The last one with him, you will come second, yeah?
Well, the last time, yeah, I think he came second with me. Today he was pretty good. He's doing well. Yeah, outside, inside, he's well, you know. I just want to congratulate Muhammad Al-Haider, stable. Well done to everyone. Thank you, buddy.
Well, I wish Alex Moreno would give somebody else a chance, because this is just ridiculous now. 15 winners in 5 days. Hat-trick on today. I mean, it's just unheard of. I mean, he is flying, and he said yesterday that he wasn't sure that the Jockeys Championship was even in reach because everybody was so far ahead of him. But you know what? I think he is in for a chance, definitely, if he keeps riding the way that he does. When this horse was flying down the straight, I could hardly believe it was Alex again. I mean, what is his secret? He just keeps on winning. Really impressive on this 6-year-old grey gelding as well, Jara Al-Khalidia. Well, Alex, you're going to have to speak for me now. I mean, what is going on? That is 15 winners in 5 days. Explain it. Say something.
Just amazing, you know. Yeah, thanks, God. All right.
And why do you think you're riding all these winners? Are you riding more confidently, do you think?
Yeah, like today, yeah, you know, I was confident. There is no horse with him today. He was doing pretty good. And today, yes, he was just easy.
And you've ridden this horse a few times before. What was different today?
Well, the horses, and you know, he's in a good shape now. This is different, and I ride well.
I don't have any more questions for you because I'm running. I told you the last race I'm running out of questions. When you were going down the straight, I was like, not Alex again. Oh my God.
yeah. What I can say.
And so the third race of the day, 3 consecutive wins. Who else this weekend are you most looking forward to riding?
Until now, well, nobody. But I hope Mr. Trink can race. I hope he can do his choice.
And I asked you this yesterday, and you said the Jockeys Championship was out of reach. But I mean, if you keep riding like this every day, you could catch them.
Well, I hope so. You may make more confidence now.
Well done, Alex, again.
Thank you.
Yes, that is a man on fire right now. And yes, I think Jara Al-Khalidi has taken advantage of being dropped significantly back in class. If you can take the time to watch some of his old videos from his last good effort, he runs exactly the same race he does here. You can see he's got his nose in the sky, he runs quite keenly, and Alex is just able to settle him right on the outside of Jalmood, who cut out the early running.
Yeah, this as you said beforehand, and looking at this race in the first place, below form his last 2 starts when he couldn't get near the lead.
Yeah.
He just drops it.
Yeah,
if he can't get. When he's able to dominate, he runs really well. So his form figures are around 11, 12, 2, 13, 13, 1.
Yeah.
He doesn't win that often, but he's got more than enough ability to win a race like this. He just needs to get himself into space early on. Doesn't have to get straight to the lead, as you see here, but he's fine here because there's nothing crowding him in behind, and he just waits until Jalmod does his running, coming out of the bend and strides on for home. But yeah, he's not an easy ride, as you can see, but Alex Moreno is the perfect partner for pretty much any horse at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, Tariq Al-Mansour on Jalmod here, you can just see he's trying to hold on to the rail. He's desperate to try and keep the rail until the straight, but he just can't. And it's at this point where Jara Al-Khalidi can get that rail run and sort of set sail for home, and it's everything else playing catch me if you can. Although Jazem Akbar did try his best, came flying home late.
Yes, Jazem Akbar has run an awful lot better than he has recently. He's got a fair bit of ability, the runner-up, but he hadn't been showing it recently. This is the first time he's finished in the first 9 in his last 5 starts. So return to form for both the winner and the second there. And indeed, actually, it was Mutahed Al-Khalidi, wasn't it, who was third in the end. Another one who's been massively underperforming of late. Another one dropping in class and showing a lot more as a result.
We talk about dropping in class often. What's the difference between a 0 to 75 purebred Arabian race and a 0 to 65 purebred Arabian race? And don't just say 10 pounds.
It's about the quality of the group you're in. It's not just about individual horses. It's about the cohort you're in and how fast they can go in the early stages and how easy it is for you to get in your comfort zone. And a lot of horses, particularly those who want to be handy, who want to be able to dominate other rivals, when they're up in class, they just got. It's not necessarily the best horses who are pushing them in the early stages, but horses who are going forward in those races who give them trouble. That will then often see them underperform. When you drop them in class, and there are less horses who are able to do that to them, then they tend to relax a little bit more and show and give their running. And you tend to have. The lower down the grid you go, the weaker the pace of the race tends to be. You do have outliers, obviously, in that scenario, horses who can blaze early speed and knock it home.
Take an example of Haydar, who last time out was flashing home late and just scrambled home to beat, I think it was May Etab, horse number 15 last time out. Now, those 2 horses couldn't land a blow today. They were dominant in the race last time out, but you can just see the difference of stepping down in trip and up in class for these guys, and the other ones stepping down in trip and down in class.
Yeah, it's just a 0 to 60 with Haydar. You think 0 to 65 doesn't sound that different, but you've got look how many horses. Look how many horses here. You've got a dozen horses who would not qualify for a 0 to 60 handicap.
is the first 60 rated horse. He's horse number 14. So there's 13 horses that don't qualify for that level, and that's the difference, isn't it? Poor Haydar, although he was the last time out winner, couldn't get involved at all today.
Yeah, just a different cohort against.
Yeah, and also Alex is riding Mr. Trinket later on, who has got a very big chance. He was probably the most impressive winner whilst you and I were away. I've never seen a horse make up the ground he did and flash home and win so impressively. So Mr. Trinket stepping up in class, but he's got the man aboard to do the business. The man we have doing the business in the commentary box is Darren Owen, and he can give us the runners and riders for our next contest, race 4.
Thanks, Callum. Race 4 is over a mile, and it's a handicap for horses raced 0 to 75. Number 1 is Al-Ajwa and Mohammed Al-Daham. 2 is Al-Azama, Abdullah Al-Kredis. 3 is Sam Al-Muqtara, Mohammed Zaid. 4, Laith Al-Sara and Nawaf Al-Farouz. 5, Maroof. And this one is partnered by Azuz Alish. 6, Motabahira, and Motabahira partnered by Rayan Al Touray. 7 is Al Kadam and Khalid Al Mimoni. 8, Latin, Tariq Al Mansour. Just confirm 9 is a non-runner. 10, Art, and Art partnered by Yasser Al-Bakawi. 11, Al-Rifel and Fawas Wanas. 12 is Najmat Al-Shaib, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 13 is Al-Harbour, Wigberto Ramos. 14 is Hashim and Ricardo Ferreira. 15, Samak, Victor Gutierrez. 16, Raid Al-Sara, Adel Al-Faradi. 17 is Amtarat and Nawaf Al-Madani. 18, Sif Al-Fala Fahad Al-Faradi. 19, Sarajevo, Mohammed Al-Habib. And I think 21 might be running. That is 20 and 22 I'm hearing. So 21 and 22 are running, Mosakar and Amirat Al-Nafud, respectively.
Thank you very much, Darren. And yes, good to see more reserves getting in. I think it's a wonderful system that they have here in Saudi Arabia, where you often get full fields despite non-runners, but they do also have late scratchings in which the reserves won't get to compete. But good to see Mosaka and Amirat Al-Nafud both getting runs here today.
Indeed, and I wouldn't want to be ruling those out in this really competitive handicap. We just had one for the purebred Arabians, and now not a 75 for the thoroughbreds, and not an easy race to pick apart at all.
Do you want a fun fact about the word competitive?
Go on.
I can't stand it.
Really?
Cannot stand the use of the word competitive. Any race is competitive. It's a race.
Well, no, not...
All races are competitive. You have to compete to win.
No, I think that's just your misunderstanding of language, Callum. That's
one of the first things I was always taught by my producers. Our producer today will tell the same thing. Is that every single race is competitive. A two-runner race is still competitive.
Well, not a race where there is no competition between those horses just because it's a race. does not make it competitive. But anyway, this one is, so let's talk about it.
Al-Ajwa is number 1 actually, and that horse has got a serious chance.
Dropping in class, although interestingly appears on the race card as having a rating of 77, and I think that was for around a couple of starts back. He was a good 4th on debut for this stable in meeting 65, but he hasn't really been able to build on that. This is a quick return after finishing midfield on Saturday, but that was a tougher race than this, so his 2 of his last 3 runs have come in open company.
Al-Azma is horse number 2.
Was a 7 furlong maiden winner as a 2-year-old. Probably needed the run after coming back from a break on her last start, but again comes back from a break here and is liable to need this again.
Sam Al-Muqtara, number 3.
Off 9 months after joining this yard, and hasn't recovered his old form. He would have a very good chance on his old form, but since joining this yard, he has finished 13th and 14th this season. Not disgraced in Riyadh last year, but hasn't really come back from that absence with any kind of form.
Laith Al-Sara, number 4.
Has been kept busy this season. This will be his 10th or his 9th run of the season, rather. Came back to form when 3 1/4 lengths second to Momtina, and of course in distance not to 75 last time out. A repeat of that effort will see him go well. He finished finished off pretty strongly, and we'll get a chance to see him in the VT footage.
Maroof, number 5.
Finished third in a similar contest last November, but disappointed the next time. That was his final start in Riyadh last season. Off 11 months and needed the run on his return. Should do better, but he's a 10-year-old now, Maroof, and you just wonder whether he'll need a few runs to get back to his old form.
Mot Bahira is horse number 6.
She was beaten ahead in a non-winners of two starts back over the 1800 metres. Was behind Laytha Al-Sara when fourth to Momtina last time out. That's still a perfectly respectable run. She's held by Laytha Al-Sara, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see her run a big race as well.
Al-Qadram is horse number 7.
Was a winner of a 0 to 70 handicap in time, winning it by half a length back in meeting 40. Has been beaten 12 lengths or more though in 3 starts here lately, and it's difficult to see him being competitive at the moment.
Number 8 is Latin.
Latin ran well, went third over course and distance last time out. Splitting Laytha Al-Sara and Mot Bahira. Got place claims on that effort, but she's not the easiest to win with. She's gone quite a long time since her last win came in the Asir Cup back in 2021. Been placed plenty of times since then, but yeah, she's much more likely to be placed than she is to win races these days.
Tariq Al-Mansour back on board as well. He'll be claiming some weight there. Art is horse number 10, number 9 on runner.
Art was a 7-furlong maiden winner in Taif back in meeting 43, and probably needed the run after 2 months off when 10 1/4 lengths, 12th in a 6-furlong handicap last time out. The 6 furlongs would have been short enough. That was almost a run to get him fitter, and he should be more competitive today over a mile.
Al Rafael is horse number 11.
Did good late work when fourth to Ala Mai in a 7-furlong open last time out. You would have thought the step up and trip to a mile would suit. Came from a fair way back there. The worry with horses who are able to make that kind of late progress is they tend to find themselves in the same tricky position in every race, and they need luck in running to come through. But Al Rifle has caught the eye on a couple of occasions, finishing well from off the pace, including over this track and trip last season.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught her eye?
The horses are just leaving the parade ring after the jockeys have mounted for this competitive contest. I really like the look of horse number 2, Latin, ridden by our star apprentice jockey Tariq Al-Mansour. This horse was third last time out, the third the time before that, so it's been pretty consistent over the last few runs, and I think today is the day she should finally get a winner for trainer Fahad Mislat. A horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 4, Laytha Al-Sara, second last time out. So I think it could be between them. Latin jumps out of stall number 2, which could be handy for Tariq Al-Mansour over 1600 metres. As for paddock negatives, I'll go with horse number 1, Al Jawah, who is acting up tremendously here in the preliminary stages, giving his handlers a very, very tough time. So hopefully he doesn't boil over before he gets down to the start and jockey Mohammed Al-Daham gets a hold of him. But fingers crossed for our apprentice jockey Tariq Al-Mansour.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Latin is certainly going to have a very, very good chance in this contest, with Tariq claiming a little bit of weight off as well. Number 12, Najmat Al-Thaib, is an interesting runner, rated 73, second, only 2 starts to go. Let's have a look at Latin actually now in action. This is Shamila's eye catcher. Laytha Al-Sara's in this race, and you've also got a nice horse in Mot Bahira is also here as well, and the horse that goes on to win with the horse that finished third only yesterday.
Yeah, so this looks solid form, it has to be said. We're seeing the second, third and fourth all taking each other on again. Momtina was as you said, a good winner the other day, came late and fast to win. So that's form that looks really solid, and there's very little to choose between the trio really on revised terms. Laytha Al-Sara, Mot Bahira, as you said, and Latin. I would just fancy Laytha Al-Sara to come out on top again.
Al Rifle is the next horse we're going to have a look at, coming out wide and late here.
Yes, I don't think that is Al
right
Rifle.
Because he's coming right there on the outside without the noseband on.
Orangish colours.
Cap.
Yeah.
There he is.
And he finishes off well to grab 4th place. but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's
Al
quite the one we were looking for.
But as they circle down towards the start, we do know one thing about our rifle is he's run far more eye-catching races over the last few months as well, and he was certainly a better horse last season than he's shown so far this season.
Yeah, but the run last time out was certainly a step in the right direction for Al Rifle, and looking at it over the 7 furlongs, you would have thought that he would want to step up and trip to a mile. His overall record doesn't quite back that up, but a couple of times he's finished off really well, and he should be fully effective at this trip. Now, the way races are run over different trips tends to suit horses better. So you often see horses finishing well in a strongly run 7 furlong race, and then in a race over a mile, which isn't so strongly run early on, they can get lost in it. So that's the concern. If the race is run at the same sort of pace all the way through, you know, to put this another way, you're watching a 7 furlong race where they're racing to the post, and you say, with another furlong to go here, that horse would nearly win. But they don't always run the races that way, because they're running to the line. They're not running to a furlong beyond the line. So that's a slight concern with Al Rifle. But he has won. He's been competitive in this grade before, and if he has the race run to suit, he'll go very close. But as we've seen multiple times before, horses who finish well over the 7 furlongs aren't necessarily
it's
suited
plenty of times
by
already this week, hasn't it? Najmid Al Masayib is number 12. Al Haba is horse number 13. I think both of those have decent chances.
Yeah, we've mentioned Najmat Al Shaib, haven't we? Oh no, sorry, we're quite talking about beaten 6 1/4 lengths into second to Min Al Shakreen in a course and distance 0 to 75, 2 starts back. Ran 8th last time out, but that was over 6 furlongs. I think the drop back and trip didn't help that day, and Najmat Al Shaib should be competitive. Al Haber was third in that race behind Min Al Shakreen, 2 starts back. So there's not much to choose between the two. The pair of them disappointed on their next start. For Al Haber, he was 8th last time out, but that was in the municipality of Riyadh Government Cup, and I think that was a tough enough task for him.
Small field though, wasn't he? He was absolutely spanked.
He was, yes, but I mean he's just out of his class. Yeah.
Hasham and Samak are 14 and 15.
Yeah, Hasham is a course and distance winner going back, but was off a year before finishing 9th here and meeting 66, and then didn't come forward to that one. Well beaten last time out, beaten 12.5 lengths into 14th place. May find his form again, but it's always slightly dangerous to hope horses will show the 2-year-old form when they're that bit older. So Hashem's a watching brief for me.
Where are we now? Samak, yes.
I thought Samak was likely to need this after another absence. He's had 2 absences on his card now in the last 2 or 3 seasons, which suggests that he's struggled with his training, and he's starting out for a new yard as well. So that was a couple of big negatives for me.
Riyadh Al-Sarah
has had 6 runs for his current stable and hasn't finished closer than 5th in any of them. So although he's got back class, Riyadh Al-Sarah not easy to fancy at the moment.
And Tarat, number 17.
1 and 0 to 65, 1 mile handicap and tie for meeting 35. He's been below form, or she rather has been below that form since. But she's been running a good race. She was actually 7th of 20 in the Najran Region Government Cup last time out. That would be, again, a tough ask for her. But she beat most of the field fairly well, and she might be competitive here.
Any of those towards the bottom that you're interested in, including the 2 reserves?
Certainly not Safe Al-Fala. Sarajevo ran well enough in a maiden on Saturday, but this is tougher. Mosakar is 1 from 44, is hard to fancy. Amira Al Nafud, who's the last one to get in, was runner-up on her latest start, and she looks fairly handicapped off a mark of 70, so she's not out of it.
So, as they start the loading process, what is your selection in this one, Rory?
I think this is a really tough race, but I'm going to go with Laith Al Sara, who's got a good drawn stall 4.
Yeah, I think you are totally right on that one. I'm going to go with this reserve that snuck in, Amirat Al Nafud. I think I'm going to go for that horse. Rated 70, like you said, gets plenty of weight all round. And Shamila, like Latin, who you can certainly see running a big race back at this level now. So, Shamila likes Latin, number 8. Rory likes horse number... Where's your horse gone, Rory? I've lost
number 4.
Number 4, and I like horse number 22. Darren Owen, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yep, runners going in for this race, which is an open race. I think every time we use the word competitive, there needs to be a pound in the swear box. So runners there moving up into the starting stalls. Number 11, this is Al Rifle about to go in. Al Rifle going in. Number 6 is Mota Bahira. That's the grey on the far side. Close up there of Hashim. 13 in the orange colours is Al Haba. So 1,600 metres, the mile in front of them for this handicap. And Maruf, there the grey and the green and white. Blindfolded. And has an outside draw. That's Maruf. And they're off. Racing over the mile. Mota Bahira might have just ducked a little bit as the gates open, pitched a little bit as they came out of the starting stalls. Al Kadram is well to the fore, and as they split the line, Laith Al Sara is showing up prominently, has a nice bright beginning going down the far side, and also up with the leaders is Mosaka, who's up along the near side, with Latin, who came out of stall number 2, hard up against the fence as they go on down the far side of the track, reading out to Sarajevo, who's towards the outside, yellow and blue jacket. Moving towards the end of the back in mid-division is Raed Al Sara, and up along the inside running rail is Hashem, who came out of stall number 1, leaving the back straight behind them. The one going the shortest way is Latin. It is Latin and Mosakar, with right there Al Kadram, who's currently posted 3 wide and approaching the final bend. On the wide outside, here comes Sif Al Fala with a run. That one in the yellow and blue now coming about 5 wide. Leaders are being chased by Najmat Al Sheeb, and down the straight they come, and it is Sif Al Fala who's now putting it to Mosakar. Those two trying to kick on. Back in third is Al Kadram. Down the outside is Mota Bahira, the grey, trying to run on, and it is Sif Al Fala dueling with Mosakar, and trying to pick up the pieces is Mota Bahira, who's coming there on the wide outside. It is Mosakar and Mota Bahira down the outside. Mosakar, Mota Bahira is trying to get there. Mosakar beats Mota Bahira, and back in third was Sif Al Fala, and they kicked away from the others. Laith Al Sarah was one of those staying on. So 21, a reserve has won. Mosakar has gone on to win. Mota Bahira, number 6, really threw the gauntlet down in the closing stages, but it has gone to 21. Mosakar. Second was number 6, Mota Bahira. They had a great run. Behind them, Sif Al Fala, number 18, never too far away, only beaten about a length and a quarter, length and a half in the end in third place. They were a few lengths clear of the others. Looks as though Laith Al Sara, number 4, got 4th position. So 21, Mosakar wins, 6, Mota Bahira second, 18, Sif Al Fala third, and 4, Laith Al Sara in 4th place. 1 minute 40.54, 1 minute 40.54, a neck and 1 1/4 lengths, a neck and 1 1/4 lengths the margins. This race has gone to a reserve. Good race, 3 horses there pulling a few lengths clear, and Mosakar has held on from a very determined effort. We can see the aerial shot now of Mota Bahira throwing down that big effort, but Mosakar, number 21, has done enough to win.
عليك يا شباب. خلك قدام بوندر عشان تطلع بالشمس. بوندر. بوندر. يلا هنا. يلا بوندر قدام عريضة. بوندر.
A very big win for jockey Rakan Al Ubaid, who's one of the bright young things here in Saudi Arabia. A jockey I'm very keen to keep an eye on. I noticed he's gone with the top knot hairstyle today rather than the perm that I was very against only a few weeks ago. He did have a mean fade for a while we were in Taif, but he seems to be changing his haircut quite often. Big fan of Rakan, and he's done well to give Mosaka his second win in 45 starts.
Yeah, he's got ability, Mosaka, but he doesn't always want to show it. Came here with form figures 8-7, 8-10. And yeah, I don't mind a horse with those sort of form figures. It's when I see one who's won a maiden race and has then lost 43 others. That's always a big worry to me. But in fairness to him, he's proved more genuine than the runner-up on the day. Mopahira looked like she was going to get there for a long way, but I don't think she battled when she got alongside. And Rakan Al Ubaid kept Mosakar going to get a rare and precious win for him. Yeah, both reserves actually were fairly up there at the top of the straight. Mosakar eventually went to win the race. Amira Al Nafood was up there for a while and faded late on. Your selection, Rory, Leisa Sara, ran a big race to finish fourth, and Shamila's selection, Latin, we couldn't see that horse at all throughout because right at the bottom of your screen there, never really got involved. Yeah, Latin's not one you expect to see winning races, but she's got more than enough ability to get involved. She's been placed an awful lot. But as I said, she won a cup race 3 years ago and hasn't won since, which tells you plenty about Latin. But I don't really expect her to run quite this badly. But yeah, the bonus here for Mosakar, getting into the race was a massive plus in the first place. But getting into the race from stall 3 when Taj Al Arous came out was really beneficial because he was able to be ridden prominently and get through on the inside and get a good position there. And in fairness, he forced his jockey to work most of the way around, had to ride him to get into position, had to ride him to keep his position. Looked like it was a sitting duck off the bend.
Nicked a couple of lengths there off the eventual second, haven't he, at this point? And that might have been what the vital point. Yeah, he looked not that much like winning a long way through. Saif Al Fala looked more likely to win off the bend. Another one who, with a poor strike rate, 1 from 30. He starts drifting.
But he actually battles back Mosakar to get past that rival, Saif Al Fala. And then the final challenge, when the pair of them have softened each other up in front, looks like it's bound to come off for the less exposed Mopahira. But fair play. If you didn't know anything about Mosakar, you'd say, well, he's certainly genuine. But his career record
he says otherwise,
is slightly at odds with that.
Yes, no, he's done the business there. He's got the cheek pieces and the noseband on, all the help, and it's worked out today. I was very disappointed by the run from Latin there. We also see quite a slow start from Raid Al Sara as well, who sort of missed the kick early on but got back into rhythm early. Were there any other things that you spotted?
Al Rifle actually got away pretty well here and wasn't that far off them, but it's just a different kind of race. And for me, Al Rifle is one of those horses that always catches the eye in a race where the pace collapses late on and he can make late ground. Those horses always do tend to catch your eye, but in order for them to make that ground, they've had to have given the ground up at some stage as well. And although Al Rifle was handy here under Fawaz Wanas, it didn't really look like he wanted to get involved mid-race when a move would have been beneficial. and has run below form as a result.
Yeah, Al-Ajwar as well, another horse who's run quite below form. But it's interesting to see that form line with Mot Barra still sticking quite strong, because you saw you had Leitha Sara in behind in fourth, and that form was boosted yesterday. So at least like we've seen all the way through the last couple of days here in Riyadh, that the form does tend to be working out on the track.
Yes. And that race that Momtina worked, as we won last time out, has worked out well. Momtina did, in fairness, in winning last time, did get the race set up perfectly.
Yeah.
And that's, again, when you're looking at these reasonably closely matched horses in handicaps like this, it's often about whether the race sets up for you or not. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong in a race that can basically put a horse off its stride, either mentally or physically. And sometimes everything just works out perfectly. This horse managed to get himself to the front. When he was passed by a horse who didn't have either the stamina or the courage to go through with this effort. And then he was able to withhold the final challenge as well.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with a special guest.
Well, much like yesterday with the commemorations from the Jockey Club, today we are commemorating Fayhan Al-Mindil, who is a owner here who has reached 400 winners, and his son Naif Al-Mindil is kindly collecting the saddlecloth for him with his son there. They already had a winner today. They are very, very well known in their striking green silks with the red epaulets. And they even have Sunset Flash running tomorrow. So, I mean, it's great that the Jockey Club can do this, and they're commemorating people's big achievements like this. This is 400 winners for him as an owner, and many, many more to come. We're going to throw back to Darren Owen now for the fifth race of the day to take us through the runners and riders.
Thanks, Shamila. Yes, great scenes there in the winner's circle. Race 5 coming up. It's over a mile, 1,600 metres, 2-year-olds in action. Let's have a look at the field for the fifth. Number 1 is Janai Mohammed Al-Nefsi. Number 2 is Mota Basila, Camilo Ospina. 3, Darnat Basma and Roberto Ramos. Number 4 is Zahet Najd and Naif Al-Nazi. 5, Durat Al-Ayam, Mohammed Suleiman. 6, Fiber, Thurb Al-Timiyat. 7 is Sapata Hom, Nawef Al-Mudiani. 8, Al-Hamid Wa Al-Shuka and Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 9 is Storm Wing. 10, Faisal Al-Saad, Mohammed Saeed. 11, Knight Maldi and Tariq Al-Mansour. 12, Red Morgan, Jimmy Carrion. 13, Kamar Asood, partnered by Faras Al-Sunaitan. 14 is Karaha and Sultan Al-Mamoni. 15 remember. 16, Afdal Jawab, Abdullah Al-Credis. 17 is Taranim Alayez, Abdullah Al-Farouz. 18, Eklas and Victor Gutierrez. 19, Harbour Adel Al-Faradi. 20, Tours Mohammed Al-Habib. And number 21 is also in the field. That is Galdaran, and Mohammed Al-Daham is aboard. So reserve 21 is in the lineup. 2-year-olds here going 1,600 metres.
Thank you, Darren. And yes, 2-year-olds doing the business here. Tough race, but Janae is horse number 1.
Yes, Janae was third, beaten 4 3/4 lengths by Satay Alanea at early in the season here, meeting 56. But faded very tamely over 7 furlongs last time out. I don't think it was trip related, really backed out of that quickly, but up further in trip here, and it's got a bit of a question to answer on the back of that.
Mota Basila would have a chance.
Yeah, I like Mota Basila here. Caught an absolute charger when 12.5 lengths second to Ayat Al Mohammedia over 7 furlongs last time out. Obviously, that looked slightly questionable form at the time, because we've seen a fair bit of Ayat Al Mohammedia in Taif. But she proved that was a massively, we knew it was improved effort based on the clock anyway, but she backed that up in winning an auction race here last time out as well. And I think Mota Basila probably hasn't got full credit for finishing second to that massively improved performer.
Darnat Basma is horse number 3.
Finished 5th last time out, beaten 14.5 lengths behind Zahala Town in a course and distance maiden last time out, and a fair bit more needed to be winning in this company.
The Ayat Najd is horse number 4 making debut.
A newcomer, half-sister to no less a horse than Mobtina.
No,
Interestingly, who's obviously a recent dual recent course and distance winner. Good jockey boot in Naif Al-Anazi as well, so quite an interesting newcomer.
Dorat Al-Yam is horse number 5.
You see that she finished 7th on debut. Thought, well, it must be a little bit of ability. Unfortunately, that was a 7-runner race, and she was beaten 70 and more lengths.
Yeah, Fiber's an interesting one. Ugly little horse, but actually tough as nails.
Yeah, really consistent sort, Fiber. Fully exposed after 12 runs, but has placed claims here on the pick of his form. I say the pick of his form. He pretty much always gives his running. He's been there or thereabouts in the money on 4 of his last 5 starts.
Masaba Tayom is horse number 7.
16th and 18th in 2 starts early in the Riyadh season, and very, very hard to fancy on that evidence.
Alamd Wa Al Sukur is horse number 8 making debut. Khalid Al Mamoni in the saddle. That's a positive booking.
Positive booking. Dam ran 26 times here, just won the 1 race. She has produced a couple of runners to date, but they were modest maidens, so not a particularly interesting pedigree. But as you said, Khalid Al Mamoni, not a bad jockey booking.
Storm Wing, number 9.
14th on debut. That was very recent. That was only last week. And I don't see him producing the improvement needed.
Faisal Al Saad is horse number 10.
Has shown ability, but no closer than 6th in 4 runs to date, and comes back off a break, having last run on the final day of the Taif season.
Knight Maldi is horse number 11.
12th on Racecourse Bow recently, and again, he may do better, but this is a quick turnaround, and I don't see him improving that much in such a short space of time. That's not easy to say.
You got it, though. You got it. Red Morgan, number 12, a horse that looks like came 9th on debut. That's a positive, surely.
Yeah, Red Morgan showed pretty much nothing when 9th of 10 on debut over 6 furlongs.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye?
Thank you very much, Callum. I didn't have a great deal of time to look at these horses going around the parade ring before they were asked to go out onto the track. However, the one that caught my eye initially throughout the entire parade ring process was a debutante, no less, horse number 4, Zahayat Najd, ridden by Naif Al-Anazi. Not a bad jockey to have on board first time out. Naif definitely knows what he's doing. A 2-year-old filly by Flashy Bull. So fingers crossed for her. She looks really nice, and she's one of the bigger horses in this contest as well. So I really like the look of her. I also really like the look of horse number 2 for Camila Ospina, second in her last 2 starts. Really nice big chestnut filly there. And this is the first time I think that I have more paddock negatives than paddock positives to report back to you. Horses number 14, 7 and 2 were all on their toes, acting very juvenile. However, they are 2-year-olds. Some of them their first time out, so we can't help that against them too much, but getting very, very hot behind the saddle. And horse number 8 as well, carrying a little bit too much condition, so he should probably come on from the run after that. But I have my fingers crossed for Naif Al-Anazi on horse number 4.
Thank you, Shamila, and great to see there's a debutant that you're keeping your eye on. This is Mota Basila, one of the ones who have a big chance here. We'll have a chance to see this horse in action in no time at all. And going down to the post, Rory, plenty of positives there.
Yeah, looking well, Mota Basila, and we're getting to see her in action now. She is no match for the winner on this occasion, but as we said, although Ayat Al Mohammedia was producing this run from somewhat out of the blue, it was fully backed up by the clock on the day, and she went on to win a valuable race next time out as well. So no shame in finishing second on this occasion, Mota Basila. She steps up slightly in trip here. I thought that would probably suit her as well. And I thought, even though she's only rated 67, I thought she's probably the one to beat here, but it's clearly quite an open contest.
Yeah, there's a couple more further down. Has anyone caught your eye from those in the bottom half of this field from 13 onwards? You got a newcomer there in Kara, doesn't particularly catch the eye. Aftal Jawab isn't really impressing. Going the wrong way, isn't he?
Taranim Alaez was second on debut. That came in a weak early season. Taif Maiden was beaten almost 17 lengths next time. Eklas was well beaten in 14th on his debut at Taif, and it's hard to fancy. Haber has shown a little bit, has a rating of 70, so yeah, definitely worth mentioning. His best effort came when 8-length fourth to Zain Al Zain in a mile maiden at Taif. We thought that was a good race at the time, but it didn't work out.
Although Zain Al Zain had issues in her next start. She got absolutely walloped at the start. I think she injured herself. She hasn't been seen since. So I think there might have been excuses for her poor run but none of the back form has worked out.
Nothing else in the race has even been placed since. So that's a little bit of a worry. And Haber was only 6th. Next time out, so I think that race might have been rated through Zain Al Zain.
Del Alfaredi, though, in the saddle, he'll be looking to get in amongst the winners after seeing.
He will, but again,
his advantage in second. It looks like it's very dangerous with Alex Moreno in such good form.
Well, the handicapper certainly gives Haber a chance, and I think the key is whether he's suited by Riyadh or not. 3 runs in time so far showed certainly above average ability in finishing 4th. Not quite enough to be winning a good maiden. But it may well be that Riyadh suits him a little better. He can take his form up.
Well, we've got plenty of action in the YouTube chat. David getting in touch, asking about Rakan Al Obeid, asking whether he's a Saudi rider. Yes, he has been based in Saudi throughout the Taif season and the Riyadh season. I think he spent his entire career here. He's a very, very good young jockey and someone to keep an eye on. And Jose Martinez is back, saying good morning, gentlemen, from the USA. He's got his morning coffee with him and he's watching the action with us from live in Saudi Arabia. David's also got a selection in this one. He's going for Knight Maldi. He said for a bit of a shock, horse number 11. So best of luck with that one, David. In regards to our selections, Rory, I'm presuming we're both going to team up with Mota Basila here.
Yeah, I thought Mota Basila was the one to be with. Again, it's worth pointing out that she's, with a rating of 67, she's vulnerable to something that might improve a chunk, but I think she's the one with the most attractive profile that I've seen.
She could be vulnerable to a horse like Zayat Najd, who is Shamila's paddock pick. Debut with Naif Al-Anazi on board. I imagine that horse who's got good breeding.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying enough attention to realise that was the one newcomer who really caught the eye, being a half-sister to Momtina, and we saw Momtina's form working out in the last race.
So I think that's a very good spot from Shamila as well. Clearly, the looks on the flesh are matching the pedigree on the page. So just to go through those selections one more time for everybody, David likes horse number 11. He's saying it's raining here, which is very sad for you, David, because it's resplendent sunshine here, although the sun is just setting. Shamila likes Zayat Najd, or horse number 4, and myself and Rory are teaming up with Mota Basila. We've teamed up successfully twice before already today, Rory. I think it's about time we did it again and got ourselves another winner, isn't it?
Well, let's see if we can, yes. Trying to think inside the box rather than outside the box for a change.
Yeah, well, sometimes in a race like this, where it looks not to be the strongest maiden contest we'll see in our time here in Saudi Arabia, I just think this looks like an ideal opportunity for this horse, Mota Basila, to get her head in front. It
does look that way. Again, you know, you have to point out that when you're looking at horses who appear to have strong chances in the rate at 67, there tends to be a reason for that. My thinking there is the handicapper is slightly underrated that form. When you're beating 12.5 lengths, you can't get a big rating. But that winner
look where Al-Mohammadeh has done since.
Yeah, she was probably underrated for that because she had a degree of form in Taif, which made her look consistent at a lower level, but she took a big step forward and she's backed it up since. And that would be in comparison to Harbour, who's horse number 19, who we've seen in Taif, but could again take a big step forward now we've got to Riyadh. Yeah, I mean, not a massively dissimilar profile, and I don't want to, I mean, with a little bit of talk early season here, oh, well, the Riyadh races are much tougher than the Taif races. It's just a different surface. It's a different configuration of track, and some horses are suited by it and some aren't. It's not a case of Taif horses aren't as good as Riyadh horses. That's far too simplistic. Absolutely, but the loading process has begun. So to go through selections one more time, David has gone for number 11, Knight Melody. Shamila has gone for Zayat Najd, horse number 4, and Rory and myself have gone for Mota Basila, horse number 2. Darren Owen, it's a good little race, this.
Good race coming up for 2-year-olds. Always fascinating stuff to see 2-year-olds. We had a good 2-year-old race here yesterday. Runners then going into the stalls at the mile start, 1,600 metres for the Saudi-bred juveniles. This is number 8. Looks well in its coat there. Al-Hamad wa Al-Shuka. Black and white colours for far side there of Red Morgan going in. Tours just backs away. Number 4 is Zayat Najd. White with the blue crossbills there, Faisal Al-Saad. Blue with the white stars, Kamar Asood going in. So, yeah, it's the Riyadh racing season well underway. And a really good competitive afternoon's action into the evening with group races to come. I think number 2, Mota Basila, possibly the last one to go in. Taranim Alays might be out of line as well, far side. So that's it. I think we're about set for the 2-year-olds. All in. And they're off. So they're racing. Taranim Alays and Eklas had a bit of a coming together from the wide outside. Meanwhile, up along the inside and going forward in the early strides is Janae, and right there down the centre of the course is Night Maldi, who's taking a prominent role. Leaders are being followed by Afdal Jawab. Tours is on the extreme outside. Eklas in the green and white colours is not too far away. Leaders being hunted up by Mota Basila, who's a couple of lengths down. So they continue their work down the far side of the track, and now moving into the lead is Zahed Najd. So it is Zahed Najd going on by 2 lengths, being followed by Janae in second place. On the outside, Tours, that one racing widest of all with Eklas for company. Mota Basila is in the mix. Kamar Asood in the blue colours is also stepping forward. These are being followed by Darnat Basma, who's just in behind them. Further back to Harbour, who's trying to get on terms as they head now towards the last turn, and Mota Basila is the one to catch. Mota Basila by about 1.5 lengths. The one giving chase there in second is Kamar Asood. In third place down the outside, Darnat Basma. Here comes Tours to the outer. Taranim Alays is also making ground. Mota Basila is the one to catch. Mota Basila by around about 3 lengths, being followed by Darnat Basma. On the wide outside, Tareen Alayaz is making ground. Fibers also running on at the business end. Mota Basila by a few lengths. Mota Basila from Taranim Alays in second place. Close for third. Darnat Basma in company there up along the inside with one who was staying on down the outside, Fiber. So it is Mota Basila who goes on to win. Number 2, Mota Basila, Camilo Ospina, kicked off the final turn and put them to the sword and has won really nicely in the end. That is Mota Basila, number 2 on the card. A first win for Mota Basila. With 17, Taranim Alays in second place. Looks as though Darnat Basma in third, number 3, ahead of Fiber. That was number 6 in fourth place. 2, 17, 3 and 6. 1 minute 42.99, 1 minute 42.99. Distances of 1 length and 3/4 of a length. 1 length and 3/4 of a length. Just after the line, I noticed Camilo Espina, when he's pulling up, was ironless. His feet were out of the irons. I'm not sure if he lost them before the line, but it's certainly after the line. He didn't seem to lose them before the line, did he? Mota Basila has won. Number 2, kicked away off the final bend. That is a first career success for this horse, Mota Basila, number 2 on the card.
Camilo Subina. Camilo, congrats. Finally he won.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ali. Thanks, guys, you know. Thanks to the Filmi Tabinadula, Talal Musharai, and the whole team, the Kinadula stable. Yeah, thanks, guys. She's finished in the place, the last races. Today she is coming very good, mile. Yeah, and the last yeah. No, you know, she's ready to win. Thanks, guys. She has very good race. No, because, you know, the saddle is going in front, and then I had to. Thank you very much.
First winner on the board today for Camilo Ospina in race number 5. Mota Basila finally breaks her maiden 4th run in. Came close her last 2 starts. Second last time out over 1,400 meters. The time before that over 1,200 meters. So 1,600 meters was just the absolute sweet spot for Mota Basila and Camilo Ospina. She is a beautiful 2-year-old chestnut filly by the one and only Premium Tap. She was a little bit on her toes in the parade ring, but she could grow out of that. And she looks like she has more growing to do as well in herself. So will be good to see what Camilo Ospina thinks of that. Congratulations, Camilo. You've ridden this filly her last 3 starts, and 1,600 meters just seems the right distance for her.
Yeah, I know. Today he's good race for her. Yeah, she has speed. And one horse, he went in front. I catch in a little bit, and the saddle he's going in front. You know, I don't have a good balance in the field. You know, I try to save in the race until wire, and thank God she keep it going until.
And when did it slip? What part of the race?
Yeah, no. After the race, you know, I had to lose my stribble, you know, because it's difficult to stop up. Thank God she won.
Do you think she could have won further if your saddle stayed in the same place?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think maybe better.
And tell me a little bit about this filly, how you've seen her grow from the start of the season.
We'll see, you know. I just ride the horse and I'm waiting for the decision, the print meet. He has the last decision about the horse, and thanks God he won, and we'll see in the future.
And tell me, you have a horse later on today, Kaflahom. It's a tough race, but what do you think his chances are?
Yeah, it's a beautiful race, you know. There are the 2 years old, the best 2 years old in that race. My horse is very good. He's doing very good. I hope he ran well, you know.
Well done, Camilo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, a very exciting race to look forward to. The first of our 2 Group 3s, where Kaflahom takes on a host of very talented 2-year-olds. But Camilo has warmed up for that with a win here aboard Mota Basila. And let's be honest, it's not going to be the strongest race we'll ever see all day. But this is great for Mota Basila. This was her opportunity to get her head in front. She's now a winning 2-year-old, which will boost her residual value. And I think she's done it well enough, especially considering the saddle is halfway up her neck across the line.
Yeah, I don't think it made a massive difference to her in the race. And she's sought out pluckily, but the chasing group are in a bit of a heap immediately behind her, and the form is not worth an awful lot, with a time of 1:42.99, suggesting that she hasn't really improved an awful lot to win that race. No. But yeah, she deserves that. She's run well in her first 2 starts. She's clearly slightly limited, but she's up against horses of her own ability there, and she showed a good attitude to get the job done. She was always handy here. As you see on the replay, she's sitting in about 3rd place, 2 off the rail, and Camilo just pulls her into space there, knowing that the pair in front of him are unlikely to carry him fully into the race.
Look at the size of that debutant underneath there. Front. Just an absolute beast, full of a horse that will certainly grow into herself.
Yeah, maybe slightly too big. Maybe Zahed Najd, and she's dropped out rapidly from the turn. Didn't really handle the bends well at all, but clearly has scope to do better physically, and has got that good pedigree. The same colouring as her half sister as well. So this doesn't look particularly promising on paper from her, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see her leave the form behind in due course. She's going to need time to strengthen up. But as she's dropping out of the picture, Camilo's taking control here. But as you can see, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 horses within 4 or 5 lengths of him, trying to chase him down through the final furlong. Although none of them can ever quite get on terms, it does give you an idea of how modest the form is overall. So credit to the winner for getting the job done, credit for Camilo for a good ride under slightly difficult circumstances, but I don't see this race throwing up too many winners.
Yeah, I thought Taranee Malay's bounce back to form with a good run here, especially off a very long absence. That was a decent enough effort. Hadn't been seen since meeting 17, showed some modicum of ability back in meeting 5 with a second placed effort. This is a big step up. This is probably a career best effort and a horse that clearly enjoys coming to Riyadh. You see Fiver there, it's a little tiny pony-like thing. Fiver always running his best race, but he's just not particularly good enough to win here. Already gelded as a 2-year-old, and just, for me, it's just much of a muchness, and we'll probably find his best form in handicaps, big field handicaps.
Yeah, and again, the problem with Fiver, of course, is he lacks the physical scope to go on next year as well.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with some more people celebrating landmarks.
Much like our last celebration of Fayhan Al Mindil, this time we are celebrating 400 winners for the trainer Sami Al Harabi. Another gift from the Jockey Club given by Salwa and given to Sami Al Harabi's son is taking that as a commemorative milestone. Just great to see everybody smiling here in the winner's enclosure for 400 wins, and it just makes you appreciate how far you've come. And Sami is a great trainer, very underrated trainer, so it is great to see that, and there's plenty more to see, and we will head back to the studio for race 6.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Yes, it's good to see Sammy getting his award there. And like Shamila said, a criminally underrated trainer, and one of those trainers who was the first one to really take advantage of bringing horses from the UK over into Saudi Arabia and getting them running for himself. So good to see him getting an award there, 400 winners in the can and plenty more in the future. And it's great as well to see sons getting involved. We saw it with Uncle Fayhan, his sons doing the collecting of the awards. Nathan Mendil already doing the training.
And grandson as well.
Yeah, and grandson getting involved too. And that is something that you love to see, the future generations all taking an interest and wanting to be involved. And in a racing industry like we have here in Saudi Arabia, a sport only growing, it's good that the actual ownership ranks are growing and trainership is growing too.
You know, we've seen that as a feature of racing here, that it really is a family sport. And it's not just about letting children in free. It's about families taking a serious interest in the racing, and 2 or 3 generations of a family getting involved in the sport, whether it's just attending the racing or in an ownership capacity, or indeed, trainers who bring their families with them as well as part of that job. And that's great to see. We could do with a little bit more of that in the UK. We keep trying to push it, but we're not particularly effective at doing it, I don't think. It's a big positive, and it's lovely to see that. And we always had kids running around us when we were in Taif, particularly when we were at the races, which was always nice to see, coming up and having a chat with us and wanting to know what was going on.
Yes, absolutely. I think having everybody involved is always a massive positive. We've got young jockeys, young trainers and young owners. Darren Owen can give us our runners and riders for our next contest on the card.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, 2,000 metres the trip here for this handicap. Let's have a look at the lineup. Number 1, Barak Al-Anaya and Fahed Al-Faradi. 2 is Daklat Noura and Rayan Al-Tuesh. 3, Ursula, partnered by Mohammed Al-Hubail. 4 is Yastaned and Camilo Espina. 5, Ibn Al-Kayem and Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 6 is La Tojadel, partnered by Abdullah Al-Farouz. 7 is Mota Marquez, Thurb Al-Tumiat. 8, Al-Suhuk and Faisal Al-Dain. 9 is Ashkar Asaf and Jimmy Carrion. 10 is Abu Sheba and Sultan Al-Mimoni. 11, Sati Al-Maidan and Adel Al-Faradi. 12 is Kabar and Mohammed Saeed. Number 13 is Tata Jamal Abdullah Al-Kredis. 14 is Hataf and Ricardo Pereira. 15 is Fadai and Ahmed Al-Shara. 16 is Al Nasser Fakrona, Alexis Moreno, the man of the moment. 17 is Yatta Shamak and Yasser Al Bakawi. 18 is Monta Hira and Nawef Al Madani. Number 19 is Ghazi Al Maidan and Ali Mutib, and 20 is Salof and Iyad Al Turisi. Big field here, good race coming up, handicap for 0 to 70 runners.
And yes, it's an interesting race for sure. You've got a full field of 20, no reserves required, and we'll start with Barak Alanea.
Yeah, ran on from a poor position when third to Abu Sheikha last week. Again, a repetition of that run would give him chances.
It drops in class today. Daklak Nora, number 2.
3 1/4 lengths, third of 19 to Anud Al-Mutara over a mile 2 weeks ago. Well held on his only try at this trip. Again, another one who's making late headway last time out, but I'm not entirely sure Daklak Nora wants this trip.
Ursula's number 3.
Ursula, we've seen plenty of her at Taif. She was a 1.5 mile winner at Taif back in July 2022. But she's run 19 times since and lost all of them. She's more than capable of hitting the frame. She does on a regular basis, but she's a rare winner.
Yes, Tarned, horse number 4.
Beaten 32.5 lengths last time out at Taif and didn't show his form there. Top jockey booked and has won a maiden here over 1,800 metres, so I could see that one bouncing back, but you wouldn't fancy it on the form that showed in Taif.
Ibn Al-Kayem, number 5.
A 4th and 1/4 distance maiden last time out. Beaten 12.5 lengths there, but still has place claims with a repeat.
Absolute stunning horse, La Tojadel, number 6.
Yeah, La Tojadel is a very good looker, but is no superstar. Only one from 18, despite the good pedigree and the hot connections. And his form figures at this trip, 7th and 14th. I think his best form is at shorter.
Yes, and now we're looking at number 7, Motamarkaz.
Coming back from a lengthy absence, 7-year-old now, only had one run last season and had been off for a year prior to that. 12th on his last 2 runs suggests that he's had plenty of problems.
Alpha Hook, horse number 8.
Ran a stinker last Saturday, finishing 18th, having shown a bit on his return to action. Still a maiden, and maybe not one to trust implicitly.
Afkar Atharth, number 9.
Beaten the neck by Sulat M in a course and distance maiden at meeting 67. Ran poorly last time, but that was in an open race. It would have been well out of his depth, to be perfectly honest. Would have chances back in this class.
Abu Shaiba will be partnered by young Sultan and Mimoni.
All 3 wins have come at a mile. Has been below best, trying further in the past, and his last 2 runs have been a bit better than he was at Taif. He was awful in Taif. A bit better in his last couple of starts, but not enough to make you think he's going to bounce back to winning ways here.
Fatih Al Midan, number 11.
Another one who's not easy to fancy on recent evidence. Again, this Taif form ran well, a meeting 28 there when finishing 3rd, but 14th, 13th and 11th. When you consider you get smaller fields at Taif as well, not encouraging.
The mighty Kabar there, number 12.
Again, another horse we've seen plenty of, Kabar. 3 1/4 lengths, 3rd of 19 in a course and distance, non-winners of 4 2 starts back. I would forgive him a poor run in open company over 1.5 miles last time out, and he's got a big chance on that penultimate run.
Yeah, Tata Jamal is number 13, unlucky for some.
Running okay at the moment, being kept pretty busy. 6 1/2 lengths, 5th in an 1,800 metre open. Was a step in the right direction for this filly, and if she takes another step in the right direction, she'll be competitive. So guaranteed to the win form.
Hataf, number 14.
Has been to 2 different trainers since his only win back in 2021, which came over the 7 furlong trip. So plenty of questions here, including the distance.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who's caught your eye out there?
Thank you very much, Callum. You caught me by surprise there. You caught me off guard, and I managed to spill tea all over my notes for this race, so that's absolutely fabulous. I've been going in blind. However, I did recognise horse number 6, Latajadol, coming past me here now. He will be ridden by Abdullah Al Fayruz. I just absolutely love this horse. I'm pretty sure every time this horse has run, I have chosen it as my paddock selection, and it's it's easy to see why. The biggest horse in the field, the most dominant looking, absolutely stunning, beautiful grey horse. So that is definitely my eye catcher of this race. Now, the bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount for this 6th contest of the evening. And I said at the beginning of the day, it could be a day for the white stables. So that definitely still stands. I think that they have plenty more winners to come. As for paddock negatives, they were a few horses acting up here in the parade ring being very naughty. One of them is horse number 6, who's just gone past me now, who was kicking the railings going round, giving their handler a hard time, and horse number 14 as well, acting up terribly in the parade ring. And thankfully, the horses behind them aren't getting too frazzled, but I will be sticking with horse number 6.
Thank you, Shamila Latojadel, your selection from the paddock. And hopefully you managed to drink some of the tea before pouring it all over your notes. Moving swiftly on to Fadaya. In this race, horse number 15.
And moving swiftly away from it as well, I say. Poor efforts of late. Largely out of sorts. One half decent run in his last half dozen.
Al Nasser Fakruna is horse number 16.
Yeah, an interesting one on Nasser Fakruna in frame and course and distance maiden on his last 2 starts. Alex Moreno rode him last time out, keeps the ride, and was third to Sulat Elm over course and distance last time out. He's actually theoretically held by another one of these rivals on that run, but the fact that he's holding his form in a couple of starts is a big positive for me, as is Alex Moreno on board,
yeah,
as is Stall 3.
Positive. Yeah, lots of positives. Yeah, Yastax Maka is horse number 17.
Did win a course and distance maiden back in February 2022, but has a little solid form since. Has fallen in the weights, but needs to prove that the ability remains intact.
We're having a look at Barak Alanea here. Hopefully we'll get to see this horse in action sooner rather than later. Jumps out of stall 11, but I think he's got a decent chance in this contest. We're going to see him finishing 3rd last time out. Yeah,
beaten 11 1/4 lengths when third to Abu Sheikha here last week, but does sterling late work. Ran on well from poor position. It gets quite a hard ride to get him into the places here. I'd be a little bit concerned with a quick turnaround, given that this was a pretty tough run. Aside from that, this is the race he was in last time out. This is stronger than this, so there are positives there. And if he does repeat the form, he goes close, but it's a quick turnaround and he had a hard race.
Daklan Nora is a gorgeous individual. Just seen going down to post there. He's got a lovely frame. He's very well set up. I think he's built very evenly all the way through. He's not too heavy at the back end or too light at the front end. So he's a gorgeous looking individual. We'll see him in action as well. He's a decent looking horse. He was coming really late on this occasion. You just see him on the rail, scraping the paint, and he finishes absolutely flying under no pressure whatsoever.
Yes, he does get a tap there with a furlong and a half to run, but does run on strongly to be beaten 3 1/4 lengths into 3rd behind Anud Al-Mutara here. That was over a mile. The question is, you look at this and say, step up and trip will suit, but it's the same old scenario we often have. Yeah, this was eye-catching because there wasn't a huge amount of pressure in the latter stages.
As well. Horse finishing 4th for Villa, who won yesterday. So I think the form works out quite well. We've already seen form working out from previous form working out coming to the fore here in today's racing. So I think he's certainly got to have a chance. I think probably going to be my selection in this one.
Yeah, she's only had one. I mean, in fairness, she's only had 8 runs all told. I don't want to make any negative assumptions about her, but she was well beaten. Her only try at this trip before. She did look like she would stay up, but again, she catches the eye because she almost wasn't asked to get into that race, and she's running on. She's relaxing and running on her own steam. If she can relax as well over this trip, she's got a big chance of winning.
Interesting jockey booking as well.
Rayan Alto Ersh on board, yeah.
Usually riding for the white stable, riding for the red stable here. So I think that certainly would be something that prick up my ears, and just take a look at that.
Yeah, the booking does catch the eye. The run last time out very much caught the eye. And you know, she was stepping up markedly on her. Like, she only had 1 run in Taif this season. She reappeared quite late in the season and was well held. That was a step in the right direction. She's unexposed. You know, there's plenty to like about her, isn't there?
Montahira, horse number 18. Oh, when she's not pouring tea all over her work, we see she's staying warm.
She's got to try her hands now. Montahira, listen, I was negative about her because she's only 1 from 32. The winner of the previous handicap was 1 from 44. So she needs to step up on what she's done recently. She's run respectably, 7th last time out of meeting 70. She was 4th in time at meeting 28. She'd been off a fair while before that run a couple of weeks ago, so she could step forward from it. But the win record overall was enough to put me off. But obviously, as we've seen already today, that's not always a cast iron way of avoiding winners. Yeah,
Ghazi Al Maidan, horse number 19, jumped out of stall 1, first time up this season.
Yeah, I just thought that, listen, if he can get a good position from stall 1, he might go well. I thought he was likely to need the run after a break, but I could be wrong on that.
One who doesn't need the run will be Salaf, who's had plenty of chances now. This will be his 5th run of the season.
5th run of the season for Salaf, and to be honest, not really going in the right direction, as you like to say, trending in the wrong direction form-wise.
Yeah, this is, I think, if you look at this, there's a few at the top of the card you can keep an eye on, but there's a couple sneaking into the bottom half. I'm interested to see how Kabar gets on. That run where he finished 3rd on penultimate start, he came from a different parish to run very well to finish 3rd.
Yeah, and again, as often happens in that scenario, you run on well late in the day. Big hike and trip next time. Didn't stay the trip.
And it was really interesting because they ran him in the same style as if he was going to pick up, but you could just see he was flat out coming down in the final 100 metres.
And that was a better race as well. It's an open race. So stepping up in class and in trip just didn't work for Kabar, but I could see him running into the frame as he often does back at this trip. Although he was close to my selection, but how can you go against Alex Moreno, especially when you've got a horse like Al Nazar for Corona, who's been catching the eye of late. Still a maiden, but only had the 7 runs, and in the places twice over course and distance in recent starts. So had a nice break since his last run as well, just to keep him fresh. I thought there was a lot to like about Al Nazar for Corona, so he'd be my selection here.
I quite like Ursula here.
Ursula.
The reason why I like Ursula is that she thrives in 0 to 70 company. Her best performances have come in this grade. She's been running in races that are too hard for her. She's steadily slipped down the race. She's come into this race here. Mohammed Al Habail's on board. I think this is an absolute plot job, and she's in there to win. I'm trying to convince myself to go for Daklat Nora. I keep looking at Ursula.
They've given her a chance to work her way down into this grade because she's had 19 consecutive losses.
Yes.
I mean, her overall strike rate isn't that big. Before those losses, she was 4 from 16. That looked a pretty good strike rate. But she's gone winless now for over a year, and we see her on a very regular basis as well. So she's got.
But we see her running in tougher races than this.
She's got more than enough class to get involved here. I just think she's forgotten how to win.
Interesting. I think I'm going to go for Daklet Nora. Just hoping we can stay involved. I think we'll be shadowing Kabar all the way around there with Daklat Nora, but I think if we can do selections now, I will go for number 2, Daklat Nora. Rory will go for Alex Ride, number 16, Al Nazar Fakrona, who will have a very good chance and needs a jockey in flying form, and Shamila, like La Tojadel, who she absolutely adores, doesn't she? I think that's when the paddock expertise goes out the window. She loves La Tojadel. And
well, if you're always picking the horse that stands out in the paddock, and the same horse always stands out, what can you do?
Absolutely. One of the best looking horses in Saudi Arabia. And we said if we're fortunate enough with our position, we can see behind us, and we can see the paddock really close up, and La Tojadel just stands out. He's a big, strong type and just a lovely individual. So hopefully he will run well for Shamila, who is looking to carry on the good form she's shown yesterday. So to go through those selections one more time: number 2, Daklat Nora for myself; number 6, Tajadel for Shamila; and number 16, Another for Krona for Rory. I think David did have a selection in this race. Let me just check it out. He liked number 6 and number 16. So he's going with you, Rory, with number 16. He also likes number 6, Shamila. So he's gone with everyone but me, which is probably a very smart thing to do.
Yeah, well, who could blame him?
Who could blame him, indeed. But as the field start the loading process, I think it's about time to hand over to Darren Owen.
Oh, thanks, Callum. That's I don't know. That's probably beaten your earliest handover to date at Newcastle with me a few weeks ago. They'd only just arrived at the start and you handed over. Right, thanks, Callum. Much appreciated. Right, they are going into the starting stalls. 20 runners, 2,000 metres. We're looking at Ursula, number 3, in the blue and white checks. There's that one who caught the eye recently, Daklat Noura, number 2, red and white colours, goes into the starting stalls, goes into stall number 9 for this handicap. We are looking at number 5, Ibn Al-Kayem, blue and orange jacket. That is Ibn Al-Kayem. Here's number 15, green and yellow stripes of Farday. Number 15 goes into stall 7. So getting through the loading up procedure, still about 4 or 5 more to go in. This one in the blue and yellow is Ghazi Al Maidan. That one drawn in stall 1 up against the inside rail. Looking at Al Nasser Fakrona. Just backing away from the starting stalls. Alexis Marino looking for winner number 4 on this card. But this horse just having a think about this, just shies away from the stalls, as you can see. The blindfold now being fitted. And there are only perhaps 1 or 2 more to go in. So we are well through the loading up procedure for this handicap. Race number 6 on the card, going down the 2,000 metres. Long run down the straight to that first turn. I think this is the only one we're waiting on, actually. Now, number 16, Alexis Fakrona. Just having a think about this. Stalls team trying to persuade this horse to go in, looking for his first success. Al Nasser Fakrona goes in. That's it, all in. They are ready. Flags up. And they're off. 2,000 metres for this very competitive handicap. And they form their early order with Yatta Shamak beginning sharply in the centre. And right there is Ursula, came out of stall number 6 and is running prominently with Sati Al Maidan up along the inside. Out wide is La Tojadel, who's getting a nice position in the early strides, along with Abu Shaybar, and they come onto the main track. Just behind the leaders currently is Tata Jamal. That one just in behind the front wall has headgear. But going down the far side is La Tojadel, who is in front by about 2 lengths, being followed by Sati Al Maidan up along the inside. Right there is Al Nasser Fakrona in the yellow and blue jacket. Ursula's not too far away either. Blue and yellow colours of Yatta Shamik as they go on down the far side. So the wide outside is Salaf, the grey, in the light blue and orange silks. And that one racing fairly close to the pace now as they move towards the end of the back. Farday is not too far away either, followed by Hataf as they leave the back straight. And it is La Tojadel in front by around about 2 lengths. La Tojadel being followed in second place by Al Nasser Fakrona in the yellow jacket. Pale colours of Hataf is right there with Ursula poised for a run. They're the leading few. To the wide outside is Salaf, who's trying to make progress, but slipping the field is La Tojadel off the turn from Ursula in second place. Then Hataf, it is coming there in 3rd position, being followed by Farday in 4th. On the wide outside is Salaf the grey, and also running on is Ibn Al-Kayem, and now the new leader is Hataf with 200 to go. Hataf, Ursula on the outside. Ibn Al-Kayem is running on, but Hataf is the one who's got the break on the field. Here comes Daklat Noura, but too late. This will go to Hataf. Hataf goes on to win. Daklat Noura 2nd place. Ibn Al-Kayem 3rd. It's close for 4th. Ursula might be one of those involved. So victory goes to number 14, Hataf. Hataf winning really well with Ricardo Ferreira in the saddle. Daklat Noura, number 2, got going too late. Daklat Noura down the outside, really running on towards the finish. That's taken 2nd ahead of number 5, Ibn Al-Kayem in 3rd place. But this has gone in good style, number 14, Hataf. 14 Hataf, the winner, 2 Daklat Noura second. There you can see Daklat Noura really running on. Third, number 5, Ibn Al-Kayem. It was pretty close for fourth. Let's get some confirmation on the fourth horse. We said it might be Ursula. On that, I'd say Ursula's getting the bob from La Tojadel, with the Barak Al-Lanea not too far off them either. So 14, Hataf, the winner. 2, Daklat Noura second. 5, Ibn Al-Kayem third. 3, Ursula confirmed as fourth. 2 minutes 09.06. 2 minutes 09.06. 1.5 lengths and 2.25 lengths. 1.5 lengths, 2.25 lengths. The margins. So number 14, Hataf, wins for the second time.
Ricardo, well done, Ricardo. Good race.
Thank you so much.
About the race, Ricardo.
No, I don't no understand before this horse. The trainer say I arrive in good condition for this race. I riding for horse, you know. Come 3-4 position, and after good finish. Thank you.
إذا هداف يحقق انتصار محمد
really
الشك.
smartly timed ride there from jockey Ricardo Ferreira, a man who's in pretty good form. Recently won a big cup race for Thamar Al Dahani, and he just keeps ticking away at those winners, which is really great to see. This 5-year-old colt by Dubai Destination with a rating of 67 handled this distance absolutely no problem from stall number 2. And it's actually the furthest this colt has traveled in a race. Last time out, placing 11th over 1,800 meters, and the time before that, 7th over 1,600. The last time he won was back in 2021, over 1,400 meters. So great to see this colt back to winning ways under the Portuguese talent that is Ricardo Ferreira. So it'll be good to hear from him what he thought about the race in the closing stages as well. There was a horse absolutely on his tail, but probably the jockey left it just a little bit too late. So Ricardo was definitely in for the win otherwise, and that will be good to grab him for a little bit of a chat. Congratulations, Ricardo. Just talk me through the race beginning to end.
The trainer tell me also arrive at this race good condition. Tell me for go behind the pace, position 3, 4, 5. I riding for him. He all the travel come very good, and I wait the last 400 and good strong for finish.
Yeah, he seemed to handle the distance of 2,000 meters, no problem.
No problem. I think maybe more distance, no problem. Easy horse, good horse.
And are there any other rides this weekend that you're looking forward to? You're in good form recently.
Yes, thank you. I have a good chance. Thank you, all owners. Thank you, Saudi Arabia. And today I riding 2 or 3 more race, and I riding the Cup Uncle for Sheikh Abdullah. Good opportunity for me. Thank you to the Sheikh Abdullah, and inshallah win.
Well done. Thank you so much, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Yes, Portuguese-born champion jockey in Spain, often seen riding in France and sometimes puts over to Saudi Arabia. You know his air miles are cracking, aren't they? So Ricardo Ferreira has done the job here in impressive style here. I think he's timed that run to perfection, but the story is Daklat Noura in behind just couldn't get a clear run and came with a withering run, but just a bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the main story here was that La Tojadel was a blatant non-stayer at the trip. He travelled really well through the race, but he's tried this trip 4 times now, and although I think he's finished 5th here in the end, that's the best he's done. 7th, 14th, and now 5th. But he looked to have conserved as much energy as he possibly could under Abdullah Al Fayrouz, and looked to be travelling better than anything, turning for home, but simply didn't stay the trip. And that's opened the door up for the others, and it's Hataf who's come home strongly. Now, it's been a while since he's shown his form. He was a 7 furlong winner, but that was way back in 2021. He's had his training setbacks since, and he's been to 2 different trainers since that win. But finally got his head back in front. He's not had that much racing for a horse of his age. This was just his 11th career start, so clearly he's had a training setback or 2, but stays this trip well. For all, his only win had come at 7 furlongs, and got the job done nicely in the end. Not the easiest to find.
Yeah, he's not the easiest to ride as well. You can see Ricardo Ferreira is really kneading away at this when he's in that, just at the back of the second wave in the black cap and the green colours, and he's just going to get a gap, really. He's come along the outside of Ursula, who's, again, she's run a much better race at this level. This is just where she's happiest now. She's not the same horse as old, but he's just tracked Ursula on the outside. Your selection's there on the rail. Alex Moreno trying his best to get a 4th winner on the day. It wasn't to be today, but they will all look to be flapping behind La Tojadel, really, and then La Tojadel just falls into a hole.
Yeah, at this stage it looks like that Tojadel is going to take the fair bit of beating. You can see that the eventual winner is staying on strongly, but from here on in, now you see the distress signals go out on the grey in front, and our winner sweeps by there. Even then, you'd be surprised that La Tojadel doesn't actually manage to get in the places in the end, getting run out of things late in the day by Ursula for 4th place. But impressive in the end for Hataf.
Hey,
And that late run from Daklan Nora, take her into second. She looked unlucky on the day. She's got within 2 lengths of the leader.
Watch the start here. Watch she gets absolutely slammed at the start. She comes out of stall 9. Watch stall 9 and watch the 2 horses on either side of her. She gets absolutely crunched between those 2 horses. Great camera shot there.
Car stuff.
Yeah.
It's not just the one bump. She gets a bump from both horses, and then she gets another minor bump from both horses again.
Exactly.
So she was well out of her ground early on, and she's done very well, Daklan Nora,
massive credit. And
to get as close as she has.
Credit to Rayan Al-Taresh as well, because he was giving her a couple of slaps down the shoulder down that first far side, because she just looked completely out of her depth. She was running alongside Kabar. Look where Kabar's finished. Kabar's finished probably 3rd last, and she's just managed to go by Kabar and end up running quite a nice race, but she got an absolute pounding at the beginning there.
Yeah, it didn't help her chance. And of course, straight after that, a filly like her, they wouldn't be that keen to let themselves down afterwards. So you'd have to nurse her into the race, and that's what's happened.
And here's the traffic problem.
Even if she gets a clear run in the straight, she's got a reasonable chance of winning, but she has to take back and switch wide. And when we were looking at the replay, she doesn't appear until very, very late in the day. But she rattled home for second, and you would have thought if the handicapper leaves her on the same mark, she's a winner in waiting at this level.
Yes, absolutely. If she can stick to a mark of 70, she looked like a winner in waiting last time out, running on really nicely to finish 3rd. She'd run on even better to finish 2nd here. She just needs a nice clear run, and I think she'd be very hard to beat at this level.
Yeah, and she showed that she has the stamina for this trip as well. She'd only tried the trip once before. She was well held then, but she's a very lightly raced filly, and the way she came home today at the trip suggests that keeping at the 2,000 metres will suit her.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure.
The 3rd commemorative saddle towel of today will be given to champion trainer of last season, Bidden Al-Sabai, for his 400 winners in training. So really great to see that as well, Bidden being celebrated. He's a really, really well-respected trainer here. He's trained for many of the princes and a lot of private owners as well. So him and his son collecting the saddlecloth there from Jockey Club representatives. All smiles, really great to see. And these saddlecloths, they will be hung in frames they're just really lovely, and it's a really good thing to remember all of your winners by. And Bidden Al-Sabai just posing for pictures here. So really, really great to see. And congratulations to Bidden Al-Sabai and his whole team for achieving 400 winners. It'll be back to the studios, though, for the 7th race of the evening.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, it's good to see again more people getting commemorated with their successes. So the horse, the race at I can't even speak right now. I'm getting so excited about the next race. I've got to discuss standings. Let's talk about jockeys, owners, and trainer standings because it's getting a little bit tight at the top here. We're seeing Camilo Ospina. Remember, these standings are from before we started racing today. So Alex Moreno is now actually on 53 points. He's flying along. He's closing that gap on Adel Alfaredi, and if he continues on that form, he's going to wave goodbye to Adel pretty quickly. Big race, Louis behind on 45. He'll do all his winning on Saturday, and Nate Falanazi still there with 37 as well, hoping that he can start picking up some races too. It's going to be hard to catch Ospina in front. In fact, I think it's almost impossible to catch Ospina in front. I think that there is no race for the winner. It's all about the battle for second now. Camilo Ospina is going to average probably 3 wins a week all the way through, and I think it'll be impossible for him to be caught.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that as if it was absolutely done and dusted a couple of weeks ago, but obviously the rate at which Alex Moreno was riding winners at the moment means that that gap is going to close. But with a lead 39 as the standings are at this stage, obviously changing all the time, it's very difficult with only 3 meetings a week to get that back. And it's also a bit of a break before the Saudi Cup as well. And the Saudi Cup meeting won't be easy for these riders to rack up the winners at either, with all the international runners as well.
Yeah, let's look at the Trainers' Championship as well. We see Ahmed Mahmoud, Saeed Mutlaq and Abdel Al Musa as well. And Naif Al Mandil sneaking in at the bottom there, the Green Stable. They've just seeded Faza, awarded a commemorative plaque for 300 winners, 400 winners I should say. And it'll be good to see him continuing to build on that legacy.
Yes, indeed. He's got a strong team of horses, Naif Al Mandil. Many of those running in the colours of Uncle Fayhan.
Yes.
The green with the red epaulets, but also other family horses in there and other outside interests as well. So he's got a strong team going forward. I'd expect him to keep climbing that table. Could easily hit 3rd place come the end of the season.
They had Mahalik at the beginning of the day as well, so they've already had another winner too. Let's go to the Owners' Championship, and this is a fascinating contest because it looks to be King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, the White Stable, are away and gone, but the battle in behind looks really, really tight. You've got Prince Faisal bin Khalid, that's the Red Stable, they're on 41. Al Khaladir Stables, they've only got purebred Arabians, so they've not got the ammunition to fire so much at these thoroughbred trainers, but look at Sheikh Abdullah Al Hamoud Al Mek Al Sabah, colours that we know from the UK, the white and the green, really beginning to make an impression here over the last few weeks.
Yeah, again, I'd expect to see the Al Khaladir stables maybe drop off that leaderboard come the end of the season, but obviously comfortable winners of or comfortable leaders in the Arabian Horse Owners Championship. Prince Faisal, Red Stables, they've always got a strong team of horses for Riyadh. Perennial winners actually of this championship, but won't be winning it this season, but will get closer as time goes on.
Yeah, it will be close. And just a reminder for those at home, Prince Sultan bin Mashil's colours are the Coolmore colours with the white stripe down the sleeves. So those are the ones to keep an eye out. They've got a couple of runners later on in the card, which we will highlight to you as well. An owner to certainly keep on the right side of. A commentator who we're always on the right side of is Darren Owen, and he can take us through the next races, runners and riders.
Race number 7 is a race for the 2-year-olds. Let's have a look at the field. Number 1 is Al Rumayzan and Mohammed Al Daham. Number 2 is Taif Al Janoub and Nawaf Al Mudani. 3 is Jcsa and Tariq Al Mansour. Number 4 is Mutajadil and number 4, Marcel, I should say. Marcel Mohammed Al Nefsi. Number 5 is Mushadadil and Alexis Marino. Number 6, Energy and Luis Morales. 7, Mohib Al Dareya and Mohammed Al Ubail. Number 8 is Al Rayjay. Tiki Terreras takes the ride there. Number 9 is Nassim Al Reda and Eddie Castro. 10 is Kasab Al Taylor and Fahed Al Furedi. Number 11 is Mewari and Fawaz Wanas. Number 12 is Ian Mohammed and Ali Al Mutib. Number 13, Macho Boy, Adel Al Faredi. Number 14 is Wahij and Abdulaziz Al Musa. 15, Hassor Abdullah Al Rashad. Number 16 is Al Rahawi. Mohammed Al Habib is aboard. 17, Shibal Lady, Mohammed Al Ajmi. 18 is Gar Al Sahib, Khaled Al Mimoni, and 19 is Jo Harat Al Janoub, and that's Naif Al Anazi. Now, number 20 is a non-runner, but 21 is in, so number 21 is Sanabik. 21 Sanabik is running.
Thank you, Darren, for taking us through the runners and riders there. And yes, right at the bottom, 20 doesn't go, replaced by 21. And this is a race where I can only find about 4 or 5 to make my shortlist. Although there's lots of runners, there's plenty of these who have had chances and don't look to be going in the right direction. Let's start with number 1, Al Rumayzan, who is a debutant.
Only there are 8 siblings to this have run here, but only one of those have won. The Down did win twice, though, so of some interest on debut, but not blindingly obvious.
Taif Al Janoub is horse number 2.
Yeah, another newcomer. The Dam was a non-winner, but was placed twice from 6 starts here. Yet to produce anything, but Taif Al Janoub worth a cursory glance in the parade ring.
Zezea is horse number 3.
4.5 lengths, 4.25 lengths, 4th in a 6 furlong maiden last week, but has had 7 starts, looking a little bit vulnerable with a rating of 60.
Marcel is horse number 4 from Blazing Squad.
Yeah. Half-brother to a modest winner at Mayaf. Dam only ran once, didn't win, but she's from quite a good family here. So Marcel thought was the most interesting of the newcomers we've seen so far.
Mutajil is a horse at number 5.
Well beaten on debut at Taif, ran a little bit better, won 14.5 lengths, 7th in a 6 furlong maiden back in September. Has had a break since, needs to step up quite a lot on that though.
Energy, horse number 6, named after a Beyonce song.
Energy is out of a mare who was unplaced in all 3 of her starts, but she has produced a couple of winners. So Energy, not without interest. Again, you wanted to take the eye on the parade ring before you'd want to be positive about it, but there are some positives on
Well,
parade ring.
speaking of the parade ring, Shamila is in there. She's been able to cast her eye over the runners. Who have you liked?
Quite a difficult one for me, this one, Callum. I liked a few of the horses. I liked 2 debutants in particular, but I have decided to side with horse number 9, Nassim Al Arada, for my final paddock selection in this race. 4th last time out, 5th time for that, so been pretty consistent under Eddie Castro, so the horse is in good hands. 2-year-old colt by Frozen Power. Now, the 2 debutants that I liked is horse number 1, ridden by Mohammed Al Daham, and horse number 10, who is ridden by Fahad Al Faredi, Kasab Al Taylor. This one stood out to me the most, but I don't have a good strike rate with choosing debutante horses their first run out, first time this season at all. So I have decided to stick with Eddie Castro and Nassim Al Arada. For my paddock negatives, I only have one this time, horse number 6, Energy, carrying a little bit too much condition for my liking, though trained by Gaith Al Gaith and ridden by Louis Morales, so I could be eating my words later on, but fingers crossed for Eddie Castro.
Thank you, Shamila. And if you're still there, I'd just like to hear a little bit more about Nassim Al Rayad, because that horse looked a bit jig-joggy in the clip we saw, but you've seen him with the jockey on board. Did he settle when the jockey got back on board? You see him getting really still jig-joggy down to the start?
Yeah, I'm just watching him go down to the start here now, and he's settled. Eddie, as soon as Eddie got on, really, the horse settled a little bit. The horse number 11, I would say, got a little bit more on his toes, more worked up than horse number 9. So definitely, and it happens a lot in the parade ring. Horses can be on their toes a little bit anxious, and as soon as the jockey gets on board, has their feet out of the irons, the horses calm down. They know what the job is. They know what they're here to do, and I think Nassim Al Arada does just that. So definitely not one to boil over before the start of the race. Just a little bit jig-joggy, but that isn't too much of a problem in this case, hopefully.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, and hopefully he can do the good running today. He's in shot now, and we're going to see him in action. He's a really interesting colt by Frozen Power. This was a good effort last time out, but again, some of these may look a little less exposed than him.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd get home on this occasion. He did plenty of work towards the front end and faded late on in the day to be beaten 4 3/4 lengths into 4th behind Fonder. I thought he was better than the bare result. Maybe races on his nerves a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily a stamina issue. It's a case of not being able to relax. And as we saw him at the start, he's been very much on his toes. He does need to relax if he's going to get home and win this race, but it does look a weak enough contest, to be perfectly honest, on paper.
I thought as well, when he ran last time, he looked to be in the prime seat coming off that final turn. There was 3 of them going wide, and he looked to be going the best of them, had the rail, and it all sort of went wrong very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he's not stopped as if shot, but he did fade markedly in the last furlong of the race, and for me that's because he didn't relax. He travelled well. He looked like he was better than his rivals for a fair wear, certainly a match for them, and then has backed out of it late in the day. I didn't think there was anything temperamental about that. I just think he over-raced a little bit. So if he can avoid doing that today, he's got a big chance.
He does drop in trip today as well, which I'm sure will help. Although if he is running on his nerves, he's going to find it hard dropping in trip no matter what he does.
Well, they'll be going a little bit faster potentially here over the 7 furlongs. So the key for him is to not try to fight his rider in the early stages. But I'd be disappointed if he's not competitive here.
Let's talk about number 10, I think is what we're on now. Is that correct? If I go number 10?
Number 10, yes.
Al-Taylor, the debutant.
Yeah, this one caught Shamila's eye in the parade ring, but I didn't particularly like the pedigree. The dam didn't run. She hasn't produced a winner. Scipion's not one of the top sires here either. I thought it was just an ordinary pedigree, but obviously with any of these you want to see what they look like, and he does look okay. We see him just going out of our picture at the moment at the top of the screen. So physically he looks okay. It's just not a terribly exciting pedigree, but then this is not exactly a top maiden either.
Mewore is horse number 11.
Yeah, that was very much getting a little bit warm in the prelims as well, wasn't it? Disappointed 2 starts ago, got back to form when 4th in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. That beating 8 1/4 lengths there. So
Justify one, he's not a bad horse.
Yeah, I mean, the winner wasn't a bad horse, but Mewore was beaten a fair way. And the 2 good runs have been at 6 furlongs. The disappointing run this season has been at 7, so that's the concern for me.
Aid Mohammed is horse number 12. He's had the 2 starts, finished 6th both time. But Macho Boy is the one I'm sure you want to talk more about.
Well, Macho Boy is a horse we expected a fair bit of. He was second in that Taif auction race, which has taken a knock or 2 since, it has to be said. Runner-up then in a race won by Fi Regicare, 2 starts by. Fi Regicare looks really good. He's won again since. But Macho Boy ran an absolute stinker last time. I beaten 30 lengths in a race where he looked to have the best chance. So I don't know what went wrong last time out. If he can leave that form behind, his earlier efforts give him every chance. But I remember us discussing his race afterwards and saying, he's just not going on, is he?
No,
and he's got a bit to prove now. For all his rating of 73 makes him the horse to beat. Well, almost the horse to beat on paper.
Just a quick update on the YouTube chat. David Ballon, who's just revealed he used to ride for the White Stable, which is fascinating news to find out. He's going with horse number 1 here, the debutant, Mohammed Al-Zaham on board. What race is Jose Martinez is asking? What race is this? This is race 7, Jose. So this is where we are at the moment. We're on race 7. We've got plenty more excitement to come. Plenty more good horses to talk about in this race. Can I talk about one that I absolutely love here, I think is a good thing?
Really? Okay.
Gar Al Sahab, horse number 18. He ran his debut in that very good auction race and looked good for a very long way before fading out and just being allowed to come home at his own pace. I think, although he's got a wide draw, Khalid Al Mamoni, big tick in the box for me.
Yeah.
He's getting a bit jig-joggy there as he's going around by the start, but he was the one that jumped off the page to be the most.
Yeah, physically he looks the part. He's shaped better than a 10 length, beating 6th of 18 behind Akimi in that Jcsa auction event.
He's ahead of Macho Boy on that occasion, I'm pretty sure, as well.
Yes, he was. Macho Boy was well beaten that day. My problem with that race is that for all it was a really valuable race, big field, the time was really ordinary. It was a really poor time. And that's cast a little bit of a shadow over it. But if you're looking for horses with scope to go forward, I'd rather have Garal Shayab than Macho Boy at this stage. He does look like he will improve physically.
Well, let's talk about selections. Who do you like in this one?
I'm going to stick with Nassim Al Array. He does need to relax a bit more in his race, but I think he's got the form to go very well here.
So Rory and Shamila are sticking with Nassim Al Array. I'm going with Gar Al Sayab. A special shout out to Mahib Al Daraya, who whenever I see him is always one of the most gorgeous horses in Saudi Arabia. Probably hasn't got the ability to win today though. Well, Darren Owen, take us through it.
So, runners then moving up into the starting stalls here. 2-year-olds, 1,400 metres the trip in front of them. Mahib Al Daraya has just gone in. This is number 6, Energy. Energy just backing away at the moment, a debutant. Luis Morales in the saddle. Energy goes in. Looking at number 5, Mutaj Jadil. And then the black and yellow was Kasab Al Taylor. This is number 1, Al Rumayzan. Al Rumayzan backs away. Al Rumayzan, another debutant then. First day at school for this horse. Just getting a bit worked up. 1 or 2 of them are just, I think, getting worked up in the stalls as well. They have a long hold for some of them. One horse not helping the situation at the moment. The one horse, Al Rumayzan. Number 18 still out of line, Gar Al Sahayeb. Number 1 trotting towards the stalls now, Al Rumayzan. So I think we're just down to the last 2 to go forward for this 7th race. The other one out of line, as I was saying a moment ago, number 18, Gar Al Saheb. Just waiting for the number 1, Al Rumayzan, to play ball. Now, one of them's just been backed out. That is Mewore, number 11. Number 11's just been backed out. So 11, Mewore's just been backed out of the stalls. 18 is still to go in, Gar Al Sahayeb. Meanwhile, the 1, Al Rumayzan's gone in. So we're looking at Mewore. Now this horse, remember, was in the stalls but has been taken out. This 11 horse. And they've gone. They've gone without number 11, Mewore. They're racing. Number 11 withdrawn down at the start, was taken out of the starting stalls. Away smartly is Mutajadil, with up along the inside Al Rumayzan. Those 2 are in front of Mahib Al Daraya. Red jacket is Nassim Al Raider to the outside. Wide of that one, Gar Al Sahayeb in the black and red colours. On the extreme outside is Sanabik as they move on down the far side. The leaders are being followed closely by Jcsa. That one about 2 lengths off the speed as they move towards the end of the back straight. Also making progress now is Macho Boy. Spot the white cap for that one. They're on the turn, and it is Al Rumayzan in front. Al Rumayzan up along the inside of the ridden along. Nassim Al Reda in 2nd position. On the inside is Jcsa, who's travelled really well. Mahib Al Daraya, green and white colours in the centre. Macho Boy and Energy are next best, and they're homeward bound. The one to catch is Al Rumayzan. It's Al Rumayzan, the leader, by around about 3 lengths as they go towards the last 200 metres. Jcsa, who's travelled well, in 2nd place. Then staying on down the outside, Nassim Al Reda, and then Gar Al Sahayab. But it is Al Rumayzan going towards the finish. Al Rumayzan will not be caught. Al Rumayzan is the winner. 2nd place, that goes to Gar Al Sahayab. 3rd was Nassim Al Reda ahead of Jcsa. So it is number 1, Al Rumayzan, who has won. Mohammed Al Daham aboard this horse, wins really well. A debutant. Remember, this is the horse who was rather reluctant to go to the starting stalls as well, the 1 horse. So first day at school, it's a winning one. Al Ramazan, number 1, the winner. Second place goes to number 18, Gar Al Sahab. Third was number 9, Nassim Al Reda. And in fourth, number 3, and that was Jcsa, a horse who travelled really well, but just failed to find the gears. 1-18, 1 the winner. Second place, that goes to 18. Then number 9, Nassim Al Reda, and they were followed in by 3 Jcsa. That's 1:18, 9 and 3. 1 minute 28.42. 1 minute 28.42. 2.5 lengths and ahead. 2.5 lengths and ahead. A debutant takes out race number 7.
Well, he was the last one in the stalls, but he was the first one across the line. Al Ramazan has shown his quality here to win on debut in a cracking contest over 1,400 metres. Mohammed Al Daham is our winning jockey, and Shamila is in the winner's enclosure.
Debutant horse number 1, Al Ramazan, in the 7th race of the evening, giving a win for jockey Mohammed Al Daham. So we should just catch him now before he goes back into the weigh room. Congratulations, Mohammed. This was first time out. What did you think about the race?
Thank you, alhamdulillah. This is race maiden. My horse, alhamdulillah, he worked good on morning, and alhamdulillah come today very good. I see the horse last breeze, I ride, and he, mashallah, he do good and come the race same.
And tell me about the start of the race, because he was being a little bit difficult in the stalls, right?
Yeah, but my horse, alhamdulillah, have speed, good speed, and mashallah, good jump, very good, and I go on front.
Were you worried he wasn't going to go in the stalls, or you were confident he was going to go in?
My horse a little bit scared because first time, but alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Well done.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for taking the time to talk to us there. And yes, it did look a little bit dodgy going into the stalls to start with, but once he left the stalls, he was in front all the way and all the action was happening outside and behind him. He just scraped the paint and enjoyed every second of that, and I'm sure there's some improvement in him there.
Yeah, I wondered whether when he got to the front, he was a little bit G'd up by what happened beforehand and wondered whether he would see things out. But actually, he's got over the stalls issue very quickly. As you see, he jumps out as well as almost anything in the race and is soon in front. And at this stage, you can even see from above that he's throwing his head around a little bit. I thought he's bound to over race here and won't last home, but he does relax after a while, and he's clearly got plenty of ability. As I was saying beforehand, he's nothing special in pedigree. The Dam was a dual winner, and obviously to win once here is tough enough. To win twice is a lot harder because you obviously have to step up in grade. But she's only produced one winner so far from 8 who've raced, so it's a little bit disappointing from her. But clearly, this one has inherited all her ability, perhaps a little bit more as well. Because although this is not the strongest maiden you'll see, he's done it in nice style, always dominant from the start, and although slightly keen in the early stages after that scare in the stalls, the horse in stall 2, Taif Al-Janoub, he was also a newcomer, was playing up in the stalls as well, which upset Al-Rumayzan. But after a bit of reluctance to go in, he changed his mind, and once the stalls opened, he was a different horse altogether, wasn't he?
He really would, and he's done that in really nice style. I think there's that massive eye catch in behind, and I know I'm going to be slightly biased because I selected him, but Gar Al-Sayhab had an absolute nightmare trip, pasted wide all the way around, had Macho Boy for company throughout the whole race, had to come widest of all, and has run on to snatch second in the end. Put that in your Saudi notebooks, because this horse has improved with each of his 2 starts, and he looks set to win 3rd time up.
Yeah, he should be able to find a spot to win a maiden, and he did good late work here, coming over the top of Nassim Al Riyadh, who was in 2nd at that stage. That's run another solid race, but ironically not suited by the drop and trip. Connections had it right running over a mile last time out, but he was just a bit too keen through the race with the blinkers on and didn't quite get home. Here, dropping back in trip, he didn't quite have the mid-race pace before staying on late in the day. He wants a return to a mile after this.
You just see how great that start was from Al-Rumayzan and Mohammed Al-Vaham, who have already straight away got to the front and bagged that rail. And it's very hard when you've got a horse carrying that much speed to pin it back. But how do you think Mohammed's managed to settle this horse? Because like you said, so much has gone on to start with, but he's got this horse to settle down. He's still hard on the bridle here.
Yeah, the key often with a horse like this who wants to be keen is for the jockey to get him away from other horses. And traditionally, what tends to happen with a horse who's very keen is jockeys drop him out the back of the field and try to get him to settle. But they can see the horses in front of them and they go, let me out for them, boss. And you'll hear good jockeys like Ruby Walsh will say, or Richard Hughes will say, sometimes the easiest way of getting a horse to settle, who's got the ability to win the race and wants to go forward, let them go forward straight away and then settle them when they're on their own in front.
Yeah. I think he's done just that, and the horse has found plenty for pressure as well, and we might have a smart one on our hands with Al-Rumayzan, but keep an eye on the top 3 there. I'm sure they'll all come out and win races eventually as well. I think Nassim Al Riyadh will be back over further in the future.
Yes, I think so. Again, not the very strongest race, but positives to be taken for the front 3 in the race in the end there, and they look a little bit better than the rest.
We had a full field of 20 in our last contest. We've only got 5 to go forward for our next. It's the 2nd and final of our purebred Arabian contest. It's over 2,000 metres. It's for horses rated 85 to 100, and Darren Owen will take you through the runners and riders.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, good race coming up for the Arabian breds. Handicap number 1 is Kasab Al-Dam, and Adel Al-Faredi is aboard. Number 2, Amir Al-Sham and Abdullah Al-Rashed. Number 3, Asaf Al-Khaladia. Number 4 is Mirba Al-Khaladia. Naif Al-Anasi. And 5 is Saab Al-Khaladia, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 5 runners going to post purebred Arabians, handicap for 85 to 100, rated horses over 2,000 metres.
Thank you very much for giving us those runners and riders. Not the toughest runners and riders you'll ever have to do there, Darren, at all. 5 going to post here. And Rory, do you know what? I couldn't even give 5 of them on a short list. I was wiping quite a few of them out of there. I think I ended up with 3.
Yeah, I noticed that, yes. I'd be interested. These are good horses as well, so I'm interested to know why you threw 2 of them out straight away. Amir Al Sham and Asaf Al Khalidiyah were off your list?
Yes. I took the 99 rated Amir Al Sham and the 95 rated Asaf Al Khalidiyah off my list. I just wasn't impressed enough with the run last time from Asaf Al Khalidiyah. I know it's just had the 1 run, but it was a long way back in 8th, and I think there's some more quality in this affair than what he faced last time. I think it's a great bit of placing for the horse because the prize money is good enough at this level. You're getting 30 grand for second, 22.5 grand for third, and 15 grand for fourth. So there's definitely an opportunity to get some big prize money in, especially with only 5 going to post, but I don't see him threatening for the win.
I think probably the least likely winner of the 5, but I think you might have taken a bit of a chance there because he hasn't got his mark of 95 for finishing 8th last time out. I would suggest, although we don't have the full back form for Asaf Al Khalidiyah, I suspect his form is at over further than 6 furlongs. So the fact that he was disappointing there in a prep run might not tell the full story. He was 7 lengths behind Amir Al Sham in the same race. Neither of those would necessarily be sprinters through and through. I think both of them would have been using that race as a prep for something more realistic, and they're both markedly up in trip now to 2,000 metres. So I couldn't rule either of them out because of that run last time out.
Well, let's start from the top and work our way down. Sab Al Dam is horse number 1. You'll see him in those lovely green and yellow colours.
Yeah, very good third to Turkey Al Khalidiyah in a mile open last time out. A dual winner over a mile and a quarter, albeit a Taif this season. This is a drop in class from his last run, although obviously not 100 handicap can be pretty strong, but he's the highest rated in this race and he deserves maximum respect.
Yes, Amir Al Sham is number 2, the horse we've just spoken about. 6 last time out, but you're saying we'll relish to step up the trip.
Yeah, I thought with both, we're getting a good old long look at Kasab Al Dam here. I mean, he looks well. Here we go. We're moving them back now to Amir Al Sham. He seems to be enjoying himself, it has to be said here. Maybe not the most robust, but very typical Arabian look about him. Yeah, I thought, although 6 last time out was a slightly disappointing performance, that was his first run of the season, and I think it was purely to put an edge on him for this. Whether he's good enough to win this is another matter, but I think he'd be happier stepping up in trip. This is Asaf Al Khalidiyah, number 3, who looks well.
Yeah, gorgeous looking.
Looks very well. Was only 8th that day, but again, that was a comeback run over a trip that's liable to be inadequate, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Asaf Al Khalidiyah run an entirely different race this time around.
Yeah, he looks fairly keen in the parade ring, but really marching out with purpose, and certainly a horse to keep an eye on. And yes, if you're right, Rory, there's a big step up in trip. Might be the making of him. Has that 95 rating from somewhere. I imagine it might have been on the Al Khalidiyah farm, but we just don't know. In behind, you've got Merba Al Khalidiyah, who is horse number 4, who's a very different type, much chunkier than what we've just seen.
Yeah, deep girths. You'd almost say he's carrying too much condition there, Mirba Al Khalidiyah, but this will be his 4th run of the Riyadh season already. Won a 0 to 90 over a mile 2 starts back, and run well enough over course and distance in a similar 0 to 90 last time out. With only 6 runs under his belt, he could still do a little bit better.
Yeah, then here's the final horse, Saab Al Khalidiyah, rated 87, has had the 3 wins.
Yeah, 3 wins to date from 10 runs. A good second 2 starts ago, but disappointing over this course and distance last time. Given quite an aggressive run, a very aggressive ride actually from the front, and clearly didn't last home. That would concern you running at 2,000 again, although I think with the fact that we've got a small field means he won't be asked to set such a strong pace here, and that might help him see it out.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She can give us one of her eye catchers.
It's our second Arabian race of the evening, and I have gone for horse number 4, Merba Al Khalidiyah. There has been a jockey change. Eddie Castro is now riding this horse, not Naif El Anazi. And to be honest, not only the best looking horse in the parade ring, but probably the most consistent on paper as well. Probably behind Kasab Al Daham, who is the highest rated at 100. However, I have full faith in Mirba Al Khaladia, who will jump out of stall number 4. He is a 5-year-old chestnut colt by Hatem Al Khaladia, and just going around the parade ring really, really nicely, not a bother to him. Beautiful markings as well, sporting blinkers this evening. So only 2 Al Khaladia horses in this race, and my paddock negative is the second Al Khaladia horse, who is Sab Al Khaladia, horse number 5. Just being really, really naughty as they're going around the parade ring. Just have to step away here from the walkway because he was initially being led by 2 grooms. He has not stopped jogging around the whole time, pretty much jogging around sideways around the parade ring. So absolutely G'd up to the nines, this horse. Best of luck to the jockey when they get legged up, but hopefully doesn't boil over before the start of the race and calms down a little bit once the jockey is on board. These Arabians can be a little bit more high-strung than thoroughbreds generally, but the first 4 horses going around the parade ring are going around really, really nicely. So hopefully they keep Sab Al Khaladia away from the rest of the field. But I will be going with Eddie Castro and Mirba Al Khaladia.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, I'll be joining you with Mirba Al Khaladia, actually. I made my selection nice and early. Interesting, Eddie Castro getting on instead of Nathan Alanazi.
Yes, I'm not sure what the story is there, but you can't really complain about Eddie Castro riding your horses.
Not at all.
Top-notch jockey. But yeah, this is. I just think this is maybe a slightly more competitive race than it looks at first glance. Amir Al Sham remains a maiden. Asaf Al Khaladia similarly remains. We don't know how many career runs Asaf Al Khaladia has had. Obviously, would need a few runs to have that handicap mark already. And as a 6-year-old, you'd imagine there'd be a few there somewhere. So you know the multiple winners in the race are Sab Al Khaladia, Mirba Al Khaladia, and our top weight Kasab Al Dam. Mirba Al Khaladia certainly looks very well, but you wouldn't argue with that at all. But I thought Asaf Al Khaladia looked really well too. It's just a case of it's difficult to make him a selection, given that I certainly know. I'm pretty sure he ran better than he did last time out, but I don't know how solid that rating of 95 is based on his other runs. But I thought he looked the part, and I thought he would potentially surprise a few there, but not easy to make that call. I think Kasab Al Dam just gets the verdict from me. That third to Turkey Al Khaladia last time out is a very solid form.
Thought it was a good third-placed effort as well. He looked beaten on the turn for home and then plugged on well to kind of hold on for third, because at one point it looked like he was going to drop off into unplaced position.
Yeah, that was over the
nicely.
Over the 1,600 metres, and step up to 2,000 will suit him. I know he hasn't won over course and distance, but he has won at Taif over 2,000, and we know he handles this track well. So I think all things considered, he's just about the pick here. But I do very much respect Mirba Al Khaladia, given that he's running very well at present.
Well, David is in absolutely fine form. He had a winner in the last race. He's sticking with number 1 here, so he's going with you as Kasab Al Dam. That's David in the comments going with you, and myself and Shamila teaming up against you. It's good to see that Jose Martinez mentioned that at the end of the day, it's good to have an inside draw because you can have a big advantage if your other horse is forced wide. And I think that's a massive thing we've seen all the time here in Saudi Arabia in these big field races, especially when there's lots of pace on early, lots of horses trying to get to the front. If you're posted wide, it's a nightmare passage.
Yes, again, we've seen quite a lot of horses win from wide draws. If you've got a class advantage, I'd rather be drawn wide if I knew that I had more speed and more class than the horses inside me, because what you don't want to happen is for you to, if you miss the break from out wide, you'd simply move into that daylight space and go forward. If you're drawn low and you miss the start, then you've got these inferior horses in front of you and you've got to find the passage, and there's just more congestion there. But yes, in an evenly matched race with early speed across the track, then clearly being drawn wide is a tricky place to be.
But it's not as simple as saying if you're drawn 1, you've got a better chance than if you're drawn 18. I think that's a very simplistic way of viewing things, and I think it can all change. Purebred Arabian race, only the 5 runners. This race has Tactical Affair written all over it. I don't think we're going to see anything try and flow up in front and stay there.
Well, if anything's going to go to the front, you'd have thought it was going to be Saab Al-Khalidiyah, given he did that in a bigger field contest last time out. So
He folded so quickly though, didn't he?
Yeah, but I'd imagine that again, Connections will hope that he can get to the front and slow things down, and end up not going as hard as he did last time out, because he clearly did too much in front. But yeah, as you said, it was a very disappointing performance. But when they're beaten, these horses,
spit the dummy out quite quickly.
Yeah, they tend to be properly beaten. So, and again, we saw that with our earlier handicap winner. You know, 2 awful-looking runs, and if you judged the horse on that, you'd have thought, oh, he can't have that. But you simply need to understand that the runs are bad because he couldn't get to the front. When he doesn't get to the front, he doesn't run his race.
Yeah.
Go back 3 runs, and you see a much better effort from the front, and you end up getting a win today in a scenario that suited the horse down in class. So.
Yeah, you did, and again, that was Alex Moreno's treble, wasn't it? There, he's been much quieter since. He's not got a ride in this. Adel Al-Faredi does. And Adel Al-Faredi needs to get a winner on the board, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. I mean, it's worth pointing out that being desperate for winners doesn't make you more likely to get winners.
No, it doesn't.
And actually, I know that's not the point you're making, but it's an interesting point to keep talking about. When Alex Moreno was desperate for winners,
he wasn't riding winners.
He wasn't riding winners because he felt hard done by. He felt he'd missed out on winners. He felt that he was losing ground unfairly in the jockey's title because he picked up a couple of bans, and he was carrying that anger through with him, that disappointment that he wasn't getting the winners, and as a result, not always riding to the best of his ability. Whereas at the moment, he's relaxed, he's incredibly happy. There's some jockeys who are just really driven to do it, and whether you wouldn't know if they'd ridden a winner after they'd ridden a winner, because they're just thinking about the next one, and it's all about that drive. The likes of Ryan Moore, the likes of Tony McCoy, and there are jockeys like Frankie Dettori and jockeys like Alex Moreno. When they ride a winner, they just come alive, and everything then starts going their way. So the whole idea about being, he'll want to win this, that'll give him a better chance. Well, sometimes you can want it too much, can't you?
Absolutely. I think we can see Adel Al-Faredi's ride here, Kasab Al-Dam. This is his 3rd place effort, and like I said, at this point he looks like he's booked for probably about 5th, but he just knuckles down really well and sticks it out to take 3rd.
Yeah, and you'd forgive a horse for dropping himself out in that sort of scenario when you're being sandwiched by other horses on the outside coming across, so you end up being short of room. And in that scenario, a lot of horses are tiring, rather than getting in trouble, they allow themselves to drop out. But he's actually going on quite nicely again at the finish, and give him another 100 yards, and he's probably closing down the front 2 again. So as a game performance, we know that he will win races as well. It's not like there are a lot of these horses who catch the eye and maiden races going on at the finish, and you think, well, I'll definitely win next time, and they keep drawing you in. We know that given an opportunity, he will win a race. So he looks in good terms with himself.
Yes.
It's a good opportunity. It's not a straightforward opportunity.
It's not the opportunity though, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly looks like a good opportunity on paper, but it doesn't look like a penalty kick.
No, he's not outclassing his opposition here, and that's one thing. When you've got a massive class advantage, then a good jockey should win most of the time. It's a case of just keeping the horse sweet through the race.
And if he was to get well beaten here, would he suddenly be in the conversation of a bit of a flat track bully, going to tie for winning those races, and then finding it a little bit tougher now in Riyadh? Again, the flat track bully epithet is a little bit unfair most of the time it's used, and you saw him last time out defying that despite not winning. Kept trying when he was beaten, they kept coming back, and when I talk about flat track bully, I expect a horse with what we used to call a twicer, a horse who either wins impressively head and chest, or when things don't go their way, just drop out the back. And he's not that type of horse. He might, he does lack a little bit of tactical speed for a horse of his rating, and that means he's always going to be vulnerable in a race that's tactically run. But I think he's perfectly genuine. I think he will win races here when things drop right for him. Yeah, this is a really interesting horse, isn't it? Asaf Al-Khalidiyah. I very quickly wiped him off my list, but he'd be keen to prove me wrong for sure. Yeah,
and listen, if he blazes early speed for 6 furlongs and then finishes last, then you'll be absolutely spot on. But he's just a little bit of a mystery to me, and I simply can't judge him on that run over what's liable to be a trip too short for him. And if I was trying to get him spot on for a better race like this,
you'd have him in that one run.
I'd rather be running him and giving him a bit of a blowout over a short trip and then hoping it comes on for it.
Yeah, it will be fascinating to see how they get on as the jockeys make their way down to the start. Eddie Castro, he's riding here on number 4 on the horse that Shamila and I both like. Can we start saying that the Eddie Castro here in Saudi Arabia isn't quite the same Eddie Castro as we've seen in the USA?
He's certainly not as dominant here, no. But we've seen him riding with success, but he's not firing in the winners as regularly as the top 4 or 5 in the table. So there can be lots of reasons for that. He doesn't get the very best rides out here.
Do you remember when we spoke to him in Taif? And we got him, he hadn't ridden many winners, and we got him in the interview. He was really quite emotional in an interview about getting the opportunities. And then, funny enough, Louis Morales had a winner maybe a day later, and he was very similar in the same way, saying it's not like you're just given the opportunity. They aren't just thrown at you. You really have to work. Owners have their beliefs in who they want riding their horses, and it takes a lot to change their mind. Now, we do see some jockey changes, but it's very rare, really. You'll often see owners will really go to the well with a rider, and only when something really poor has happened, we've seen a couple of quite poor rides in previous races, and then you see a fresh jockey on board. That's when a change will be made.
Yeah, and it's the big names can't sort of bully the way in, you know. I remember you're too young to remember the glory days of Lester Pickett, where owners and trainers didn't want to jock their riders off, but Lester would be on the phone giving an update. I don't think such and such is riding very well. No, I think he might have got hurt in that fall the other day. Whatever it happened to be, Lester, if he wanted a ride. And he wanted good rides. He wanted to make all the money he could from riding. He would be on the phone himself to the trainers, suggesting they jock off their usual jockey and stick him on board. Very hard to say no to a jockey like Lester Pickett as well. So, but this doesn't happen here. You can't just sort of swan in there and say, "I'm a big name jockey. You'll pay me on your horses." You absolutely need to show complete respect. For the trainers here and for the owners who are giving you the opportunity. And if you don't do that,
well, they're almost all in. Darren Owen, it's over to you.
Yeah, some great stuff there from Rory, talking about for the great L. Piggott. What's Leicester riding in the Derby? That was always the big question. Right, here we go. They're racing 2,000 metres, the journey in front of the Arabian Breds, and it is Saab Al Khaladia who makes the running. It's a gentle early tempo as well, with Amir Al Sham in second place, and being followed in the early strides by Kasab Al-Hadam. On the outside is Mirba Al-Khaladia, with the flashy chestnut Asaf Al-Khaladia last of the 5 runners. So early stages, and it is Saab Al-Khaladia who plays the tune. It's the bandmaster linking onto the main course from Amir Al-Sham, second position, 2 lengths away to Kasab Al-Hadam. On the wide outside, Mirba Al-Khaladia and Eddie Castro, and last of all is Asaf Al-Khaladia. So they go on down the far side of the race, and it is Saab Al-Khaladia, the leader, at Saab Al-Khaladia by around about a length and a half to, in second, Amir Al-Sham, and then 2 lengths further back to Mirba Al-Khaladia, with Kasab Al-Dam just in behind them, and the one detached by around about 5 or 6 lengths at the moment is Asaf Al-Khaladia. So no change up front. Saab Al-Khaladia looking for a 4th career success. Leads as they now make that exit from the back and extends the lead fractionally to around about 4 lengths. Second place, Amir Al-Sham. And then reading out to Kasab Al-Dam. Widest of all is Mirba Al-Khaladia. And driven along last of the 5 still is Asaf Al-Khaladia. They're on the turn. About 500 to go, approaching the final bend. And having made every yard of the action so far, here this horse is, it is Saab Al-Khaladia. Saab Al-Khaladia has had his own way up front, and he extends the lead at the 400, leads by around about 6 lengths, giving chase second Kasab Al-Dam, and then drifting over to the far side is Mirba Al-Khaladia. They've kicked away from Amir Al-Sham, and last of all Asaf Al-Khaladia. So out in front it is Saab Al-Khaladia, 200 to go, giving chase Kasab Al-Dam. The leading margin down to around about 3.5 lengths. Saab Al-Khaladia getting to the line as Kasab Al-Dam closes. Saab Al-Khaladia wins. Second place Kasab Al-Dam, and followed in third by Mirba Al-Khaladia, then Amir Al-Sham and Asaf Al-Khaladia. So number 5 has won. Saab Al Khaladia has gone on to win. Abdullah Al Saidi, the successful jockey, made every yard of the running. Made every yard of the running there. The 5-horse Saab Al Khaladia, 2 minutes 19, 19.81. Second, number 1, Kasab Al Dam, 2 minutes 20.12 was that one's time. The third, number 4, Mirba Al Khaladia in 2:21.79. So 2 minutes 19.81 the winner's time. 1.5 lengths and 8.5 lengths the margins. 5, 1, 4, and 2. So it was a 1-horse race in the end, and that 1 horse was Saab Al Khaladia.
We can see Abdullah Al Saidi, one very young jockey in the weighing room here. Big winner for him. He's led all the way on Saab Al Khaladia, who has motored away to win our most recent contest, race 8. And he's done it quite impressively, despite showing nothing on his previous start.
I'm not sure about motoring away. Yeah, he ran well 2 starts ago and he was second. And the key to his run last time out was he had to work hard to lead, was ridden aggressively and didn't stay. And if you look at that and thought, well, if he doesn't stay, he doesn't stay. But stamina, I always say that is not absolute. It depends on a number of factors. And clearly, if you try to go really fast over a certain trip, and you don't have limitless stamina, you're not going to get home. Here he was able to race within himself throughout the race. Now, he's not motored away in the last furlong. He got very tired late on. This would be the limit of his stamina. But the one thing about racing at this trip in a small field, it allows him to get to the front and dominate and do his own thing. So he's been able to dictate a slower pace than last time out. And then when he has quickened it, he's got 1 or 2 of these in trouble. To be honest, Mirba Al Khaladia never travelled through the race.
No, he didn't. He was always behind the bridle, and he was always niggling away.
The 2 you didn't like, fair play to you. They didn't pick up particularly from their runs last time out over 6 furlongs. Neither of them really setting the world alight. And Kasab Al Dam ran the race you expected him to. He just, when he needed to find an extra gear to get close to the leader,
we'll see it really great with
it.
this overall shot, but there must be a shot where we'll see, you can already see that Asaf Al-Khalidi has been outpaced at this point. But
well, he fell out of the stalls. He's lost about 12 lengths coming out of the stalls.
But as they hit this turn, Kasab Al Dam must have been in a position to try and take the lead, but just it looks like our eventual winner's stolen about 2 or 3 lengths on that final bend. It's a long way from home, yeah, and they sort of stay in this order.
Yeah, well, it's Amir Al-Sham who's doing the pressing in the early stages. But again, if you were up against a horse that led and didn't last home in its previous start, you wouldn't necessarily panic seeing it go off in front, unless you had a strong opinion about it. And you'd be hopeful that the horse who's chasing the leader is going to keep it honest through this race. But I don't think Amir Al-Sham was quite good enough in the day. Whether he's capable of running to his mark of 99 these days is open to debate. But Saab Al-Khalidi just had things go his way.
Jose Martinez has said in the comments that he's stolen it on the bend.
Yeah.
I think he thinks the young jockey's done a really good job here. Abdullah Al-Saidi has just nicked this race on the turn, and probably, with the small margin of victory that we've seen in the end, might have been a race-winning move.
Yes, I mean, he hasn't. It's not like he's really committed and gone for home in a way that's seen him fall in a heap. He's just managed to. He's saved every inch on the way round, hasn't he?
And he's just see, he's actually probably used about 5 lengths clear.
This is the thing. You've got to be able to steal those lengths when you're travelling well. I think what a lot of jockeys were trying to do in this scenario is you've got 3 or 4 lengths and they get into the straight and then they kick for home.
Boot, yeah.
But when you kick a horse for home, there's only a limited amount of time they can keep that gallop up. And what will happen is they might steal 2 lengths, they might get 2 lengths clear by going for everything at that point. But they will then get tired late in the day, and most of the time that just sets it up for something else. He's managed to steal enough of a lead when he's going well to build this 5-length lead. Now he's panicking a little bit. He knows the horse is beginning to empty, and he'd probably do slightly better sitting more still than he is at this stage. But he's ridden a very, very good race up until this point. You can see why he'd be worried now that his horse is beginning to empty.
He'll be able to hear this horse now, won't he, as well? That's
exactly, yeah. And but the thing is, although Kasab Al Dam stays on, he doesn't find an extra gear. He doesn't quicken.
He's almost like the other horse is stopping.
Yeah, he's just plugging away in second place, which is his Achilles heel is that although he's rated 100, he doesn't have tactical speed really.
No, but I'm sure he'll find a race to be able to take part in. But a good race nonetheless, because your winner, Saab Al-Khalidi, has done it from the front, and Abdullah Al-Saidi, a name to keep an eye on and a jockey to watch in the future, because to do that from the front with that confidence at such a young age is certainly something that's worth keeping on the right side of. It's worth keeping on the right side of the next race as well, race 9, because it looks an absolute corker on paper, Rory, doesn't it? It's a Jcsa challenge, it's for 3-year-olds, and it's over the 7 furlongs.
Yeah, we've lost Ishq Najran, which is a little bit of a pity since we looked at the entries. And of course, Amici was out this morning, which is a real blow, because that one had improved to win last time out for Jimmy Jerkins, but out of this contest. But still plenty to look at. We'll still see 3 of these in action on the VT and high quality contest. And
we just saw Said Mutlaq, actually, the trainer of our winner of the previous contest, and we mentioned as the Al-Khalidi stable, and Said Mutlaq may struggle, very happy jockey there, may struggle later on in this Jockeys Championship and Trainers and Owners Championship. It just feels to me that he's still ticking away with winners, and very much like Camille Ospina, if they can average 1-2 winners every weekend, they'll be happy, won't they?
Yeah, a winner yesterday and a winner today. Yeah. And although they haven't been flowing in recent weeks, there haven't been a huge number of runners. When you consider that maybe at a TIFE meeting we might see 7 runners in the Al-Khalidi colours. Here we're seeing 1 or 2 a meeting.
Did somebody say flat track bullet?
But they'll still. I mean, obviously the 2 Al-Khalidi horses were bottom weights in that contest. That's worth bearing in mind as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got the Arabian Horses Owners title at the moment in front of us, and Al-Khalidi stables have got 30 points ahead of Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz and Sons with 16. Then you've got Asbar Racing with 12. That's going to be a late close, I imagine. They're going to be looking to try and take some advantage in not just cup races, but the maidens and the conditions races.
Yeah, I don't know how many horses they have. It's not a massive stable, but we've had a couple of recent winners in the Asbar stable colours.
They seem very impressive, don't they?
And we've seen at least one very good performer thus far. Also, but not all. they're not all Arabian horses either. Of course,
No, they're not.
The Athba stable has runners in thoroughbred races as well. But yeah, it looks, although not as powerful numbers wise, it looks like the quality is generally very high. And of course, again, Lucas Gaitan.
Exactly. And for those who don't know at home, the Aspar racing colours that we're talking about are the black body and the blue and grey checkered sleeves. You'll see a lot of them with Lucas Gaitan, and Lucas Gaitan is a trainer to follow. Rory, you mentioned he was operating at some extraordinary percentage, like 80% of his runners finishing inside the first
more
two?
than that, because he's had one runner since then, and it's one. It was something like 86%. So he's had. We talked about one disappointing horse in the first race. You were saying, oh, this is really interesting, Escadolphin horse. I said, finished 16th in one run for Lucas Gaitan. You can be pretty sure that horse is no good anymore.
Absolutely. Yeah, Darren Owen is going to take us through the runners and riders for race 9, a high-quality affair.
It is indeed, yes. Up for some good money up for grabs here. Number 1 is Malika. Malika's partnered by Mohammed Al-Jmi. 2, Sunset and Vine, Ahmed Al-Azari. 3, Ryan's Party, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 4, Rossmore Nation, Adel Al-Furedi. Number 5 on the card is Walad Al-Dahawi and Iyad Al-Tarizi. Scratch the 6. 6, I believe, is a non-runner now. Number 7, Recall the Show, Fawas Wanas. Number 8 is Kadrak Ali and Khalid Al-Mimoni. 9, Salim and Thurb Al-Timiyat. 10, Stanzo and Azuz Aliash. 11, Power of Beauty and Abdullah Aziz Al Musa. Number 12 is Golden Force, Abdullah Al Saidi. 14 is Nayat Allah, and that's Nawaf Al Farouz. 15 is out. 16 Al Magdam and Ali Al Mutib. 17 is Al Hazem, and 18 is Al Tawhidi and Ali Al Mimoni. 19 is Uncle Ricardo Ferreira, and 20 Toledo and Luis Morales. So just note those non-runners here. We've got 6, 13 and 15 are now out. So good race coming up for the Jcsa Challenge.
Thank you very much, Darren, as we're looking at Malika, horse number 1 here.
Difficult to give this any chance on what it's showing. Rating is 62. This is too tough for Malacca.
Sunset and Vine shocked us on the dirt in Taif.
He did, yeah. He beat Ryan's Party, meeting 51 in Taif, but his form on the dirt has been more out than in, it has to be said. He's a horse who'll be of more interest when switching to turf later on this season, I think.
Ryan's Party is horse number 3.
Yeah, listen, he's a really reliable performer, Ryan's Party. He's run creditably in both starts since ending a Taif season with a very good second there. That was second to Sunset and Vine. He'd won his previous start. He'd been running really well most of the season. He's been 4th and 5th in his last 2 starts here. Maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew here, but he will give his all, as he always does.
Number 4 is the gorgeous Rossmore Nation.
Yeah, really like Rossmore Nation. He's only rated a pound higher than Ryan's Party, but he's been really progressive this season. Took him a run or two just to get the hang of things, but then he won his last 2 starts in Taif, including in was it a listed event, which is a really strong JCSA contest.
Strong JCSA contest, yes.
And he then, I thought, ran at least as well when runner-up in a course and distance open here last time out.
Just got outstayed, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And maybe Taif would suit him better at this trip. You know, he's effective at 6 furlongs.
Long
He
way
stayed 7
home
at
here,
Taif.
isn't it?
It is a long way home here, and he wants to do it from the front. So he might be vulnerable later on, but the way he's progressed this season has been really likeable, and I wouldn't want to rule him out.
Walad Al-Diawi is horse number 5.
Yeah, ran okay last time out and finishing 4th, but his rating of 66 shows you that he's liable to struggle in this company.
We don't run number 6, we go to number 7, Recall the Show.
He was 4th in that race that Sunset and Vine won back in meeting at 51, so behind both Sunset and Vine and Ryan's Party there. Hasn't been at his best in 2 starts since switching from Taif to Riyadh, and although he doesn't have absolutely tons to find, I'd like to see him in better form in a race like this.
Kadra Calais is horse number 8.
Won a weak race at Taif in the summer and has been well beaten in 2 starts there since. Looks very much out of his depth here.
Salam, number 9.
Likely to need this after an absence, and the fact that he's an 11-year-old, you'd be disappointed if an 11-year-old won this race.
Stanzo, number 10.
He is out of form at the moment, finishing 15th and 12th on his last two starts, either side of a summer break. And although he's a useful enough performer in his day, even at his best, he would struggle here.
Now, this is the horse I'm fascinated by. Power of Beauty, number 11. I don't know if you just saw on your screens in front of you, Power of Beauty was getting saddled up on the track. He got mounted on the track, Lou. He was mounted on the course. Clearly, he's got some temperament issues, but he has tons of ability and makes his first start for Prince Salman Salman Abdulaziz today.
Yeah, very good form last season from the son of Slade Power. Was a course and distance winner in the King Khalid University Cup in January. He has won 2 of his 3 since then as well, including the North America Cup when last seen in March. Coming off a bit of a break here, but if he carries on from where he left off last season, he's pretty much untouchable here.
He didn't win the North America Cup. He cantered up in the North America Cup. It was a phenomenal performance. Golden Force is number 12.
Yes, Golden Force has a rating of 68 and looks well out of his depth in this kind of company.
I imagine the same for Enyatala.
Yeah, well, even more so, rated 50. Poor maiden on balance, has no place in this kind of race.
Shamila is in the parade ring. She's had a look at those. Who's caught your eye?
I am in the parade ring, trying not to freeze to death. But this is the 9th race of the evening, and I'm siding with horse number 4, Rossmore Nation and Adil Al Faradi. This is a stunning 3-year-old colt by Sioux Nation. Just an absolute standout in the parade ring. But lots of talent on display here today, and this race is worth 150,000 Saudi Riyal, so really good prize money for the Jcsa challenge over 1,400 meters. So I will be sticking with my guns. I will be sticking with Rossmore Nation, and I did see him being walked down here a few races ago before entering the saddling enclosures, and he did look really well in himself and in his coat. A horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 3 in front of him, Ryan's Party, with Mohammed Obail on board. And it's worth noting, Callum, you already explained this, but horse number 11, Power of Beauty, went down to the start early, and he was carting his jockey down to the start with one of the outriders as well. So definitely some temperamental issues. Was brought into the parade ring earlier before all of the other horses, so it could be to keep everyone calm and stop him from winding everyone else up. 2 paddock negatives for you today in this race. Horse number 9 and horse number 12 carrying a little bit too much timber for my liking, so a little bit too much condition on them, but Rossmore Nation looks really good, and I think it would be silly not to mention horse number 19 as well, Uncle, for Thamar Al-Dehani. As we've seen with him in many occasions, him coming and taking all these cup races and challenge races, so wouldn't be surprised if Thamar Al-Dehani won this with Uncle as well, who's been super consistent this season.
Thank you, Shamila. Ricardo Ferreira on board, Uncle as well, looking for the double. Here's Power of Beauty going down to start, like you say, hacking down to the start. They're really taking a keen hold, but we'll have a chance to see these horses win last season in March. Now, this is him in front. He's in different colours today, but he absolutely cantered all over his rivals here. It was a frighteningly good performance. Yeah,
a bit of a mix of ability in behind, but this was a good cup race. And the North America Cup, and he's won it in very good style indeed. He's also a course and distance winner in the King Khalid University Cup earlier in the season. He's clearly the one to beat in this race. He's got a touch of class about him. He's also got a touch of temperament. When I say that, we often talk about horses with temperament, and often we mean they're ungenuine. But what we mean with him is that he's high-mettled, as they used to say in the old days.
Here's Uncle running a very good race to come 3rd last time out. I'm almost certain Third Kingdom somewhere in behind him here as well. Ends up plugging on quite late for Jimmy Jerkins, but wasn't able to get the race win here. But again, another consistent performance from Uncle, who just loves it.
Yeah, this is Kairama winning this from New Pursuit, who finishes strongly on the outside. We've already seen the horse who finished 4th, Bruck, earlier on the card. This is a very good run, typically from Uncle. Always gives his running, will do so again. Sometimes flatters to deceive in his races. It looks like he's going to deliver a slightly bigger challenge than he can. I don't think there's anything iffy about him in a finish. But he's always bubbling under and not quite producing. I think he's a good candidate for a place again, but he might just struggle with the very best of these.
You can just see power of Beauty just circling down at the start there, trying to stay calm, trying to keep a lid on that. Well, interesting, Lou Morales not in the saddle here for a Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz horse.
Yes, that is an interesting one, especially one with this sort of profile and rating. I mean, he's rated 102, but given how lightly raced he is here, and I thought there might even be more to come this season.
He was
from Power
smart
of Beauty.
in the UK as well, wasn't he? If I remember correctly, he was a listed winner in the UK. No, sorry, let me get that correct. He was second in the listed Stonehenge Stakes as a 2-year-old, so he clearly had the ability, and he's a horse that took to Saudi Arabia like a duck to water.
Yes, he's as I said, son of Slade Power. He was a top-class sprinter, but he seems to have adapted really well. As you said, we've seen horses who've run in good listed races at Salisbury before struggle to adapt to the dirt, either at Taif or at Riyadh. But Power of Beauty seems very well suited to it. He's a big horse as well, who would be better suited by Riyadh than Taif himself.
He's never going to Taif, is he? Too good. Al Tahidi, Uncle and Toledo, the last three all have a big chance here. They're drawn 18, 19, 20. Yeah, we
dealt with Uncle already. Al Tahidi, I'm going to say he's an infrequent winner these days, and I wonder, as a 7-year-old, whether he's quite the force of old, and I'd be surprised if he's heavily involved in the finish. Toledo's a tricky one because he won the Gulf Cup by 3 1/4 lengths in January, but he's a very in and out performer. You know, in his best form, he got a rating of 98. He's a big danger to all, but he runs the occasional stinker, and he was beaten 19 lengths in the European Union Cup when making his reappearance. Sorry, not
no
his reappearance.
British runners in that.
Second, surprisingly enough. Yeah, was well beaten in his return, and that should have set him up nicely for the European Union Cup. But he disappointed there. When he does fancy putting it in, he's a very good performer, but his form is a bit of a head scratcher.
And for those who are interested in the colours of Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz, who's currently sitting in around 4th or 5th place in the owners' table, these are these colours I mentioned. Just like Coolmore with the white stripes on the sleeve, you'll see Toledo carrying those colours today. Selections-wise, Rory, are you with Shamila, with me, or with anybody else?
I still can't get it when you talk about those being like the Coolmore colours. They're black.
And they've got the white sleeves.
But Coolmore colours aren't black.
Then navy blue. I mean, it's as close as I can get here. Just trying to give the people at home some sort of viewing reference. I mean, is there a real gulf between navy blue and black?
Well, there's enough, mate. I know that he's misbehaving a little bit, but that's often a good sign. And I am going to take Power of Beauty to overcome the absence and show his class in this contest. The time that he's capable of doing for this trip, 1:25 and change, certainly good enough to win if he puts it in on the day.
Yeah, he'd have a very good chance. Lou Morales, funny enough, just riding Toledo, which is an interesting choice of horse there. Could be a point to make there, worth noting. How would you ride Rossmore Nation?
There's only one way of riding Rossmore Nation, I think.
Is there?
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he doesn't have to be eyeballs out, but he has to be ridden prominently. He's got the natural speed to always take a good position, and he's learned to settle better here. You know, in his early runs in Taif, he was bombing off in front and then fading over 6 furlongs. Then he won nicely over that trip, seeing things out better, and he's shown since then that he can stay 7 furlongs as well. Now, I would have thought 7 furlongs at Taif is ideal for him. 7 furlongs at Riyadh maybe stretches him because he does race like a sprinter, although he stays the trip. I think you just let him roll along and do his thing. I don't think you can interfere with him too much.
I would go back to that race at Taif where he beat Taj Neom in that Sprint Cup final and didn't go eyeballs out and was sort of settled in just in behind those two leaders and cut them through the middle like a hot knife through butter. And I'm just wondering, in a race of this many runners, with this amount of natural speed in there, because we've talked about higher class horses, would they have the opportunity not to have to use all his speed early and be able to just kind of put
I would argue that it's a lot easier settling just behind the leaders in a small field than it is settling behind the leaders when they're going field. Because the horses start rolling around in behind the lead, and there tends to be a shortage of room. We've seen riders in trouble earlier on who are in what appear to be good positions, but they get interfered with by other horses. And whereas you're in a small field, you can basically stalk 2 horses or 1 horse and go, right, well, I know where you are, and I know that I can pull out any time and catch you. When you're in a 15, 16, 18 runner race, and you're in that same pocket, there are other really annoying horses getting in your way. So,
and I imagine Power of Beauty is going to be making this from the front, just like he did in the last time we saw him in March.
Yes, and if he goes clear in the early stages, then the obvious thing to do for other riders who would want to have led, just settle in behind him. The one thing you don't really want to be doing is going alongside him and trying to get into a fight.
Because that's what they did in the North American Cup, and they finished flat out the back of the field.
That is not going to work for. It might get the favourite beaten, but it's going to get you beaten quicker.
Uncle will probably want to be front ranked as well. I think people get confused with him and Ryan's Party are both horses that we've seen a lot, and they both quite like to be up there. They don't come flying from the back. They're not like a PP Go Lucky.
No, but Uncle's happy to be just off the pace, rather than forcing it as such. Ryan's Party. Well, Ryan's Party does come from a little bit off the pace.
Yeah,
he was probably unlucky.
I think he just gets compared to PP.
Maybe unlucky on his final start that the pace was really holding up at times. Whereas for a chunk of time we were there, you could settle off the pace, move wide on the turn, and then come through. Yeah. And on his final start, they were getting away from him.
So, as we just get the loading process started, it's Power of Beauty for myself and Rory, and Rossmore Nation for Shamila. We're getting loaded. Darren Owen, it's an exciting race. I hope I've not given it to you too early.
No, but I really did enjoy the lesson about dark blue and black, and I've just looked down. I've got 1 dark blue sock on and 1 black sock on, so thanks for that, Callum. Runners then moving up into the starting stalls for race number 9 for the Jcsa Challenge. And just watching them go in there, the blue and white jacket, that is Enayat Allah. Number 2, Sunset and Vine going in. Blue and yellow silks for Sunset and Vine slots into stall number 2. Sunset and Vine is in. Orange and blue jacket of Stanzo now going in. And there in the stalls is Al Hazem, red and grey colours for Al Hazem. So 1400 the trip this time. Salam and Power of Beauty still to go in. And in Callum's version of the Coolmore colours, Toledo still out of line as well. That one in the black and white jacket noseband, Toledo, drawn on the wing. Stall 11 to be occupied by Power of Beauty. Getting a little bit fidgety there is Salam. This is Power of Beauty. I think we're almost ready. That's it. And they're off. And rearing at the wrong time there was Al Magdama. That one lost many lengths at the start. Power of Beauty began well. On the outside, Uncle's coming over with the green sleeves. Extreme outside, Toledo. Power of Beauty, Toledo, Sunset and Vine. They are in the front rank, followed by Rossmore Nation. Uncle's just in behind the leaders. Plenty of speed on here. Further back to Kadrak Ali. To the inside is Malika, who's alongside Ryan's Party. And then further back into mid-division, spot the blue sleeves of Golden Force. That one is roughly mid-pack, followed by Salam as they head now around the turn. Heading towards the turn into the straight, this Power of Beauty in front by 2 lengths to Uncle's second, Toledo third, Sunset and Vine on the inside in 4th place, followed by Rossmore Nation. Best of the rest is Ryan's Party as they make the run now towards the final 400 metres. There's a gap then of several lengths to the others. Kadrak Ali is at the moment in mid-division and boxing on, and also boxing on in midfield is Recall the Show. Meanwhile, it's Power of Beauty chased by Uncle. 200 left to go. Power of Beauty. Uncle has about 2.5 lengths down, and it's Power of Beauty. Uncle's trying to close in. They've kicked right away from Rossmore Nation. It is Power of Beauty. Oh, what a beaut. Power of Beauty in front by 1.5 lengths to Uncle. Power of Beauty wins. Uncle second place, tight third. Rossmore Nation trying desperately to cling on to third place. That one was on the outside, and the one finishing up along the inner was Al Tawhidi. So it's Power of Beauty, number 11, has won. Power of Beauty wins, beating Uncle. There was quite a bit of pace on. It was a pretty strong pace down the far side. Power of Beauty has beaten Uncle. Rossmore Nation just couldn't go with them and succumbed in the end. I was involved in a photo finish with the strong finishing Al Tawhidi. There is Power of Beauty, number 11, crossing the line. Uncle, number 19, in second. Third, looks though Rossmore Nation just might get the dip for third. It is close for third between Rossmore Nation and the strong finishing Al Tawhidi, and they were a few lengths on from Recall the Show. So that was the story of race number 9. 11 Power of Beauty wins, 1 minute 25.07. 1 minute 25.07. Second, number 19, Uncle. Third, number 4, Rossmore Nation. And fourth, number 18, Al Tawhidi. 1 1/4 lengths and 4 1/2 lengths. 1 1/4 lengths and 4 1/2 lengths. The margins. It was a really good race. Power of Beauty beats Uncle.
يلا.
Well, the 150,000 Saudi Riyal Jcsa Challenge, race number 9, goes to Power of Beauty. Horse number 11, rated 102, should go up a little bit more from that run. Really good ride there for jockey Abdulaziz Al Musa. We saw this horse in the parade ring early, go to the track early, get his tack adjustments done here, and then be brought down to the start early just to look after this horse's temperament a little bit, and it obviously worked because there was absolutely no beating Power of Beauty. Uncle was very much on his hind quarters the whole way. However, Power of Beauty definitely came out on top in a really good way. Another winner as well for our owner, Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz. So Abdulaziz Al Musa looks really happy with that win. We'll just grab him really, really quickly. for a few words after the race. Congratulations, Abdulaziz. Just a few words. What did you think about that race?
Huh? Good race, thank God. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much, Abdulaziz. Well done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's a man of few words, but it doesn't matter because in the saddle he's mustard. And I think we've just seen one of the performances since we've been here in Saudi Arabia, because Power of Beauty was doing 64 clicks down the back straight and was doing it with a double handful. It was absolutely frightening. Rossmore Nation, a horse who's got bags of speed without pace.
Well, yeah. I mean, Rossmore. Bear in mind, Rossmore Nation was doing his running in the UK off marks in the 60s and running in lesser races than this. Power of Beauty looks a top class horse at this sort of trip. But Rossmore Nation run an absolute cracker in third as well. He's probably run yet another career best in finishing third here. Uncle, you always got the impression with Uncle that Connections thought he was capable of a massive performance, and he's just really hard to win with for whatever reason. But once again, with a target to aim at, he's probably raised his game and run the race of his life, certainly on the clock. We saw a really slow start there, didn't we, from Al Magdam. He wouldn't have counted anyway if he managed to get a 10-length start, but lost it at the start. The race quickly broke into two halves, though, didn't it? Or maybe 3/3.
They were going so quick.
There were a few who were outclassed here, who were outclassed from the very start because of the speed of this race, and you had about half a dozen of them who managed to break loose in the early stages, and they just increased that gap as the race went on. Ryan's party struggled just to keep tabs on that group as the race went on, but Rossmore Nation, despite the fact that he was only able to sit about 4th or 5th in that, I thought he's run on really nicely in the finish to finish third. But the front two are a little bit better in the end, and the winner, for all he clearly has his temperamental issues, and he's very headstrong pre-race, he doesn't do an awful lot wrong in the race itself, does he? That's more important. You know, you'd rather a horse played up before the race and then was well behaved in it than acted like a sheep going into the race and then pulled hard when the race started.
He's just drifted towards the end there. I don't think he gets any further than 1600. I don't think he does any further than a mile. We can see the Jcsa trophy being awarded to winning connections. These are the connections of Prince Saud bin Salman, Abdulaziz and Son. So certainly worth taking note, as Abdulaziz Al Musa is the winning jockey there as well. He's enjoying this moment. And this is a big moment for this ownership group, because they clearly have been biding their time and waiting for Riyadh, because we didn't see much of them in Taif, but since we've come to Riyadh, they've been banging in the winners.
Yeah, they've got some interesting acquisitions. This being one of the more high-profile ones, but yeah, a few others who can make their mark at a high level, and you see the Prince Saud bin Salman colours beginning to creep up the leaderboard as well. There's plenty of numbers, but there's an awful lot of quality in those numbers as well.
Go on, Abdulaziz Al Musa, lift up that trophy. You deserve it. You've given that a cracking ride, and we talked about pressure rides earlier with Alex Moreno on a very talented individual who we saw earlier in the card. This is another big pressure ride, and this jockey has done the business. Yeah,
this is the problem with riding a horse like this. You know, as a jockey, you want these rides, but if you win on, it is a lose-lose situation. If you win on them, people don't think you've done a great job because it was expected, and if they get beat, then it must have been your fault. So yeah, you must feel the pressure there. And the only criticism of this stable is the noseband issue, isn't it?
Yeah, the nosebands are a bit loose, but one man who is always tight and on the money is Darren Owen, and he's going to give us the runners and riders for race 10.
The Saeed Al Majid Cup is coming up for the local and imported thoroughbreds. Let's go going 2,000 metres. Let's have a look at the card. Tawaj is number 1. Fawaz Wanas takes the ride. Number 2 is Al Mulhelm and Naif Al Anazi. 3 Step by Step fired Al Furedi. Number 4 is Teet and Mohammed Al Ubail. 5, Mr. Trinket, Alexis Mourinho. Number 6 is O'Sheik and Rayan Al Tarash. Number 7, Fusion Gold and Ali Mutib. 8 is Bada. Bada partnered by Khaled Al Nimomi. Over the page now to number 9. That is going to be Media Stream. There is Media Stream and Adel Al-Faradi. Number 10, Wanham and Tariq Al-Mansour. 11, Ready to Connect and Gilberto Ramos. Number 12, Pivotal Revive and Victor Gutierrez. Number 13, Majestic Fighter, Abdullah Al-Ferouz. 14, Year of the Dragon, Ricardo Ferreira. 15 is Here Is the Map and Luis Morales. 16, Prefontaine. And moving across to 17, Bismillah Ayla and Abdul Aziz Al Musa. 18, Star of Winds, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 19, On For Me and Eddie Castro. And 20, Power in Numbers and Camilo Ospina. So they are the runners, no reserves required. 20 runners going to post for the Saeed Al Majid Cup, race 10, 2,000 metres.
This is a cracking contest. Darren, thank you very much for giving us the runners and riders. Tawaj is horse number 1. Let's go through them.
Yes, Tawaj, with a rating of 76, is a useful enough performer who won a meeting 37 in Taif, but that's not good enough for a race of this nature.
Al Muhem certainly is good enough for a race of this nature. Bounced right back last time.
Rating of 99 for Al Muhem. Won a 1 mile Jcsa Awards contest in Taif and was a good second to Power in Numbers in a 1 mile open last time out. So that's a very good piece of form. Step
by step in the same colours as Rossmore Nation.
Listed winner and third in the Prix-Chaudenay back in 2021 for Jan Barbaro. If he carried his French form forward here, he would be the horse to beat. He's only had one chance to do it, but he was very, very disappointing on his sole start here last year.
They went on turf, didn't they?
Yeah, yes, that's right. It was a qualifying run on turf, but you wouldn't have thought that he would want the dirt, and I think this is probably a prep for a turf campaign. He's clearly had his issues.
Tactite is horse number 4.
Rating of 90, was a length and a half behind Uncle when 5th in a JCSA award won by K-Rama last time out. We've seen several of those running today. This just seems the wrong contest for him. It's just a little bit too deep.
Mr. Trinket was hugely impressive last time out.
He was. There was not a 90 handicap, but he won it in devastating style, beating Premium Ticket by 7 lengths. If he can repeat that form, this is clearly a tougher race. But the way he won that race suggested he was well up to this step up in class.
Sheik has won his last 2 starts, but he might be the stable's second string here.
Yeah, it's a possibility. He's young enough. He's only had 5 runs here. Career best effort when winning an 1800 meter open last time out, beating Power in Numbers and Dai by 7.5 lengths plus. So that's a big step forward for Sheik, and it may well be. You know, he's got a little bit to find in the ratings, but I think, you know, he's on a steep upwards curve at the moment, so I wouldn't be ruling him out very quickly.
Fusion Gold is number 7.
Fusion Gold is running well at his level. He's had 2 runs in maidens, and this step up to Cup Company is liable to find him out.
Bada, second last time out in meeting 69.
Rated 95. His best recent effort, I should say, was 3.5 lengths second to Mazuna in a course and distance open last time out. The time of that race suggests he could be competitive, but I just think stepping up into Cup Company in a big field might just test him as well.
Yeah, a Media Stream is horse number 9. Jimmy Jerkins training Adel Al-Faradi in the saddle. Tick, tick. Won last time out. Tick. But the time before that, fell in a hole over this trip.
Yes, that's a little bit of a worry, but he was impressive when beating Here Is the Map by 5 3/4 lengths last time out.
Yes, and we'll see Here Is the Map later on in this race. 1M, number 10.
Rated 82, not at his best recently, pass.
Ready to Connect, 85 rated, might not be the owner's first string. I imagine Here Is the Map is the one they're keen on.
Here Is the Map is the likelier one. He's rated 85, he's a useful enough performer, Ready to Connect, but I think he's going to find this company a little bit too hot for him.
Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz had a winner in the last race, and they've got Pivotal Revive here in number 12.
Pivotal Revive was a Leopardstown maiden winner in August and was reasonably consistent, but he's only got a rating of 79, and this is a tough start to his Saudi life. There would be easier races to put him in, and no winners of 2 would be a good start for him, but he'd be doing well to be competitive here.
Majestic Fighter, number 13, unlucky for some.
Again, not absolutely pulling up trees at the moment, and even if he was back to his very best, a rating of 81 gives him plenty to find.
Year of the Dragon was doing good work in Taif, not quite the same in Riyadh.
No, just a fair, excuse me, just a fair 8th in a course and distance open last time out. That was off a break, so he's entitled to come forward for it. And he finished his Taif season on a low note, so he might just have a bit of an injury there. He was a winner over this trip in open company back in meeting 23, but this is, you know, he's got a rating of 97. That actually puts him into contention, but it's a wee bit hard to see him being massively competitive.
Yeah, I think you might find this tough. Here, 15, here is the map. This is an interesting one, isn't it? Behind Media Stream there last time.
Yeah, is a pounds inferior to Year of the Dragon according to the official figures, but is going in the right direction. Just the 4 runs here, 2 wins, a second and a third, won a not a 90 handicap in Taif over this trip. It was an excellent second in Media Stream and of course in Distance Open last time out on his return from quite a long break. Should come forward from that and is an interesting player.
He's getting a kilo from Media Stream as well, carrying only 57, not getting punished for all those wins. Shamila is in the parade ring. This is a cracking contest, Shamila. Who caught your eye?
I'm down here for the Saeed Al Majid Cup, our 10th race of the evening. Just watching the horses go out onto the track behind me here now. Media Stream has just gone. He was one of my eye catchers for Jimmy Jerkins and Red Stables. However, I will be siding with horse number 5, Mr. Trinket, with the Alex Moreno Magic Touch on board as well. So I think it would be silly not to go with Mr. Trinket. I mean, Alex is in great form. Naif Al Mandil Stables is in great form as well. This horse was first last time out. He's a stunner in the parade ring as well. I really, really loved the look of him. 4-year-old gelding. And a few other horses that I really like the look of. Sorry, I'm just admiring Louis Morales' head cover here to keep his head and ears cold. But I really like the look of both the White Stables horses, Oshik, and the one Camilo Ospina is riding. Also, I did mention that I liked Media Stream, and horse number 1 as well, Tawaj, looks really fit for this contest. Only one paddock negative for you this time in horse number 16, carrying a bit too much condition. But is there any beating Mr. Trinket? I don't think so.
Thank you, Shamila. You're just down there and you've just seen Power in Numbers go by you, the American Raider, horse number 20 on your race card, wide draw, a winner last time out. What did you make of him? I know you were quite keen on Camilo Ospina's mount.
Just being ponied down to the start there with one of the outriders, Faisal, just to keep him a little bit calm. But it's not like he was on his toes in the parade ring or anything. They just do this sometimes just to keep the horses a little bit of company. He is still only 3 years old and has only had those few starts here in Saudi Arabia. So he's just really, really nice looking, proper American looking thoroughbred. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised now. He was first last time out. If Camilo Ospina could do it again. I was talking to Talal bin Shuraim, the racing manager of White Stables, before the first race today, and he seemed quite keen on Power and Numbers as well as Kaflahum. So those were two definitely to watch out for the White Stables today.
Thank you very much, Shamira. And there she is, ear to the ground all the time, finding out the information. And I think if Power in Numbers is to do the business, Kaflahom might just be a certainty, although I certainly will be hoping he can be beaten. We're just seeing Power in Numbers here. This is him getting podied down to the start, an American Raider. And this was a very good effort last time out. Almahelm is the horse in the green cap, purple and white in behind, and closes down really late.
Yeah, the Power number is quite impressive here in winning by 2.5 lengths. This is over the mile, but a step up to 1.25 miles. Certainly wouldn't be a bother to him on pedigree.
Would you be concerned about his running style over this trip?
Well, the way he's doing it here, yes. As I said, on pedigree, he should be fine with it. But the way he's doing, he'd want to be ridden slightly differently. And again, he's in a bigger field, a very competitive race as well. He wouldn't need to be trying to dominate these through
wide draws.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be, he's stuck out in stall 20. He'll be coming across and racing handily, but he needs to settle a little bit better. Well, not that he didn't settle, but he needs to be able to sort of settle into a slot here rather than trying to dominate this field from the start.
This is Oshik, the horse we say is on the upgrade. It looks to be Camilo Ospina's second choice, but he actually beat Power in Numbers the last time we saw him. You've got Power in Numbers here battling away down the rail. This is his first start in Saudi Arabia. Oshik swept on by and won comfortably, and in behind you've got Dahi, who's running in that cracking Crown Prince Cup tomorrow.
Indeed, yeah, and this was a very good performance from Oshik, a career best from him. to win this. This is over 1,800 meters. So you look at the way he's done this late on.
He looks like he wants
He's
the trip.
crying out for the extra trip. Now, it's easy to look at this and say that Power and Numbers doesn't want this, given that he was outrun. But this was his first run. Yeah. He looked a little bit rusty there, and he'll come on. But I thought I certainly wouldn't be ruling O'Sheick out. I loved the way he did that.
Here's the best video performance you'll see all day. Watch the way Mr. Trinket just sets fire to these rivals.
Yeah, you can see him moving up into about 4th place here, and you think, well, he might get up and win by a length. But as the race runs on, he really picks up in tremendous style.
Look at that turnover.
And takes clear. That is
fantastic to see.
Genuine turn of foot, whereas most of these horses are coming from off the pace to win races at this track. They actually aren't quickening. They're maintaining their speed better than their rivals. But this is a horse who did that unusual thing of actually going faster in the last furlong.
Don't see that often on the dirt, do you?
No.
It's also, he's got form over 2,400 metres. The trip, not a concern for him today.
No, and the Son of Australia looked in incredibly good order there. So although a lot of his earlier forms seemed to suggest that he was maybe short of Cup standard, he really took his game up a notch last time out and did it in such sparkling style that you would fancy his chances of following up.
Prefontaine is a gorgeous runner. Shamila said he looked a little bit tubby in the parade ring, but rated 93. Yeah,
he's not the force of old. I don't think he's a multiple winner. He's won 5 from 38, but his last wins came over a mile and a half. 2 wins in the same month in March 2022. He was disappointing last season, coming back from an absence, and he's getting older. And when these horses, these entires, get older, they're harder to get fit at home, and they're less likely to work themselves to fitness. So it's no surprise that Prefontaine comes here looking in need of the run.
I can't believe we've got the last 3 to look at. We've already talked about Power and Numbers, but Star of Winds is rated 94 and On For Meal is rated 95.
Yes, Bismillah Alea is a hard one to fancy here. 2 from 35. Latest win came in a 0-80 handicap. That was fairly recently, but 0-80 handicap. Very different kettle of fish to this. Star of Winds was 4th in the mile and a half National Day Cup at Taif, and was in front of On For Meal on his penultimate start as well. Arguably very best form is at a mile and a half. Was 5th over the mile and a quarter in a course and distance open here last time out. On For Meal looked a star early at Taif.
Loved it at Taif, didn't he? Taif legend.
He was a winner in meeting 3 and meeting 12. A very good second in meeting 18. Finished his time in Taif. He 2 wins over a mile and a half. Second in the Jockey Club Cup over that trip as well. His best form is definitely over the longer trip. I can see him being taken off his feet here. I know the turns in Taif are tight enough, but the deep surface there does suit stairs.
Right, well, special shout out to a few people in the comments. Ed Rarfield will be watching this race like a hawk from the Jimmy Jerkins social media base. Thank you very much to Jose Martinez, who said some beautiful things about us. He said you guys do a terrific job, especially when you both give feedback in the race's run. You've got great eyes. I'm saying that's you, Rory. You've got the great eyes and right to the point with your opinions. So that's really thankful for you guys. Thank you so much for watching, and remember to keep with us tonight and tomorrow because we've got some great racing coming up. Let's go through selections now, though. Who do you like in this one? We know Shamila's on Mr. Trinket.
Oh, this is a tough one because I keep going backwards and forwards between a few of these.
Let's start going forward. We've only got 4 left.
No, I'm going to go Mr. Trinket as well.
Mr. Trinket as well.
Yeah, I mean the bottom line is when you see the replay of that run last time out, it does blow you away, doesn't it?
I think Camillo knows something here, so I'm going to go for Power and Numbers. Darren, it's over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, runners going into the starting stalls here. Big field, good race coming up for the Saeed Al Majed Cup, and there can't be many more to go in. That's it, flags up, and they're racing. So they're right across the track from the 2,000 metre start, and Tak Tita began well. That one towards the inside, showing up prominently is Al Mulhem as they fan out across the track early on. Majestic Fighter is well to the fore. That one in the blue and white colours. Widest of all is Power in Numbers. Spot the white and red colours as Tawaj takes them along. Tawaj from an inside draw. Power in Numbers is in second place as they now link onto the main course. The leaders are chased by Wanham. who's in the red and yellow jacket. The black and white colours not too far off the leaders is ready to connect, and also in the black and yellow checks is Fusion Gold, who's up there with the speed. Step by Step is just about 3 or 4 lengths off the pace. To the wide outside is Star of Winds as they continue their work down the far side. Tawaj is in front, Power and Numbers is in second. These are being chased by Wanham in third place, and Fusion Gold's already coming under a ride. To the outside is Ready to Connect, and wider still to Here Is the Map, who's starting to make a little bit of progress. Further back to Media Stream, and up along the outside is Star of Winds. Trying to get into the race now is Tak Tita. Began well, but is also now coming back for more. Yellow Jacket of Bada around about 7th or 8th as they make the turn. Further back to Oh Chic, but the one to get to is Power in Numbers. They head now towards the turn, and once again we've got a horse trying to break away off that final bend. It's Power in Numbers. Year of the Dragon in second place, and then down the outside, trying to pick up down the outside is Al Mulhelm as they head down towards the last 200 meters, and it is Power in Numbers. Power in Numbers the leader by about 5 or 6 lengths. Al Mulhelm is in second. Down the outer red colours of Media Stream coming home really well, but Power in Numbers is all power now. Power in Numbers is the winner. Media Stream second place. Al Mulhelm is in third, and they were a few lengths on from the others. Step by Step might have been one of those involved for fourth. So victory there goes to Power in Numbers. Power in Numbers, they're winning decisively, and Camillo Ospina riding a double on the card, but that was ever so emphatic, wasn't it, for Power in Numbers number 20 from stall 20, but got off to a really good beginning from that wide draw. Power in Numbers going on to win in good style. Year of the Dragon were giving chase at the top of the straight, but the one who stayed on there was Al Mulhelm down the outside. 20 Power in Numbers wins, 2 minutes 05.94. It's Power in Numbers first, the rest nowhere basically. Media Stream stayed on, took second place ultimately. 9 Media Stream second place. Number 2 Al Mulhelm was back in third. 20 it was the winner. 9 took second place. 2 took third position, and here is the map. Number 15 was back in fourth. 29, 2 and 15. 29, 2 and 15. 2 minutes 05.94 the winner's time. 6.5 lengths and 1 1/4 lengths. 6.5 lengths and 1 1/4 lengths the margins. We've just seen another easy winner.
Congrats.
you know, always thankful with the Primita Bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, and the beef thanks to the King Abdullah stable. And it's nice horse, you know. The first time he finished second because the long time no run from America. The second time he ran again, he win, and today 2000. But he has power, you know. He has power. Yes, power and number. Yeah. Perfect.
Wow, power in numbers. Powers home to win the 10th race of the evening worth 150,000 Saudi riyals. And the racing manager, Talal bin Shuraim, did say before the first race that he really fancied this horse, and now you can see why. Even overcome stall 20. This horse has proven himself over all sorts of distances now. He was first last time out over 1,600 meters, and his first start this season over 1,800 meters when he came second the time before that. So really great to see. A double for Camilo Ospina as well today, so that's really great to see. Will be interesting to see what he thought of the race. But he looks absolutely delighted with that, and so he should be, because that was a really, really strong contest. He came out of stall number 20 and overcame it. Congratulations, Camilo. A double for today. I spoke to Talal bin Shuraim before the race, and he really liked this horse, but what did you think of him?
No, it's a good horse, you know. The first time he finished second, good race for him because long time no run, and the last race he wasn't in America. But the second time he won very good, and today he increased the distance, but I know he's very good horse, you know. He's working very good, and I was thinking he giving the distance. And thanks God, you know, he has speed and he has stamina and he has all for the big, very good horse, you know.
And coming out of stall 20 as well, were you worried about that?
Yeah. No, he's for me it's better, you know, because it's 2000. You have a long way to put the horse in very good position, and he has speed. It's very important, you know. I try to relax. I keep him outside until core, and then he's very good horse, you know.
And what distance did you think he suited better? Did you think he suited 2,000 meters better, or last time out over 1,600?
You know, the first time he ran 9 furlongs, and the second race he is mile, and today 2,000. But the horse is for any distance, you know, because he has very good pace and very strong until wire.
Well done, Camilo, again.
Thank you very much, Hamid. Thank you.
I tell you what, I think we've seen a really, really good performance here. I think from stall 20 to have to cover all that ground, and not easily done because there were plenty of horses showing speed towards the inside. Power in numbers has absolutely powered away from his rivals here and done the job in impressive style.
Yeah, this is a very good ride, I think, because as you said last time, he won well at a mile, but in order to get home over the 2,000 meters, he needed to relax and give himself every chance of getting home.
Look how slow Tawaj without the gates. He had to get rousted to take that inside position.
Yeah. The interesting thing is you're almost always capable of doing that. Now, if you watch the race later on, you'll see Mr. Trinket literally run into the back of Tawaj, who made the early pace and then stopped really quickly. So Mr. Trinket was making ground from the rear of the field. And looking potentially dangerous, but he got stopped on his run completely. But concentrating on the winner here, you'll see he's widest of all on the track, in second place at the moment, as the lowly rated Tawaj was having his moment of glory. But Camilo had to wait to come across. He was being held out a little bit in the early stages by Year of the Dragon in the brown colours. So Camilo couldn't cut across to the rail, and he didn't want to set his horse alight to get that position either. He had to just gradually work his way over while keeping his mount as relaxed as possible. That's not an easy thing to do for a jockey, but Camilo is the master of doing this. We constantly see him able to get over to the rail from a wide draw, but here he's had to wait 4 furlongs really to be able to do that and to have the patience to do it.
We might see Mr. Trinket popping into the bottom of our screen. He's the one to watch.
On the inside, in the white colours with the green cap, is the early leader, Tawaj. Now, he stops really quickly from here. Mr. Trinket at the bottom of the screen is coming with his run up the rail, and you'll see in a couple of strides, well, there's nowhere for him to go, and he almost... I mean, we talk about horses running running into the back of others when what we mean is they've had to take a pull and come right. He almost literally collided with that weakening leader. If you watch the end of this race, now you imagine that Mr. Trinket is now in about 15th place and being eased up.
And Thor?
He finishes 5th.
Yeah.
And Thor as well, yeah. He stages a tremendous late rally to almost get, well, he's got into the prize money in 5th place, but that was a remarkable run given he was stopped dead with 2 furlongs to go. So this is a very good performance from the winner, but Mr. Trinket is a desperately unlucky horse and again showed that the turn of foot he produced last time out will stand him in good stead in the future.
Look, we've got the Crown Prince Cup coming up tomorrow. That's over 2,400 metres. It's the biggest race we've had in Saudi Arabia so far. But of the 2,000 metre division, I think we've got a new star here. Power in Numbers might be the one that they've all now got to get to, because that was such an impressive performance, stepping up in trip from what Camillo said it in the interview earlier. He said, look, at the end of the day, he'd first run from America, he was learning everything. His second run, he stepped up and won, and his third run, he's gone on again. And Almahem has boosted that form, finished second that day, finished third today.
Indeed, yeah, Almahem's run another really solid race. So yeah, boosting the form of Power and Numbers by finishing second to him in a stronger contest. Yeah, it's taken a couple of runs for Power and Numbers to show exactly what he's capable of doing. But on each of his starts, he's shown plenty of ability. And Connections knew that they needed to give him a couple of preps for this. So he's turned the tables round with O'Sheik in no uncertain terms.
I mean, yeah, O'Sheik's just been completely out of his depth here, isn't he? He's not been. His victories have come in small field contests. You can see he's right in midfield here.
This is the issue of being in midfield in a field like this is you've got to have a bit of flashy pace to get out of trouble. We're seeing a close-up of Mr. Trinket, who's come away in second last place from the stalls, but he wanted to be there. That's absolutely fine. He is one of those rare horses who will unleash a genuine turn of foot. So you don't have to worry about being off the pace with him. Unfortunately, what you do have to worry about is horses falling into your lap, and that's very much what happened here.
Mr. Trinket isn't even in shot at this. There he is, right on the inside. He must be, like you said, in about 15th, 16th.
This is just, well, he would have been about 7 places closer at this stage if the interference hadn't happened. That was the plan to make a big move. Well, it's difficult to tell. Obviously, you know, Power and Numbers never even saw Mr. Trinket, and I'm sure Camilo Ospina would say if he was challenged later on, he'd have found more. But that's a remarkable amount of ground that Mr. Trinket has made up after that such a serious piece of interference, and I'm inclined to view him as a moral winner.
A moral winner, love that. Well, Power in. Power in Numbers. I was about to call him the other Power horse we've just seen. But Power in Numbers was your winner today of race 10. We roll on to race 11, and I am so excited for this contest. I know everyone will talk about the race tomorrow, but this Group 3 is an absolute firecracker. It's basically a Saudi Derby trial, and Darren Owen will take us through the runners and riders.
Yes, the 2-year-olds Group 3 action for the Ministry of National Guard Cup. Let's have a look at the field. Number 1 is Masha and Naif Al-Anazi. 2, South Army, Eddie Castro. 3, Hassan and Ali Mutib. Number 4, Maluk Al-Anay, Abdullah Al-Rashad. Number 5 is Al-Qaed and Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 6 is Al-Yasub and Victor Gutierrez. Number 7 is Major Abdullah Al-Jmi. Number 8 is Kaf Lahom and Camillo Ospina. Number 9 over the page is Saudi Neom and Adel Al-Faredi. 10, Lauren and Alexis Marina. Number 11, Dubawi Najed and Khaled Al-Mimoni. Number 13, 12 is out. Number 13 is Aj Wadi, partnered by Mohammed Al-Daham. 14, Al-Mutahed and Luis Morales. 15, Siha and Wigberto Ramos. 16, Ala Karim Abdullah Al-Farouz. 12 is a non-runner. Good race coming up. Group 3 action for the 2-year-olds.
Darren, yes, Group 3 action for the 2-year-olds, and what 2-year-olds we have on show today. Let's start from the top. Mashur, who's done nothing wrong in 2 starts since finishing second on debut.
Not at all, yeah. 7-length winner and meeting 16 at Taif, looking well above average, and improved again when beating Wakid by 2 1/4 lengths over this course and distance last time out. Very much deserves his place in this contest with a rating of 102.
South Army finished 4th behind Al Mutahed last time out.
Little disappointing since winning a Taif maiden back at meeting 13. and with a rating of 83, faces a tough test here, doesn't he? Needs to step forward markedly.
Another one with a rating of 83 is Hassan, number 3.
Yeah, below form here last time out, having run an encouraging third on his penultimate start, and he's up against better rivals now, so it looks like he's going to struggle here.
Maluk Alanay got his head in front last time out.
Yeah, another one with a similar sort of rating, rated 82. He got his head in front, winning a local Colts and Geldings maiden over course and distance. He should win more races, but this is a big hike in class, and his time of 141.29 for this course and distance makes him look vulnerable again.
Al Kayad, horse number 5.
Rated 67, had the 5 starts, ran disappointingly last time out, and appears to be out of his depth in this contest.
Yeah, Al Yasub, green as grass when he won last time out.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Al Yasub won a 7-furlong maiden 7 weeks ago, beating Ala Karim by a neck. Maluk Alanaya, 5.5 lengths back in third. That form looks okay, but as you said, he was green. He didn't really know what he was about. I think the gap between these two races is important for him. I think he needed to grow up a little bit. Looks really well in the parade ring as well.
Here's Major, number 7.
Rated 89, beat Kingrise over 6 furlongs 2 starts back, was only 6th to Simo last time out, and he's stepping up from 6 furlongs. Now, when he beat Kingrise, he stayed on really strongly from off the pace, so he clearly wants further than 1200. Whether he wants as far as 1600 at this stage is open to debate.
Kaflaholm's in shot at the moment, but Shamila's been in the parade ring. I know this is the apple of both yours and Rory's eyes, Shamila. What does Kaflaholm look like in the parade ring?
Thanks very much, Callum. Yeah, he's actually just gone past me there now with Camilo Espina on board, and I could not take my eyes off him around the parade ring. He's absolutely stunning. A 2-year-old grey colt by Blue Burner, and wow, he's just an eye catcher in every single way. I mean, he dominates the parade ring as soon as he walks in, and he looks really cool, calm and collected as well. Now, Callum, I know you love Al Mottahed, but I really, really think Camilo Espina is going to have a hat trick today, and Kaflaholm will win this race, no doubt. But a horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 10, Lauren, for Alex Moreno, chasing a 4-timer. And I think the underdog of this race is horse number 1, Mashur, rated 102, with Naif Al-Nazi on board, first in his last 2 starts as well. So I really think that is a horse to keep your eye on. However, I don't think anyone is getting past Kaflaholm in this contest, even Al Mottahed.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and I don't often say this, but I hope you're totally wrong. There he is, off the apple of my eye. An absolute star. He's by Bobby's Kitten. He's bred in the UK and a beautiful farm in Landway Stud. He was sold to Saudi Arabia for only about 3,000 guineas, and he's done more than earn his money back. But let's keep going through them. We just heard from Kaflaholm. Saudi Neom, interesting runner, really caught my eye on debut, came from the clouds, clearly will want to step up in trip.
Yeah, another 7-furlong maiden winner. He won by 2 lengths on his racecourse debut from Salam Al Khair. Hasfa Hill, who was 6th on that occasion, has won since. The bare form means he needs to improve, but it was an impressive enough performance and suggested that that he would step up on it as well. So Saudi Neom is not the easiest to rule out.
It's great to see that plenty of dignitaries have arrived, and we've got plenty of people involved within Saudi military on show too, looking resplendent in their uniforms. Larin, horse number 10, a one that Shamila really liked in the parade ring.
Yeah, another one who's had 1 run and 1 win, winning a 6-furlong fillies maiden by a head from Alamya on the 10th of November, ahead of a couple of winners that day as well. Moscow, who was well back as a winner since, and so's Anfal.
Here is Kaflaholm going down to the start. Firstly, one of the most gorgeous horses you'll see here. And watch this race. This was the last time we saw him. He looked beaten down the back stretch, and look how far he ends up winning by.
Yeah, he was just a little bit on his nerves this day, but I was enormously impressed when he did manage to get going, when he was asked to put his race to bed. It looked like some speedy horses might have got away from him for a while, but he ended up winning by 7.25 lengths. He's won both his races by wide margins, 7.5 lengths even last time out. It was 15.25 on debut. Ultimately, really impressive last time out.
This was only 1,400 metres as well. He looked like he'd be crying out for that.
Yeah, the horses in there who were sort of proper 6-furlong horses who took him out of his comfort zone early on. He should be a lot happier at this mile trip.
This looks like a proper 6 furlong horse at Motterhead. He's stepping up in this trip today. This is purely to find out whether the Saudi Derby is an option, but this run against Dahi, I know you said he was crying out for the line. I loved his attitude. He'd never had to fight like this before.
Yeah,
and really battled back, because he looked beaten at one stage.
He only just holds on at the line. And this is the question, he's a horse who's shown explosive pace in his earlier races, ridden slightly differently on this occasion, coming from slightly off the pace.
Louis Morales wasn't happy with the ride he gave him. He was very openly critical about how he got it all wrong. It was a bit of a barging match early on. He found himself on the rail, then off the rail, behind a wall of horses, and to win despite all of that.
Yeah, he's done well to win in the circumstances, but he has shown that he's likely to have stamina limitations. What we said from the start, that I think he's a 6-7 furlong horse, and the mile is a big question mark for him.
Here's Shamila's underdog of the race, Mashore, who, like we said, has done nothing wrong, beaten on debut second, but his last 2 starts have been good, and he shrugged off a decent white stable runner here.
He did, yeah. Wakid comes to get him. Interestingly, he wanders out into Wakid's path and tries to, I don't know whether it's just the horse drifting out or whether it's a little bit of a deliberate intimidation, but it seems to put Wakid off, who just backs off a little bit in second. Mashur was all out, I thought, at this day, and the third is beginning to close him down, but he showed a really good attitude. He didn't want to be passed, and he kept battling away. He's got a rating of 102, so he's not exactly an underdog, but he might just be sort of the forgotten one at the head of the market.
Yeah, and we know what they're running for here. This is the Ministry of National Guard Cup. It's a local Group 3, and it's a lovely trophy, and I imagine a lot of the gentlemen up sat in the stalls will be for the Ministry of the National Guard, so great to see them all here enjoying the race named after their place of work. We do have to keep going through this field because Dabawi Najd is horse number 11, a horse rated 89. Seen plenty of him.
Yes, Dabawi Najd won a nominative 3, beating Alka Wakabi, the brilliant named Alka Wakabi. I wanted to get that in there on Taif. But he's been beaten 20 lengths and 18 lengths in 2 starts since, and just looks a little bit out of his depth here.
Ajwadi, horse number 13, powerful owners.
Powerful owners. This, like a lot of horses in these colours, he started his career in the UK. He was a winner at Pontefract for Richard Fahey, and was beaten 9 1/4 lengths, wins 3rd in the Sultan Ray Al Ghouda Cup last time out. That's a strong contest. Needs to build on that. May well still do that, but a rating of 83 suggests that this will be a tougher ask for him.
We've spoken about Amothed already, so we'll go straight to Sihar, horse number 15, at rated 79.
Yeah, Sihar was behind Al Mottahed, wasn't he, when that one won the Taif Sprint Cup. He's been running okay since winning a maiden, but not enough to win this.
And Al Karim, a horse I know you really like.
Yeah, Al Karim matched his debut form, went second to Al Waka in a course and distance maiden last time out. That looked a strong contest, and Al Waka, of course, came out yesterday and was a really impressive winner of what looked a strong race. So, although he's got a bit to find with a rating of 94, I'd be inclined to nudge him up a little bit in the ratings, given how that form has worked out. I think he's got strong place claims. He's starting out in stall 16, but I think he could be a danger to all.
So, Rory, I'm already writing your name down for Cathlahom. I presume that's going to be your selection.
I'm going to go with Cathlahom, yes.
I am going to go with Al Mottahed. I wish everyone the best of luck at home. This is going to be an absolute humdinger of a contest, and Darren Owen is the perfect man to bring it to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yes, classic trial then. It is a Group 3 race, Ministry of National Guard Cup for the two Maluka Alanay about to go in. Maluka Alanay then the black and yellow colours. That's Maluka Alanay in the stalls. So well through the loading up process, still out of line is number 16, Ala Karim. So this is a mile race. Saudi Neom about to load. Al Mottahed, hitherto unbeaten, has gone in. Masher number 1 moves into place. Right, we've just got one more down the line. That is number 6, Al Yasub. And they are ready to go. All in, 2, 3, and they're off. 2 rows going a mile. and one of the first ones away, South Army. Up along the inside is Mashers, trying to get a nice position early on as they form their early order. Al Qaed is also well to the fore, and coming over is Ajwadi with the green sleeves. A red cap of Ala Karim also taking a handy posse, and it is Ala Karim from a wide berth. Wide of that one is Sihar as they go on down the far side. To the inside is Masher, who's a couple of lengths in advance of Al Qaed, who's within striking distance of the leaders, chased up by Saudi Neom. And then back in mid-division as they move on down the far side of the track is Al Yasub. So they now head on towards the turn away from the back, and it is Ala Karim, the leader, leads by around about 2 lengths, being as they now approach the final bend. Here comes Major, who's coming 3 wide, and those 3 have a nice tussle as they run towards the last 500. On the wide outside, it is Major. Up along the inside is Ala Karim, and throwing down a big effort is Ajwadi. Top of the straight, Ajwadi's going to hit the front now by the look of it. Ajwadi from Ala Karim in second place, and they're being followed in third by Major, and trying to pick up the pieces is Saudi Neom, who's also coming home well with Kafala Hom also running on strongly inside the last 200. Ajwadi is in front, has got a break on the field. Ajwadi's going to the finish with the race in the back. Saudi Neom is giving chase, and it's Ajwadi, Saudi Neom. They are 1 and 2, and they're a few lengths on from the others with Kafala Hom chasing them. So it is Ajwadi who goes on to win. Mohammed Aldaham rides a double on the day, and more important, I suppose, for the equine interest here, it is 2 from 2 for this nice type, this 2-year-old here by Dutch Art. Ajwadi winning this Group 3, the Ministry of National Guard Cup, and has really put them to the sword. Saudi Neom's running a nice enough race there in the second place. Number 9, Saudi Neom in second. And Kafla Hom's unbeaten record has come to an end with an honourable third placing. Number 15, Sihar, best of the rest in fourth. 13, Ajwadi the winner. 9, Saudi Neom second. 8, Kafla Hom third. And 15, Sihar in fourth. 2 lengths and 4 1/4 lengths. 2 lengths and 4 1/4 lengths. The margins 1 minute 39.09. 1 minute 39.09. Ajwadi wins the Group 3 Ministry of National Guard Cup for the 2-year-olds.
Now, what have I told you in the past about Tharmer Al-Dehani, the trainer, and these big cup races? He comes and he takes them all. The Ministry of National Guard local Group 3 race, our penultimate race of the evening, worth 165,000 Saudi Riyal, goes to horse number 13, Ajwadi. Mohammed Ad-Daham giving Mohammed, the jockey, a double on the day, and trainer Tharmer Al-Dehani a big win of tonight as well. So hopefully we can get a few words with Tharmer Al-Dehani after winning that race before collecting his trophy as well. So everybody's just congratulating him here now. Tharmer, congratulations, another big cup win for you.
Yeah, he's a good horse.
And tell me a little bit about him, because Mohammed came third on him last time out.
This is the first time he ran here in Saudi Arabia, and he was really not fit. I ran him because he's a heavy horse. I want him to progress for this race. But he do the best, and I'm happy after the race. I talked to Muhammad 3 days ago. I said the horse is too good. It's too good. He need only your mind to ride him, a clean mind. And he do the best, and we win.
So you were confident because there was a lot of really strong horses in this race.
I'm confident with my horse. If it's 7 furlong, I'm really confident. But the mile, a little sharp for him. But he do it perfect.
And what's the plan next for him? Where are you going next?
I don't know. I will see the rating. I will see what's going on. I will have to discuss with the prince. But I think maybe he will go to the big race for Saudi Arabia, I think.
So the Saudi Derby, is that the plan for him?
Yeah, sure.
And what's your secret, Tharmer, for winning all these big cup races?
Luck from the God.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great interview there from Shamila with our winning trainer, who does have a habit of picking up these big cup races, and they've got another good one on their hands in Ajwadi. Now, Rory, you know more about this horse than I do. What did he do in the UK?
He was winner at Pontefract earlier in the season for Richard Fahey, and he was placed subsequently. But he left the UK with a rating in the 80s. I mean, he was a useful juvenile, but he's clearly improved a fair bit for the switch. We watched the replay of Al Mutahed just about holding on. He was the horse who finished third that day. Was fading. He came round the bend with the front two that day, and then faded. But as you hear from the trainer, he wasn't nearly fit for that. So he showed his natural speed to get into contention, and then blew up and only just held on for third. But you see that he benefited a lot from this. He travelled best throughout this race, quite frankly.
Yeah, you watch it. It was a fascinating race to watch because Kafrahom, obviously, we know he's a little bit behind the bridle in these sorts of races, but again, he just was a little bit caught on heels with the strong pace set up by his stablemate Ala Kareem, who went blazing a trail. Mashar, who we usually see as the front runner, was flat to the boards about halfway, and at this point we see the top three coming into it. One of them stays there, the other two fade off tamely.
Yes, but this was a remarkable turnaround. From what we saw of Ajwadi, but again, it's just a really good example of a target trainer, a trainer who, you know, with most of these 2-year-olds, connections want to find out how good they are fairly quickly.
Yeah,
they go into maiden, they're wound up, they win, and they go right. Let's see if we can win our next step up in class. This is a trainer who thinks, right, this is the race I want to win. I'm going to work my way backwards from this.
I've got a heavy horse.
So,
he said he was a heavy 2-year-old, so he wanted to get a run into him.
So he had to get a run. It would have been interesting if we had weights of horses here, because I reckon he would have been a bit leaner here than he was first time out. But he showed loads of ability that day and just faded back into it. There was no obvious indication with him that he would thrive for the step up and trip. But he clearly has, and he's an impressive winner.
Yeah, here come the connections, well, not the connections, but the heads of the Ministry of the National Guard, and this is for the Ministry of the National Guard Cup, this local Group 3, and we'll see winning connections come here and claim their prize, and we see our winning trainer over the moon. And I think, Rory, you make a great point where you say this guy has worked his way backwards from this contest. This is the race he wants to win. He wants to go to the Saudi Derby from here, and it's made perfect sense. Mohammed Al-Daham as well. That's 2 rides on 2-year-olds and 2 wins on 2-year-olds. He's done a great job.
Yeah, he's in a very good day today. We've seen a few jockeys hit the limelight here today, and he's got his double.
Yes, it's a really, really good contest and a great prize, and certainly a horse to watch out for in the future. I can't wait to see what he's going to do later on in the season as well, because the Saudi Derby is just the start. There's plenty of horses who we now know their limit, and Motorhead is going right back in trip after that. I imagine he's going over 6-7 furlongs.
Yeah, he has looked a sprinter, and they were trying to stretch him out and hopefully get him to settle, but he was over racing a bit there today and clearly didn't get the trip.
But good for them for giving it a try as well, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to give it a go. You never, if you don't try, you don't find out, and it doesn't damage his future career either. So
no.
I'm more all for that. Just looking back at Ajwadi, he ran twice in nurseries for Richard Fye, finished 19th of 20. The first of those at York, and then 6th of 11 at Wolverhampton. Different horse altogether today.
There you go. He's absolutely thrived here in Saudi Arabia. We've got one more race to look forward to, and it's featuring a jockey who is making big waves here on his arrival in Saudi Arabia. Joe Rosario, anyone? The highest earning jockey in the US in 2021, a 3-time US Triple Crown winning jockey. He's won 2 Kentucky Derbies and he's won 1 Kentucky Derby and a couple of Belmonts, Rory. Well, how big is it for Saudi Arabia for a jockey like him to be coming over?
Listen, it's bound to be big news. He is a very high-profile jockey. We'll be particularly interested in seeing how he copes with the locally based riders as well. From Dominican Republic initially, he's been riding with great success in the US. As you said, he was leading money earner, wasn't he,
leading earning jockey in 2021, and he also won the award for outstanding jockey in 2021 as well. So really talented, but only 6 runners in this contest, and Darren can take us through the runners and the riders.
Yeah, so big name here, Joel Rosario in action. 12th race of the day is Group 3, the Ministry of Justice Cup, and number 1 is Hakwat and Mohammed Al-Shurima. Number 2 is Hey Nibaha and Rehan Al-Tarash. Number 3 is Leila Doro and Camilo Espina. Number 4, Al-Sharid with Berto Ramos. Number 5, Duray Al-Fad and Ali Al-Mutib, and number 6 is Karim. Joel Rosario is aboard. Group 3 action coming up, 1800 metres, 3-year-olds, the Ministry of Justice Cup.
Yeah, cracking renewal here on paper, and I was just speaking to Rory off camera there, saying this looks like an ideal opportunity for Joe Rosario to kind of get his eye in here in Saudi Arabia, get a feel for the track, but also get a feel for the facilities, where he'll be staying in his hotel, because he'll be looking towards the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of us like to be familiar with our surroundings, and you come somewhere new, different climate, different culture, different style of everything. It can be a bit of a culture shock. So maybe getting a previous visit in just to get used to all the things that Riyadh does that are different to what you might get in New York or whatever.
Absolutely. This is who will be riding Karim. He's rated 86. He was a winner last time out. He's been largely consistent this season. He's got an awful lot to find in this contest, though.
He looks like he's playing for places here. He's got, as you said, got a rating of 86. He's run to form on really all starts this season, winning a 1 Mile Open last time out. He's a likeable performer, but this is a tough contest, and he's going to struggle, you would have thought, with the likes of Leila Doro and others in here.
Yeah, Leila Doro is one of 3 white stable horses in this contest. Interesting to see that he's probably the number one runner here. He's a pick of Camilo Ospina, and you saw in our penultimate contest, the contest before last, that Camilo Ospina had made a choice and he made the right one.
Yeah, not wearing the first colours though. He's wearing the yellow cap here on Leila Doro, who won the Prince Faisal Cup and the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup. Was also 4th in that Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup last season. And won a Jcsa award contest over course and distance last time out in a very good time of 1:53.59. So he's clearly the horse to beat here. Hakwat has the look of a pacemaker. Dangerous thing to say here.
Well, they don't exist over here, do they?
It doesn't always work out that way. But Hey Nibaha has got a time of 1:53.71 over this trip, and Hakwat's done 1:54.04. So you can see that Leila Doro doesn't need to do an awful lot wrong to let the owner mates in. So it's tight enough at the top here. we'd expect Leila Doro to come on a little bit for that run last time out. That was his first run of the season, and he's an exciting sort, rated 105.
Interesting to see that you've got two Abdullah Al-Badr runners and one Ahmed Mahmoud runner as well. So although the white stable has three, it's not evenly split between trainers. There's one trainer has two runners and another trainer only has the one. And here is Leila Doro.
Hard to split that evenly, isn't it?
Yeah,
When you've got three
there'd be three. I was thinking that maybe there'd be a third trainer, but there wouldn't be, would there? So, but this is Leila Doro, a gorgeous individual and the class angle of this race.
Yeah, I'd have thought there's more to come as well from Leila Doro. 4 wins from 7 career starts. Really impressive last season, and then came back off an absence with that excellent win in the Jcsa award contest last time out. I think he'll come on for that physically. He looks to have developed nicely into a really powerful looking 3-year-old as well. You're always slightly worried with horses who do well at early in the 3-year-old career, whether off a break they've grown as much, and I don't think he's been winning races because he's more forward than others. I think, as you can see from his physique, he's developed again in that layoff, and he looks the one to beat here.
And remember, we've got Al Sareed and Darey Al Fad, who are 4 and 5 in this contest.
Yeah, Al Sareed has a rating of 81, was a winner of non-winners of 3 back in meeting 57. Wasn't at all disgraced next time out, but well held in an open race here on his latest start, and even at his best would be set to struggle here, I think.
Yeah, and we can see Kareem here finally. This is Joel Rosario just getting the leg up here, and yes, it'll be fascinating to see how he gets on, and certainly a big name jockey here in Saudi Arabia. We've had a few big name jockeys over as well. We had James Doyle with over recently as well, doing his work, and I imagine we'll get David Egan sooner rather than later with the news of his big new job. So of course, I imagine they'll be looking to target Saudi Arabia. So Ammo Racing could be on their way.
That'll be interesting to see, wouldn't it?
It would be.
And yeah, David Egan, an interesting rider there. Of course, he's had success here. He won the Saudi Cup himself.
Yeah, Mishriff. Yeah,
with Mishriff,
yeah. He was very young at the time. And
he was.
Bought himself a very nice car afterwards.
I'm sure he did. Yes, and that's the connections showed faith in keeping him on Mishriff. Didn't stay on Mishriff forever.
No, he didn't,
unfortunately.
No.
He was a tricky ride. They're never easy when you're a young jockey and you've got a horse who tends to miss the break, because by definition you tend to get blamed for that. But he had a couple of big days on Mishriff, and it'd be great to see David Egan back here again.
Yeah, as they're heading down to the start, we may as well talk about this David Egan selection. After we look at this replay, this is Leila Doro. This is the win last time out, first run up this season, and did it in good style, I saw.
Did it, yeah. He's done it nicely here, despite not looking 100% wind up. Yeah, he was carrying a little bit of condition here, but he's got a lovely stride and lovely way of going about things, and he should come on a fair bit for this run. And I think even if he ran to this level, he'd be the horse to beat. But I think he steps forward from this, and I'm looking forward to a very big performance from him.
Yeah, the other horse we'll look at is Hey Nabara, who is a horse going down to post now number 2. Completely different build to what we've just seen. A lot more rotund and a lot more sort of closely coupled. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. This is his last effort, winning by a long way. Yeah,
he won by 10 3/4 lengths here. That was a fortnight ago, but this is just a maiden race. He did it in a very good time, though. That he pointed to himself being a very good horse by stopping the clock at 1 minute 53.71 seconds, and he wasn't pushed out to the line to do that, so it could be exciting.
Shamila has been in the parade ring, and hopefully she's found us an eye catcher.
Well, I didn't have much of a chance to look at the horses as I was trying to wrangle American jockey Joel Rosario, but hopefully we get to speak to him after the last race. The horse that I'm going to go for is another Camilo Espina mount, horse number 3, Leila Doro, the highest rated horse in the race, first last time out, but really nice looking colt by Tawajid. And hoping that Camilo can get that hat trick by the end of today. Now, there are 3 really nice white stable horses in this race. Leila Doro is definitely the best looker out of all of them. I also really quite liked horse number 6 as well, Kareem, for Joel Rosario. So hopefully he can get up to a winning mark. But he is no stranger to racing here in Saudi Arabia. He's had many a race for the International Jockeys Championship as well here the day before Saudi Cup Day. So it's great to have him back, and we'll have James Doyle back riding tomorrow as well. So we love seeing all these international jockeys here. So hopefully they can get their heads out in front. But I would really like Camilo Espina to win this last race.
They keep flashing up to those dignitaries as if we're meant to know who they are. Yes, and we can just see the horses going down to post and what they're running for. A very nice trophy. It's a little bit different to the two trophies we've seen already today. This is the Ministry of Justice Cup for Group 3 local, and only the 6 going to post. We've seen very impressive maiden winners step up for the White Stable into Cup Company and get absolutely run off their feet. Is that the same thing for Hey Nabaha?
No, I don't think so. I'm not suggesting that Hey Nabaha is going to win the race, but there's 2 big positives for Hey Nabaha in this race. One is a small field.
Yes.
It's when horses are different class to their opposition in maiden races and they're able to get to the front early, they learn very little from doing it. And then when they run in a big field race, you know, either an open race or a cup, next time out, suddenly they're surrounded by horses of similar ability, and it's a big culture shock. A lot of them, you know, some of them rise to the occasion straight away and improve their form, but a lot of them will sort of shrink back from their first performance because, you know, that they're so unused to that, and then it will take time to build them back up again. But the small field helps with that with Hey Nabaha. Also the fact that he's posted 153.71 for this trip.
Ability.
So, you know, a lot of these impressive maiden winners we're seeing, particularly in time, if you're looking at the times they were doing for 6 furlongs, you may be doing like 1:20 winning by 8 lengths, and you think this must be something special. But 1:20 for 6 furlongs, even at time on a slow surface, is not a particularly good time. It's an indication of how weak the rest of the opposition is rather than how good you are. And the fact that horses are doing it on the bridle sometimes lulls you into thinking they're ready to do something that they're not yet ready to do. Whereas when you're hitting the line doing 153.71 for 1800 meters, you're clearly good enough to be running in much better company.
Yeah, we're just seeing all of these horses go down to the start, and Leila Doro looks to have it all to lose here, really. Leila Doro, Hakwart, horse number 1, interesting performer. Probably found his ceiling, and others in here haven't, and I think that would probably be the best way to describe him. Of the White Stable runners, he's the one we kind of know his level.
We do, but I would say that he probably raised his game a little bit in defeat last time out. He won a mile maiden 2 starts back, and I think she raised her game in finishing second to a Jadale Care in a course and distance non-winners of 2 last time out. That was the toughest race she's had to date, and she came through it. Didn't win the race, but I thought she came through it with her reputation enhanced. And again, a fairly decent time there.
They're already getting loaded, so Darren Owen for the lucky last. It's over to you.
So here we go for this 1800 metre Group 3, the Ministry of Justice Cup, and the runners then moving up into starting stalls. Good to see Joel Rosario here. He's aboard Kareem. James Doyle in action here tomorrow. Leila Doro there going in with Camilo Ospina looking for a treble on the card. All in. With this Group 3, ready to go. Oh dear, Kareem's getting worked up there in stall 6, settled down now, and they're off. 1800 metres in front of them. Hakwart began well up along the inside, and Joel Rosario taking Kareem into a prominent role as well, as Hakwart is being driven to the inner. So Hakwart taken on for the lead by Kareem, there being followed closely by Duray Alfard. The outside is Leila Doro with the yellow cap, wide of that one Al Sharid, and settling down at the back is Hey Nabaha. Going on down the far side, and Hakwart has grabbed the running rail, leads by a couple of lengths. Coming from stall 6, Kareem now is 2 off the fence in second place, with Al Sharid on the outside in the green jacket. Leila Doro is next, and in the mix in the centre is Duray Alfard, and last of all is Hey Nabaha. They continue their work down the back, and they're very well grouped, the 6 runners here, and Hakwart not having an easy time there up front, now loses out with Al Sharid on the outside, and Kareem to the running rail. Going with that one is Hey Nabaha. Just off the leaders is Duray Alfard, and just off them then Leila Doro. Heading now towards the turn in, and Hey Nabaha has got a narrow advantage, leads by around about 3 parts of a length. Leila Doro now stepping forward, followed by Al Sharid. Joel Rosario is asking Kareem for maximum effort. Then comes Duray Alfard as they head for home. Hakwart has dropped away. They have 400 metres left to go. Top of the straight, Hey Nabaha Baha and Leila Doro, and Heina Baha is certainly trying to make Leila Doro go. Leila Doro, however, has hit the front as they head down towards the last 200 meters, and it's Leila Doro in front. Leila Doro now stretching away for Camila Ospina. Leila Doro now going clear. Heina Baha in second place. Back in third is DeRay Alfard, but Leila Doro will win in good style. Treble for the jockey Camila Ospina, and Leila Doro rules the roost. Second place goes to Heina Baha. Back in third position was DeRay Alfard, then Al Sharid. So that was pretty impressive from Leila Doro. Leila Doro, the winner this evening, winning a good style, wide margin win. That's 5 career wins, treble on the day for Camila Ospina. And Leila Doro made them all look very one pace behind in that Group 3 race, the Ministry of Justice Cup. So first number 3, Leila Doro, the winner, 1 minute 52.82 seconds, stretching away in good style to win. Leila Doro, the winner there. And then big gap of 8 lengths to the second. Number 2, Heina Baha in second place. And back in third, number 5, DeRay Alfard. And in fourth position, number 4, Al Sharid. I'm sure there'll be better rides to come for Joel Rosario. He was aboard Kareem on that occasion, finished last in the end. 3, Leila Doro, the winner. 2, Heina Baha second. 5, DeRay Alfard third. 4, Al Sharid fourth. 1 minute 52.82. 1 minute 52.82. 8 lengths and the same. 8 lengths and the same. A very talented horse indeed. Leila Doro wins the Group 3 Ministry of Justice Cup.
Leila Doro has done the job there for Camilo Ospina and given him a treble, Rory, and I was really taken by that performance. Take nothing away from your eventual second, Heina Baha, who's run really well on second start, but she could do nothing to stop Leila Doro, who's a big, strong colt going places.
Yeah, he was progressive through last season. He had the form in the book to win this anyway, but he looked like he would come on for his reappearance run over course and distance last time out, and he's indeed done that and improved that time. 1:53.59 he did. He's done 1:52.82 on this occasion, so he's improved his performance. A rating of 105 is a big rating going into it. I think he can rate higher still. This was a really impressive and comfortable performance, and the runner-up was clear of the rest as well.
Yeah, the runner-up has done really well, and at one stage, coming around that straight, coming into the straight, coming around the bend, he looked really, really impressive, and she looked like she was going to take some beating, but the top horse, Leila Doro, just finds more and pulls away.
Yeah, he's got a powerful stride, and once he was able to use that in this straight, he came right away. But take nothing away from the runner-up. Just her second start, and she's run at least as well as she did on debut. She'll win plenty of races as well.
Camilo Ospina is clearly a jockey to keep an eye on here. He's had a treble today. He's let Alex Moreno take the early plaudits, but he's come back and said, hey, I'm the man to follow here. Don't worry about me.
He's topping the table for a very good reason. When we came here first in Taif, it was pretty close between the pair of them at the top of the table. Camila was firing in the winners left, right and centre at the start of the season here in Riyadh. Alex has been making all the headlines in the last week, but Camilo reminding us that there's a reason why he's clear at the top of the table, and he's a very hard jockey to beat.
Grazie. How is it today?
Thank you very much, Ali, always. Thank you to the Prince of Abdullah. I appreciate it with him, appreciate it with Al Sharan, the whole team, the stable, for giving me support. And thank God he's nice for, it's nice to ride because you have very good horse in your hands. You can do anything with this horse, I put behind the pace. He's coming very easy, when I ask him, he responds very good, yeah.
Not bad, man. How you doing? Glad to see Camilo Ospina is our winning jockey there, taking our highlights on the card today, but we've been very fortunate enough to be joined by Joel Rosario, a man who has come to Saudi Arabia and done very impressively first ride there. How you find it?
Yeah, very good. Glad to be here, and thanks to Faisal and all the people who invited me here, and yeah, very happy.
Talk to me about what happened to get you invited here. Who contacted you? Did you have to think about it? Were you excited?
Yeah, very excited. So Faisal, he talked to my agent, and yeah, they bring me here. So, like I said, glad to be here, and very appreciated. If you want to come to a place, Saudi is the place.
It certainly is. Rory, I know you're a massive fan of Joel and what he's done in the USA. 2021 outstanding jockey. What do you think talent level he can bring to the competition here in Saudi?
Well, I'm sure Joel is well aware that the standard of jockeyship here in Saudi Arabia is very high. You don't just walk in and take over. And well, you've seen Alex Moreno and Camilo Espino riding at the top of their game here today, riding multiple winners. They're at top of the tree here, but the local jockeys are hard to beat as well. So you'll know you've been in a race when you're riding right here.
For sure.
And you've only got one more ride tomorrow, but you know this horse already. You rode him back in 2022.
Yes, I did. I rode it once before, and yeah, we get a long way. And you know, we look for hopefully a big race tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes, you are not the only big name international jockey here. James Doyle will be making an appearance. Do you know James from racing in the Breeders' Cup and stuff like that?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Always, you know. He's a friend of ours and friend of mine. I mean, and good person, good jockey. So we get a, you know, we always find ourselves together in some place.
And how long will you be in Saudi Arabia for?
Just today, tomorrow, and then we go back to US.
And coming back for the Saudi Cup?
Hopefully, yeah.
Be looking for a ride, absolutely. Now, the dirt surface out here has been really highly commended from people all over the world. You're riding on it. How does it compare to riding in the US?
I mean, it seems like a very good surface, really nice. Look like the horses, they you know, they get over really, really good, and it seems like they really love it. So yeah, I mean, just you know, a little probably different than US, you know, because how the track is built, so straight, and I mean, yeah, but it seems like the surface is really good.
Well, you talk about it being more straight. Are the bends here more flowing than they are over in the States?
Yeah, and then you come more turn. You know, like, the track is a big track, but they have turns. But here, you know, you have the long stretch, and yeah, just sometimes a little different, you know, for the horse.
If you had to compare this track to anything in the States, what would be the closest equivalent be?
I say Belmont.
Belmont, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Big galloping track.
Yes.
And you've won your fair share of Belmont Stakes, haven't you, if I'm correct?
Yes, I won it in my first one with Tonalis.
Yeah.
That was in 2014.
And I think the great thing to have you here is you've ridden so many superstars. I have to ask, who is the best horse you've ridden?
There got many there. You know, I love the horses. You know, I you know, they're my favorite. So I you know, I just love them. But I kind of say, you know, Orb and Animal Kingdom, and Totally Candidato was a really good horse. Was back in US, and yeah, but I've been so many. Also Frosted too.
Yes, I was going to say we've seen a couple
like,
of Frosteds here.
Keep going, yeah. So we're glad, you know, we have some opportunity, you know, that the other people they're giving us, and the great agent that I have, Ron Anderson. Yeah, it's just been amazing. Yeah.
And your experience here riding in Saudi Arabia, how do you feel this place has progressed and where it stands on a world stage from a jockey perspective?
I mean, it look like they're building. I mean, they look like they really making a really good progression for going forward. I remember, I think some of the stuff that were here, they were here back when I came before, and yeah, it seemed like they really doing a really good job.
It's great to see someone that's been here before already. You've come back and you're having an even better experience. So it's just great to hear for everybody involved in the racing here.
Yep.
And how do you prepare as a jockey? Obviously, you've ridden at this track before, but going internationally, how do you prepare riding at different tracks?
I mean, it just, you know, you have to handicap the other rider and also your horse, the way that your horse maybe want to be, you know, riding and rating in the race and stuff like that, how the track is, and, you know, and see if the track is speed favor, all that kind of stuff, you know. So, yeah.
Well, Joe Rosario, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Thank you so much for visiting. We really appreciate having you here, and hopefully you can ride plenty of winners here in Saudi Arabia. We are going to look ahead to Rory's highlight today, which had been a very impressive performance from Power of Beauty. Now, Rory, this was good, but the times and the speed this horse travelled down the far side was just so impressive.
Yes, this was a really good performance from Power of Beauty in our 9th race. He was a course and distance winner coming into this race anyway, had won 3 out of 4 last season here at Riyadh, but was maybe not fully wound up for this run, but still impressed with the way he went about it. He was an impressive winner of the North America Cup when we last saw him, and he was just a little bit too good for his rivals here, but the right sort of horses following home as well. I was particularly taken again with the run by Rossmore Nation in third. He was a little bit, he doesn't quite have the class of Power of Beauty, but he's improving all the time. And it was great to see that he's taken another step forward.
Would you imagine that Rossmore Nation is now going to be dropped back in trip dramatically after this?
Not a dramatic. I mean, he was running on well at the finish. I think he's absolutely fine at this trip. He was a bit of a short runner when we saw him first at Taif, but as he's gone on, he's seen his races out even better, and he's gone from strength to strength. He was just an ordinary performer for Mick Appleby back in the UK, but he's really taken to the surface here. He's got better and better, and I think this is another career best from him. So I'd be happy to keep him at 7 furlongs. He'll be effective back at 6 as well, given a test. But there was no problem with him getting home today. He was doing his best work at the finish, and I think he's a horse who will continue to pay his way for connections.
Yeah, him and Al Motterhead both experiencing drops in trip, but you can see we were watching him run here, what's fascinating for me is how he went so hard early and still had something afterwards.
Yeah, he's a headstrong horse, isn't he? But more headstrong pre-race than he is in the race. But he does want to go and boss his rivals. When he gets to the front, he actually settles pretty well. But yeah, really powerful galloper, and he kept that gallop up all the way to the line today.
Yes, he's certainly a really interesting horse to go to war with in the future. I'm fascinated by some of the other races on the cards as well, though. Let's talk about race 10, the Said Al Majd Cup. Now, Shamila, you watched this race. Now, for me, I was taken aback by Power in Numbers, who was just so impressive winning. But in behind, Al Mahem running another stormer.
Al Mahem and all the horses behind. It was a really, really strong race. And from the paddock perspective, obviously this Camilo horse was looking really well. Pony down to the start really nicely. So no surprise there. But I mean, you have to ask yourself, where will they go next with him? Will they step up in trip? Will they step up in class, hopefully, as well?
Well, the step up in trip and class is going to be on show tomorrow, isn't it? We've got the Crown Prince Cup. It's worth $500,000 Saudi Riyal. They're going over 2,400. Is Power in Numbers going to be going over that trip, Rory, or is he staying at 2,000?
I don't think there's any rush to get him up to a mile and a half at this stage, because there's so many more opportunities at the 2,000 metre trip anyway. He didn't need any further today. Saw it out well, given they had to go wide all the way around. So he saw the trip out very well, given he faded on his previous start. But I think he's a horse who'll keep at that trip, and he can pay his way.
Let's talk about that big race tomorrow, because I know, Shamila, you've got a big, big hand in this. You love Dahi, and he's running in this race. Big step up for him, though.
Huge step up for Dahi. I really hope he places, at least. There are a lot of strong horses in that contest. But, I mean, it's his first local Group 1. I've loved this horse since I saw him win at Taif. And he's just an absolute tank, so I really have my fingers crossed for him.
And Rory, Al Mamoumgate, a horse I know you love.
Yeah, I'm obviously slightly nervous about Al Mamoumgate. He improved an awful lot in Taif last season. He looked a little tricky in his first start. I thought he was going to drop the bridle halfway around the bend, but he picked up incredibly well to pass most of the field. This was a time when, generally speaking, you wanted to be on the front end. He was able to come from off the pace in his races in Taif and gallop out really strongly. He should benefit from a step up to a mile and a half. He looks a really exciting horse. He was the horse that I said from an early stage was the one I was really looking to take out of Taif into the Riyadh season. So hopefully he won't disgrace me tomorrow.
Yes, we're really looking forward to that Crown Prince Cup. You've got 19 runners. You've got $500,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. They're going over 2,400 metres. It's going to be a cracking contest. Plenty of interest. Now, for me, what I've learned from today is that the 2-year-olds, there's plenty of depth. With the older horses, there's plenty of depth. And I still think there are some horses we haven't seen yet, Rory. It's just exciting as we move through the winter.
Yeah, the programme's just getting stronger from here on in. I love the way the programme works here as well, with a quiet Thursday and then really ramping things up on the Friday and Saturday. Tomorrow's going to be a great day, but there's going to be some tremendous racing later in the season, in January and through to March as well.
Yeah, there'll be certainly lots to look forward to. Shamila, what are you looking forward to tomorrow and going forward through the next couple of weeks?
Well, we have got Sunset Flash tomorrow versus Hapipi Go Lucky, so two of my favourite fillies tomorrow as well.
Oh, two of your favourite, Sunset and Hapipi, taking each other on. Shamila is looking forward to that contest. She can't wait to see how we get going. I've been fascinated by the fact that the 2-year-olds look so good to do. Kaflahom, we thought he was a superstar. We've now found his ceiling. We've seen other horses who are really exciting. And remember, join us tomorrow, Saturday. It doesn't get any better than this.